Chapter 401. Your version and mine are too different, my love is for you. She didn't need Xiaojin to describe what she did, Altria understood. Xiaojin had said it so bluntly, Altria was naturally not stupid. When Altria was born, she had a lot of common sense, including common sense about the difference between men and women. So it is. She is not a blank slate in terms of knowledge. You actually went to peek at such a thing. Altria stretched out her finger and flicked it at Xiaojin's head, but Xiaojin dodged it tactfully. How can this be called peeking? I was observing and preparing for the future, and the master didn't stop me, which shows that the master loves me. One day, the master will be mine. She said this while looking at Altria with pity. Poor Altria, there is a huge gap between you and me. You know, Lian Yin, after the master did that kind of thing with those women, could run into the room without changing his face and squeeze into the master's arms to fall asleep. And you are still here worrying about this and that, you and we are no longer in the same dimension. Looking at Xiaojin's smug look, Altria almost exploded. Why can Xiaojin say such a shameful thing so proudly? Is it really that she is too antique? At this moment, Altria really doubted her life. She also knew about Giada, and she knew the birth time of Giada better than Xiaojin. How long has that woman appeared, and she is so bold, isn't she shy? Okay, Altria, don't hesitate, I told the master that you want to give him a surprise. Don't let him wait too long. Xiaojin flew from Altria's shoulder, then flew to Altria's back and pushed her a few steps. It looked a little strange that a little guy pushed Altria. However, Altria was used to this, after all, Xiaojin was not an ordinary creature. She was a little confused now, but not as hesitant as at the beginning. Because Xiaojin revealed new information about Giada, her inner decision became firm. Even if she was shy, she had to take the initiative. So, after being pushed a few steps by Xiaojin, Altria patted her cheeks, which were a little hot, to encourage herself and began to take the initiative. Da-da-day. In the night, there was only the faint chirping of insects in the quiet valley. Altria and Xiaojin walked through an ancient forest in the valley and came to a grassland with the fragrance of grass and trees. Ho ho ho. The cool breeze brought a little water, the steam brushed across the skin, making people feel relaxed and happy. The grass in front of Altria was bent, as if stretching. The leaves of the woods behind rustled, as if composing music. Altria covered her chest with both hands, feeling a little embarrassed. In her field of vision, beside a small lake in the distance, under a pink flower tree, there was a figure. Master. Her master was there. Chi-hu. Altria took a few deep breaths and tried to get rid of her emotions. It's okay, just pretend that you are wearing ordinary clothes. Soon, Altria found her state. I don't know when Xiaojin's figure disappeared beside Altria. Altria didn't pay attention to the little fairy. Now she only had that figure in her eyes. Da-da-da. 1 step, 2 steps. Altria, welcome back. Looking at Artoria, who was dressed very boldly, walking over with a slightly red face, Mel under the flower tree also smiled and welcomed her. Well, master, I'm back. Artoria looked at Mel's smiling eyes in front of her, and her figure was reflected in his deep pupils. This made her stutter a little. She had come back several times before, and she ran away every time. Because she was always teased by the master after she came back, but this time she came to the door herself. Artoria, come and sit down. Mel looked at Artoria, whose eyes were a little wandering, patted the seat beside him, and said with some amusement. Okay, master. Artoria nodded absent-mindedly, and then sat next to Mel a little shyly. After she sat down, she instinctively wanted to lean on Mel, and then stopped again. Artoria, talk about the development of the kingdom. Looking at Artoria, who was still struggling mentally, Mel started to guide the topic. When Mel mentioned this, Artoria immediately got into the mood. She started to talk non-stop. Master, the 12 holy knights of the Korti kingdom are already in place. The breeze blew under the flower tree, and there was only the fragrance of flowers and Artoria's trickling voice in the air. Mel listened quietly, while looking at Artoria. Looking at her fluttering eyebrows, emerald eyes, and pink cheeks. As time passed, Altria also reacted, and she stuttered to finish the last part. Then she looked into those peaceful eyes. Master, For some reason, Altria felt her mouth dry. You are beautiful, Altria. Ah. Really, really. Altria was a little flustered when she heard Mel's sudden praise. After she came over, she saw that the master was almost the same as usual, and she doubted in her heart whether she was not dressed up. Now it seems that it may be successful, or maybe. Looking at Altria's shyness until her neck turned red. Mel also felt very interesting. The way he got along with each woman he got along with was slightly different. Xiao Lai was bickering, Esteth was encouraging, Giada was restrained, and Miss Hill was more like a younger brother. As for Altria in front of him, it was teasing. This is based on the character of the object. These modes of getting along are also Melbourne's own pleasure. Bang! Mare turned over and approached Altria. He pressed his hand against the flower tree and directly pushed Altria against the wall. Of course, you are making my heart beat fast now. Altria. His face moved closer to Altria, leaning on her neck and sniffing gently. He carried a warm and ethereal breath and fragrance. This was the result of Altria's power. Altria looked at Mare's face close at hand, and her heartbeat accelerated rapidly. She felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat, not only because of the shame of such an action. More importantly, the kind of thing that would happen today, as long as she imagined it, she felt weak all over. Chi. Altria took a deep breath, which was his breath, naturally peaceful, quiet and profound. This made her heart calm down a little. Looking at the master's face, she made up her mind. Bang! The position was reversed. Mare leaned against the tree, while Altria swung her face against him. Looking at Altria's eyes with water waves. Her eyes were a little wild, which made Mel tease her. Master, I give you all my 5.8 love. She suppressed her shame and mustered up the courage to say this. Then she closed her eyes without waiting for a response and blocked him regardless. Looking at Altria's eyes trembling slightly at a close distance. Mare smiled in his eyes, and put his hands around her soft body, hugging her tightly, as if he was melting into his body. The flower field not far from the lake was faintly glowing, and sporadic fireflies were dancing. The faint light they emitted made the shadows of the two people hugging very long. Finally, the shadow disappeared. Ho ho ho! A breeze blew, and after a while, a tiny dot shining with golden light flew down from the pink flower tree. It was Xiao Jin. At this moment, she looked at the position where the figure disappeared below, and casually floated to a branch and sat up. Then she began to swing her legs and muttered. I help the master to make a strategy, which is to help myself to make a strategy. Bad master, fall in love with me quickly. In this way, I can do whatever I want, he he he. Slurp. Chapter 402, Very Angry, Hisoka and Orochimaru's idea of fighting again. The next day, Altria followed Xiaojin away with a face full of shame. Although she was shy, her heart was intoxicated. She finally crossed her own hurdle. In the future, she can be bolder. Instead of fleeing in a hurry and then regretting herself. Time passed. It was approaching dusk again. A figure walked over from the direction of Daughter Island. It was Anohanaretsu. She walked on the sea, and circles of ripples splashed around her feet. The waves were swaying, which was very beautiful. After a while, Anohanaretsu came to a valley on Ruskana Island. The melodious piano sounded, and Anohanaretsu came under the familiar flower tree. Standing there quietly, looking at the two people surrounded by fireflies in the night, he was a little absent-minded. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. The melody was peaceful and beautiful, and the ethereal sound lingered for a long time. Time passed slowly. The piano sound stopped, and the fireflies slowly flew away. Mare, who was sitting on the piano seat, pulled up Yin, who was squeezed in his arms and played together, and stood up. Da-da-da. Watching Mel pulling Yin over, Anohanaretsu began to speak. You are really living a leisurely life. Mel-kun. The gentle voice was a little bit wrong. It's hard to say who this hostility is directed at. It may be directed at both Moer and the delicate and lovely girl next to him. At first, Mahwali still liked Yin very much. However, her affection soon became complicated. Because this little guy was too attached to Moer. It's fine at ordinary times. When she and Moer were about to fall asleep, she ran in and squeezed into his arms. This was too much. Xiao Lai, you know, I'm very busy, but I'm just in a place you can't see. Moer also smiled and refuted what Anohana Lai said. Although he looked very leisurely, he was always doing research. He seemed leisurely, but he was also doing serious work. In the depths of his soul, the deduction of power was continuing. Yin, Xiao Lai and I have something to do. After chatting with Anohana Lai, Moer stroked Yin's delicate and smooth silver hair and said softly. After hearing Moer's words, Yin nodded but did not leave directly. Instead, he looked into Moer's eyes. The crimson eyes seemed to sparkle with water waves, looking very beautiful. Seeing that Yin had no intention of moving, Moer also knew what she was thinking. So he held Yin's slightly red cheeks with both hands and kissed her white forehead gently. After a while, looking at Yin's back as she left, Anohana walked to Moer and said sarcastically. You actually attacked such a little girl, you are really perverted. Moer-kun. From the outside, Yin was about 13 or 14 years old, so it was not wrong to say that she was a little girl. Same here, Xiaolai, don't forget, if you really say my age should not be too old. Moer casually stretched out his hand to pull Anohana into his arms, and his hands began to look for something in her collar. Anohana leaned skillfully in his arms, ignoring the hands that were playing tricks, and her face was very calm. Only her ears were slightly red. Looking at her calm appearance, Moer sat down under the flower tree. Time passed slowly. Anohana began to lose his composure, and even his face began to turn red, like a ripe peach, and his voice became very soft. Stop being weird, didn't you say you have something important to do? She felt very angry now, but she had something important to do later. It was impossible to see her make a fool of herself. She would make him suffer after the important matter was done. Looking at the charming look of Anohana in his arms, Moer's hands also stopped moving, otherwise it would not end so well if he continued. He straightened her messy collar. He pulled her up. Buzz buzz buzz. A grey, black, and purple gate with a strange atmosphere appeared out of thin air in front of Moer and Anohana. The strange relief on the gate. The twisted beasts, birds, people, and evil spirits looked terrifying and gloomy. It was the Rashomon summoned by Moer. Orochimaru's Rashomon has reached S level, compared with A-level Rashomon. The S-level Rashomon has more power connected to the netherworld, so it is harder. In addition, it also has the characteristic of rapid repair. This ability itself is to use the power of Huangquan as its strength. It is a very clever power, and its hardness is very terrible. In addition, it can now be repaired quickly, even if it is broken. And during the repair period, the Huangquan Qi escaping from the door has a very high degree of coldness. Finally, the number of Rashomons that can be summoned at the same time at this level has reached 3. Although the original A Rashomon can summon the second Rashomon, that is after the first one dissipates. That is to say, when A is in fact, only one Rashomon can exist at the same time. Now S level can increase to 3. At the beginning, when Hisoka and Orochimaru fought, Orochimaru used this ability in his consciousness world. Even though Hisoka is very powerful in the consciousness world, he can't break this door at once. At that time, Orochimaru directly summoned 3 Huangquan gates, using the constantly moving Huangquan gate as a shield. If this one is broken, another one will be filled, waiting for the broken Rashomon to be repaired, so as not to give Hisoka a chance to be completely destroyed. If Orochimaru only had 2 doors, Hisoka could handle it with all his strength, but if he had 3 doors, Hisoka would be powerless. Orochimaru dragged time to the end in Hisoka's consciousness world. Such an ability seems very powerful, even Hisoka can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, this ability has a drawback. That is the connection. If anyone can block the connection between Huangquan and Rashomon, then this door will naturally fall apart. This may be difficult for others. But for Hisoka, who has his ability in the field of consciousness, this is a professional match. At that time, Hisoka only needed to fight Orochimaru a few more times. There is a great possibility that the connection between Rashomon and Huangquan will be blocked through his consciousness world. Then this ability will naturally fall apart. Orochimaru himself also guessed this kind of thing, so he and Hisoka didn't fight again after fighting once. As for Hisoka, he didn't have much strength left to fight after using his ultimate move, which meant that he had to face the real Orochimaru in a weak state before breaking Rashomon. It was hard for him to say whether he could escape unscathed. Although he frightened Orochimaru the first time and made him think he still had strength left. But later, if it happens every time, it would be too much to underestimate the man's intelligence. It is precisely because both sides have their own concerns that the two have not fought again until now. However, those are all in the past. Now their core abilities have been upgraded to SS level. They are very confident in their own strength. At this point, they have the idea of fighting again. This war may start again at any time. Chapter 403 The Scene and Soul of Huang Chuan, a woman who is not as beautiful as the human world. What is this? Anohanaretsu has some impression of the gate in front of her. It was used once when Orochimaru and Garp fought in the Sabayati archipelago. There are such photos in the newspaper, and she has also seen them. Rashomon, the door that leads to Huang Chuan. Seeing that Anohanaretsu was a little confused, Mel explained beside her. Huang Chuan. Anohanaretsu murmured. She also knew about Huang Chuan in this world, as a legend of the destination of the soul. Not long ago, Mel had mentioned it to her and gave her a special ghost way. As a god of death, Anohanaretsu is also interested in Huang Chuan. So, are they going to Huang Chuan to take a look now? Xiao Lai, start. Use the ghost way I gave you. Hearing Mel's words, Anohanaretsu nodded. Transform into a spirit body. Soon, Anohanaretsu's body transformed into a spirit form. Her body became more hidden in the world. If there were ordinary people here, they would not be able to see her existence. The spirit form is difficult for ordinary people to capture with their naked eyes. This is a special ghost way created by Mel, which can transform the body and even matter into a spirit form. However, there are special restrictions. Fortunately, Anohanaretsu itself is within this condition. Mare watched Anohanaretsu complete the transformation and began to control the Rashomon to open. Squeak! Squeak! The strange and gloomy Rashomon portal in front of him began to open. The heavy door made a creaking sound when it opened. As the door was opened, a grey vortex appeared inside. It was impossible to see what was inside. Only the cold breath that kept pouring out reminded that it was not a good place for ordinary people. Ordinary people would have been frozen into ice chips here. If it weren't for Moer controlling these forces, the surrounding area would have turned into ice and snow. Let's go. Xiaolai. He stretched out his hand, and Anohanalai also stretched out his hand tacitly. Moer could feel the delicate and smooth touch, as if the hand had no bones. Da-day. The two figures began to step into the vortex inside the door. The scene changed. They came to a grey world. Boom. As Moer and Anohanalai walked out, the door behind them also closed and disappeared. Neither of them cared about these. Anohanalai came here for the first time, so he focused on the scene in front of him. There was an endless brown land here, and the color was like rusty iron. The cold wind in the air was swirling and blowing, making a humming sound, like a crow crowing. Not far away. You can also see a river, as if the color of ink was stained in the water. The mighty river was unknown in length, and its width was hundreds of meters. Is this the Yellow Spring? What is this? Anohanaretsu looked at the desolate scene in front of her, stretched out a hand to feel the air, and was a little surprised. Because she could feel the thin spiritual power spreading around. Does the Yellow Spring world have spiritual power? In the present world, Anohanaretsu belongs to only herself and Moer. She has never felt the existence of spiritual power in other places. Now she was still quite surprised to suddenly discover it here. Let's go. I'll take you to see this special world. Looking at Anohanaretsu's thoughtful look, Moer smiled. Then he pulled her away and began to visit this desolate world. And Anohanaretsu also snuggled beside him to watch this special world together. Although this world is not a qualified tourist attraction. But for Anohanaretsu, it doesn't matter what scenery you see when you stay with him. It would be better if he could be less irritating. Time passed slowly. Mare pulled Anohanaretsu to look at the scene of the underworld. They were very fast. As they walked, they arrived at another place like a flash, which was several miles or dozens of miles away. In the process, they also witnessed the desolate scene here. Here. There is the endless brown land, the underworld river and the grey fog that can be seen everywhere. Besides that, there is almost nothing else. Of course, the most important local specialty here is the soul. They can also see the grey fog rolled into a ball from time to time. This is what people in the world look like after death. After death, their souls float unconsciously in this world. Blown by the wind of the underworld, the color is slowly fading. Ordinary souls that come to the underworld will not last for a few years before they turn into nutrients for this world. If they accidentally fall into the river of the underworld, they will enjoy a flying speed and die instantly. But people are different. The souls of those powerful people in the world are different. They were extremely powerful in their lives, which was the embodiment of their powerful souls. After death, they will not dissipate so easily in this world. If they are the top powerful people in the past sea, they can basically last for hundreds of years. As long as they are not unlucky enough to fall into the Yellow Spring River. These are things that Moer understood after he first came to the Yellow Spring through Ryomen. The Yellow Spring here does not have a complete structure of reincarnation. It can only be regarded as a shelter for souls, and then use the souls of the world as nutrients to nourish and maintain the existence of this special world. For Moer who entered the Yellow Spring, this Yellow Spring is a very useful testing ground. He had laid out a little before. Until now. The time is ripe. He came here to complete the last step. I don't know how much time has passed. Moer brought Mao's Hiwalai to the only strange scene in this world. On this boundless desolate land, there is a building that is out of place. It is a building that looks like a palace and looks like white jade. There is also a huge cylinder in the center of this building. There is no gap and it looks like it is closed. Everything here emits a faint white light, which is so dazzling in the desolate and gloomy world. Where is this? Seeing the scene in front of her, Anohanaretsu looked at Moer who brought her here and asked. She could feel that the spiritual power here has reached an unprecedented height in this world. Or, the origin of the spiritual power in this world is this location. Here. You will know soon. Moer and Anohanaretsu played a riddle. The next second, they appeared in the cylinder in the center of this building. In this cylinder with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, there is also a building, and it is divided into several floors. Now, Moer and his friends have come to the top floor here. Without waiting for Anohanaretsu to take a good look, a charming and gentle voice came into her ears. Momo, you are finally here. It took me so long to come. I am so lonely. Momo? Anohanalai only felt 3 question marks on her head. Then she looked to the side. A beautiful woman with shiny and smooth black hair floated out from behind Moer. The soft and white jade arms were wrapped around Moer's neck. The whole person was hanging directly on Moer's body, and her face was rubbing against Moer's face, like a cat. So, who is this guy? Looking at the woman in front of her who was not as beautiful as the world, looking at her black hair that was scattered behind her and almost fell to the ground. Anohanalai only felt that the crisis was greatly increased. Chapter 404 The Existence of Spirit, Her Tolerance. Mr. Moer, who is this woman? She calls you so intimately. Can you introduce her to me? At this time, Anohanalai held Moer's hand and squeezed it, saying with a fake smile on her face. Moer seemed to be able to see a number sign flashing on her forehead. It's Xiaolai. Sorry, I only had Momo in my eyes just now, and I accidentally ignored you. Thank you for taking care of my Momo, Xiaolai. Anohanalai's voice made the beautiful woman break away from the fun of having her face close to Moer. She seemed a little confused, and apologized to Anohanalai very gently. The eyes looking at Anohanalai seemed to be filled with endless stars, deep and beautiful. It was also like a black hole, with a strong attraction that attracted people's hearts and minds to indulge in it. But even with such an intoxicating look, Anohanalai couldn't feel comfortable. She felt angry. Xiaolai? This woman is the first time I've met her. Are you so familiar with her? What do you mean by my MOMO? She's like an outsider. And why are you taking advantage of her when you can just talk? In Anohanaretsu's vision, this woman is still taking advantage of Moer when she greets him. Her slender fingers slide and caress Moer's cheek. Seeing that Anohanaretsu's anger value is accumulating, Moer reaches out and pinches the jade hand that is playing tricks on his face to prevent this woman who is hugging him from behind from making trouble. Then he smiles apologetically at Anohanaretsu. Xiaolai, let me introduce her to you. This is my Zanpakuta Reiji. You can call her Rei. You have seen her before, but she hadn't materialized yet. Moer's Zanpakuta? No wonder it feels so familiar. Doesn't he already have a Zanpakuta like hers? Why does he need to get another one? Or, why is the sword spirit of his Zanpakuta a woman? Okay. After all the twists and turns, Anohanaretsu is actually most concerned about this. This is actually understandable. When creating the spirit, Mel wanted to maximize the ability of this Zanpakuta. It took until the level of the Curse of Evil and the Emperor engine was upgraded to SS level. At this time, Mel started to create his own Zanpakuta after he had more knowledge and power. At this time, he was able to influence the gender of his Zanpakuta. To be honest, when he could choose, Mare would naturally choose the opposite sex who was pleasing to the eye. Ling's jade arms stretched out from Moer, and Moer only felt that the pair of giant objects pressing on his back had escaped. Ling's figure floated directly in front of him from behind. The whole white ancient-style outfit, plus a purple outer robe with golden patterns. With her long black hair like a waterfall. It looks magnificent, mysterious, and charming. Bang! This time Ling didn't hug from behind, but rushed forward from the front. The impact directly made Moer take a few steps back. The right hand holding the palm of Anohana's left hand also slipped out. He. That's it, I am Momo's Zanpakuta, and Momo and I are one. Ling's voice was extremely gentle, like the sea that embraces everything, with a deep affection that cannot be dissolved. Her whole body was slightly suspended, her arms were around Moer's neck, and her whole body was pressing on Moer with a pair of amazing weights. Moer could only reach out and hold her, and picked her up like a princess. A strange fragrance surrounded Moer's nose. Sometimes it smelled like orange, sometimes it smelled like osmanthus, and all kinds of fragrances blended together and bloomed one after another. This is the smell of nature. It is also Ling's own unique smell. Her smell was born for Moer, and she can almost show any smell he wants. Its essence is the regulation of her own natural breath, and it is also the proof of her connection with him. It's just that. How can you throw your own Zanpakuto into other different spaces? It's really too much. Momo. Moer looked at Ling, who was close at hand. She pouted her red lips and looked like she was about to comfort her, which was also a little funny. Don't I come to see you every day? How can that time be enough? I miss you all the time. How can you bear it? Ling rolled her eyes charmingly, and then stroked Moer's cheek with her slender white fingers, and kept acting coquettishly. Her eyes were still charming, and her pupils were like obsidian gems with waves. Okay, I will increase the time to see you in the future. If it doesn't work, I will use the power of time. Now we still have to do business. Moer could already see that Anohanaretsu's face was black, and the black air it exuded looked very scary. Hehe, of course, I can't wait. As long as it's done, Momo and we can. Ling, who had already received Moer's affirmative answer, had a gentle smile on her face. Her eyes looked at Moer as if there was an inexplicable meaning. Da-da-da. Moer walked back to Anohanaretsu's side. Putting down Ling in the princess's arms, Ling didn't cling to him anymore. Instead, she looked at Anohanaretsu, who was not far away. Hehe, it seems that you finally remembered me. I thought I was invisible. Moer Jun. Sorry. Xiaolai, as compensation, you can come to me more often in the future. I know a lot of Momo's preferences, hehe. The spirit floated to the side of Anohanaretsu, stretched out her hand to hold Anohanaretsu's face, and spoke intimately and gently. She exuded a friendly aura, and her mysterious pupils were addictive. So that Anohanaretsu couldn't help but lose his mind. Is that so? Then I'll bother you then. But please don't do such a thing. We are not so familiar with each other now. Anohanaretsu looked at the pure person in front of him, and his anger dissipated a lot. The smiling face on his face was not so cold. After all, the other party was Moer's Zanpakuta, and she really didn't need to be jealous of a Zanpakuta. Besides, the other party had no hostility towards her at all. If she was fussy about it, wouldn't it make her look too petty? He. I have a feeling that we will definitely be very familiar with each other in the future. Seeing that Anohanaretsu stretched out his hand to push away her palm, Ling didn't care at all. She naturally had no hostility towards Anohanaretsu. What Moer liked was what she liked, whether it was people or things. So, she also showed great tolerance towards Anohanaretsu. She tolerated everything about Moer, no matter what he wanted to do. Then let's get ready. Seeing that Anohanaretsu's anger was not so strong, Moer started the business this time. He took Anohanaretsu and Ling to the center of the building. There, on a white jade-like round platform, a knife with a purple handle was inserted on it. Click! He stretched out his hand to pull out the knife, and the spirit next to him began to dissipate and flow into the knife. This was Moer's Zanpakuta. The spirit just now can only be regarded as an illusion, not a true manifestation. Because as a sword spirit, she needs to be inside the Zanpakuto to maximize the power of the Zanpakuto and maintain the huge spirit particles in this world. That is why she cannot really come out of the Zanpakuto, but can only come out in the form of an illusion. Chapter 405, Huangchuan Transformation, 4 Realms Differentiation. Now, with the arrival of Merle, the balance of spirit particles in this world has shifted from Zanpakuto to him. Next he was going to make a big move. Holding the Zanpakuta that was connected to his mind in his hand. The cold blade in his hand was very gentle in his eyes, and he reached out and stroked it slightly. This Zanpakuta was created with a lot of his efforts. Its ability was born after he penetrated the structure of material soul and spirit particle. The ability is actually very simple, which is to transform the material and soul of this world into spirit particle. This is the power to change the foundation of a world. Not long after the spirit was created, he placed her in this alien space to transform the structure here. Compared to transforming matter, it is easier for his Zanpakuta to transform this spiritual power. Up to now, an area of this alien space has been transformed. And at this time, Mel came with Anohanaretsu. It was the opportunity to transform this Huangchuan alien space. This opportunity is the upgrade of Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuta ability. Soon after the fight between Giada and Altria, Anohanaretsu went to the kingdom of Korti and fought with Altria in the name of sparring. That battle was also very shocking and huge. Because of this, she had accumulated tens of millions of reputation points, and her Zanpakuta was upgraded directly from S level to SS level. This level of Zanpakuta is a bit like the state of Ichigo's last Getsuga Tensho in the anime of Mel's previous life. It can return the Zanpakuta to itself. However, Ichigo's is a combination of many complex powers, while Anohanaretsu's is a pure Zanpakuta. It is difficult to say who is stronger. After Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuta became more powerful, Mare also made his Reiji further according to the reference. Such a spirit also has the ability to stabilize the new world. Xiao Lai, take a good look. Next, this power will change the world. Mare smiled at Anohanaretsu. The Zanpakuta in his hand also began to turn into white light and melt in his hand. Hearing what Moer said, Anohanaretsu also smiled. I'm really looking forward to it. Moer-kun. Looking at Anohanaretsu's smiling face, Moer reached out and stroked her face. Under his gentle touch, Anohanaretsu's cheeks began to turn slightly red. When her cheeks were slightly red, Moer chuckled and tidied a strand of her flowing hair. Then, let's start. As Moer's voice fell, with him as the center, the world began the prelude to change. The white light began to spread all around. First, this palace, then the desolate rust-like earth, the ink-like yellow spring river, and the countless souls whose consciousness stagnated and rolled into a ball. At this moment, the endless light was vast and majestic, reaching the sky and the earth. The white light penetrated the entire yellow spring world. Click! Click! Moer's thoughts began to turn. The entire yellow springs world began to change. Boom! Boom! The huge yellow springs world, which is almost comparable to the modern pirate planet. It was divided into 4 spaces by endless power. 4 new worlds began to form. 2 large and 2 small. Buzz! The 2 smaller worlds began to be transformed by Mel. On one of the worlds, buildings and walls began to be built in its center. Rows of houses and streets were spotless, white and bright. The sky became blue, and there were white clouds. Here, the sun and moon of the modern world can be projected. This was constructed based on the general appearance of the Soul Society in Mel's memory. And this world will be named Soul Society by him. In another part of the world, pieces of white sand quickly grew, and strange dry trees began to grow. There is a barren ground like a white desert and dead trees made of quartz everywhere. It is night all day long, with only one moon hanging in the sky. This is the Hueco Mundo made by Merle. Boom! I don't know how long it took. The 2 smaller worlds were transformed, and they began to fit in with Merle's position. The area where Merle was located was also torn into a high-rise, forming a small alien space. Wandering in the spatial structure of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. This alien space is called the Soul King Palace by Merle. As for the other 2 large areas, one is still the rusty land and the yellow spring river that is stained with ink color. It still looks grey and has not changed. This place will continue to be the yellow spring, guiding the souls of the world to come here. When the soul comes here, the floating thin spirit particles in the yellow spring will select those souls that are more suitable for transforming spirits. Then these souls will be initially transformed and sent to Soul Society or Hueco Mundo according to their inclinations. As for why not all of them are transformed, the reason is also very simple. Moer hopes to diversify the treatment of souls. Although the spirit particle system is more suitable for souls, it does not mean that souls must use this system. For now, the demons caused by Ryomen Sukuna do not need to add spirit particles. System. Even after the death of the demons, if the soul is not annihilated, the negative energy can still be used as the core of cultivation. Similar to this is Hisoka's thoughts. Orochimaru's own ability of the phantom beast, Giada's beast, the magic factor of the essence of the blood ancestor, etc. The mystery of their power is enough to touch the realm of the soul. So, Mare will not put all souls into the system of the spirit particle. For this reason, another measure taken by Mel is another area of the same size as the new Huangchuan. This area was named the Underworld by Mel. Under the power of Mel, the original environment of the underworld, which was the same as Huangchuan, began to change. Mountains, lakes, rivers, plants, etc. I don't know how long it took. The underworld began to be completely different from Huangchuan. It has mountains, rivers, lakes, trees, etc., all of which are also constructed with the pure soul of this world. This world seems to be no different from the present world except that it is darker and there are no creatures. This is the underworld. It will be a twin with the new Huangchuan. It will accommodate soul species forged by various systems, and in the future it will be a hodgepodge world. Boom! As the light that reaches the sky slowly dissipates, everything returns to peace. Huangchuan, which is completely imperceptible in the present world. It is redivided into 4 overlapping different worlds. Soul Society and Hueco Mundo and Hades and Huangchuan. Soul Society and Hueco Mundo have the smallest areas. Hades and Huangchuan are 100 times larger than them. After all, in the future, the underworld may divide into new soul worlds. Those will be worlds that are different from the spirit worlds such as Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, and can be said to be soul worlds of various new systems. So, in the case of this possibility, Mare naturally made the area of the underworld very large. As for Huangchuan, as the home of all souls in the present world, it must be large. Buzz buzz buzz. As Mel's mind was withdrawn, white light floated from his body, and his Zanpakuto was gathered again. Crack! The sword was inserted back into the jade table by Moer. This world transformation has also come to an end. Chapter 406 Captain General and Leader of Squad 0, Anohanaretsu, come to my arms quickly. He. Done, it's amazing, Momo. At this time, the pretty lady in the Zanpakuto appeared again. This time, the sword spirit of Ling came out directly from the Zanpakuto. Because the fourfold world division constructed by Moer is more exquisite. In addition, the alien space called the Soul King Palace where Moer is located has also been built by Moer with a lot of power to amplify and maintain balance. Therefore, Ling himself is at least freed from the Zanpakuto. Bang! Looking at her throwing herself into Moer's arms, Anohanaretsu, who was originally amazed, twitched slightly. She couldn't help but say something. Being too clingy is not pleasing, and can you address Moer-kun in a more normal way? Ling, who was floating on Moer's body, heard what Anohanaretsu said, and looked at Anohanaretsu slightly, but her hands did not let go of Moer's neck. She still nestled in his arms. She rubbed her face against Moer's face for a few times, and Moer could feel the soft and tender touch and the fascinating body fragrance lingering around his nose. Well, he thought this kind of clinginess was quite pleasing. Hee, Xiaolai. Ling's voice was lazy, a bit like the laziness of a sloth. But Momo and I are one, isn't it normal to cling to him? And doesn't Momo enjoy it too? If you can do this, I believe he will be very happy too. Hearing Ling's words, Anohanaretsu's forehead was covered with black lines. Who wants to be like her? Even if he really would be happy, well, it's not impossible. Anohanaretsu's mind turned. Although she was moved, it was still difficult for her to do it. After all, that kind of behavior was not in line with her personality and behavior. Ling looked at the woman in front of her who exuded the aura of a strong woman, and a hint of desire flashed in her eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Seeing this scene, Daoling still had some potential for being a sinister person. As for the name, in Moer's calm eyes, Ling's white fingers were holding his face. Momo, do you think you should change it? Should I call you master? Or darling, or husband? She stretched out a hand and smiled, with a charming smile on her face, and the light in her pupils seemed to drip. Or daddy. Whatever the name is, it's fine. I can satisfy any desire of Momo, whether it's role-playing or anything else, as long as you want. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu next to him felt speechless. At the same time, he was very afraid of this woman. This woman was so difficult and bold. How could Moer resist such a beautiful woman who said such things? Okay, you little guy, stop making trouble. Moer tapped Ling's head. Ling was a little disappointed. Momo, I'm not a kid anymore. You have to think of me as I used to be. The gentle and charming lovely pink cheeks pout, with a very dissatisfied look on her face. Looking at Ling's somewhat angry feeling, Moer also felt a little funny. Ling is a Zanpakuta that he has been involved in creating for the most part, which is somewhat special. At the beginning, her sword spirit image is a cute black-haired little loli. Usually, he calls her master in his mind. When her power expands rapidly in a short period of time later, she becomes a girl again. At first, she doesn't call her master but darling and sometimes husband. And now she has become a dignified and gentle image, and she is directly called Momo. Usually, she likes to say witty words like "come to my arms quickly." She grows too fast. To be honest, it's only been nearly 2 months now. Although she is indeed much more mature, since he broke the spell with one sentence, it means that this maturity still needs to grow. I know. Moer nodded perfunctorily. Then he set his sights on Anohanaretsu. Just now he had passed on to her the general information about the 4 realms after Huangkan's transformation in the Soul King Palace. Xiao Lai, please serve as the Captain-in-Chief of Soul Society in the future. And also the leader of Squad 0. Mayor said so. For now, the entire Soul Society is indeed an empty shell, and the 0 Division is newly established. However, the Soul Society will quickly replenish its members. There are already many spirits in the Soul Society. Those spirits are a little confused when they first get rid of the state of confusion, but they will quickly get into the state. Because Mayor has given guidance to the Soul Society, those spirits will know that they have entered a place similar to heaven. And there are still spiritual puppets created by him with ghost ways in the Soul Society, acting as temporary workers. To quickly absorb members and build the structure of the Soul Society. There are many people in the pirate world with strong souls. After they come to the Soul Society, they can quickly transform and form a qualified combat force. You can get on the right track quickly. Of course, Huang Chuan did not collect the souls of some powerful people who have left a long legend in the world into the Soul Society. Those are related to another interesting thing. As for Hueco Mundo, it is the law of the jungle. There, the hollows themselves have the instinct to devour. However, Mayor still gave the hollows a choice. That is a kind of high spiritual power collection in Hueco Mundo, which can be named as a virtual crystal. The virtual crystals will be scattered in various locations in Hueco Mundo. If those rational hollows can suppress their own brutality and devouring instincts, and do not devour other hollows but constantly look for virtual crystals to devour. Then if they eat a lot of virtual crystals, they don't have to experience the chaotic state of too many souls like Jillian. Instead, they maintain a pure state to increase their strength, and finally they can directly advance to the level of Ashokas. As for Vastod, it still depends on their qualifications. How dare I not agree to Mr. Mel's arrangement? Anohanaretsu continued Mel's words. Then it's decided. You can come to the Spirit King Palace more often to communicate with the spirits in the future. Moer looked at Anohanalai and smiled brightly. Hehe, now that we're done talking, let's get down to business. Ling, who was standing next to him, looked at Anohanalai gently, and that look made her feel a little uneasy. Sorry. Xiaolai, this is my first time after all, so I'll ask you to go out for a while. Without waiting for Anohanalai to speak, she disappeared directly in the palace the next second. Hehe. I finally waited for this moment. After sending Anohanalai away, Ling's white fingers began to quickly pull at Moer's clothes, and Moer found that look a little funny. She couldn't help but reach out and hold her hand. What? Momo, don't play tricks. Ling looked at him pitifully. What a drama queen. Ling. Hearing Moer's words, Ling's originally pitiful face changed and became charming. She smiled gently, her black pupils were shining, as if they had stars all over the sky. Momo, don't you like it? We are a natural match. Swoosh. The space changed, and the two appeared in a secret and gorgeous room nearby. 2.4 She dropped her outer robe and untied her belt. The waterfall-like black hair fluttered, setting off her charm very attractively, and her delicate feet stepped on the red blanket. Momo, we can finally be together as intimately as possible. Spirit King Palace. Anohanaretsu looked at the huge stone pillar-like building suspended in the air. She was completely confused. So, she came here to guard the door. Hoo. Anohanaretsu stood in the depths of the Omotesando. This is a huge roundabout, and above her head is a building called the Soul King's Great Inner Palace. At this moment, Anohanaretsu only felt that crows were flying above her head. Sure enough, she shouldn't have expected too much. He also gave her time to accompany this woman more. Why doesn't he live here 24 hours a day? That guy, when he comes out, she must make him look good. Anohanaretsu took a few deep breaths to calm down and thought silently. Chapter 407 The Falling Black Light Scroll, Hisoka's Horrifying Declaration. 4 days later. The sky is clear. On an island in the Grand Line, the people living here are waving. They are working hard with sweat. Some of the fields here were flooded by the tide caused by the natural disaster in the previous world. They are repairing it. Every household looks very hard-working. On the coast of the island, there are sporadic boats floating. That is the residents of the island going out to sea to fish. The harvest of the fields is expected to decrease a lot this year, and many residents of the island also start to go out to sea to fish at this time. Even if the weather on the Grand Line is very bad, it may change at any time, which is very unfriendly to the fishermen who go out. But in order to survive the next year in the future, people began to store pickled products on a large scale, with fish being the most popular. After all, this world is a world of the sea. Even if there is a disaster, at least those who dare to go to the sea can still make a living. Of course, that is for fishermen with boats. If there is no boat, even fishermen who risk their lives can become the envy of the island. On this day that is not much different from usual. A young man sat on the coast and looked at the fishing boats in the distance, feeling a little bored. He picked up a stone on the ground and threw it toward the distant sea. How boring! Such a monotonous life. Looking at the stone that bounced a few times on the sea and fell into the sea, he had a look of boredom on his face. Suddenly, his face froze. Because on the reflected sea surface, he saw black light shining. He looked up at the sky suddenly. The sky was clear. Within his field of vision, countless black paper rolls emitting a circle of black light fell from the sky. What are those? He had an incredible look on his face. Until a black paper roll fell in front of him, he subconsciously reached out to catch it. After he caught the black paper, the black light circle dissipated. A teasing voice also lingered in his ears. People from all over the world, today I will give you a gift, the key to open the door to power. When you receive this gift, whether it is fear or joy, whether it is hesitation or excitement, it doesn't matter. The bell of the times has rung, do whatever you want. Whether it is dragging the nobles underground or persecuting others, whether it is practicing your own dreams or trampling on the dreams of others, whether it is to plunder wealth or to guard wealth. Fame, power, wealth, as long as you have power, everything is not a problem. The world is the law of the jungle, and the strong dominate everything. Now, the key to the strong is in your hands. Will this world become prosperous? Or will it fall into endless struggle? This is really a curious thing. Then, let you show it to me. Weak people. This game called the law of the jungle. As the last sentence fell into the ears of this young man, in his face of horror, the paper in his hand shattered and dissipated, and countless dense knowledge rushed into his mind. The secrets of physical skills, the 3 colors of haki, armament haki, and conqueror haki, etc. slowly unfolded in his eyes. Detailed, too detailed. 6 styles, armament haki, observation haki. He had a splitting headache, but his eyes seemed to be shining. Hoo. Time passed slowly, and soon the knowledge was reflected in his memory. He panted heavily, but with a wonderful expression on his face, he suddenly opened his hands towards the sky. Ha ha ha, this is the world of the strong. Finally, it's not boring anymore. Sabayati Archipelago. Number 13, Syaki Blackmail Bar. The Pluto Rayleigh, who lived in seclusion here, walked out of the tavern and looked at the countless black light scrolls covering the Sabayati Archipelago in the sky. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black scroll that floated past him. After a while, with a shocked expression on his face, he began to mutter. It's incredible, that man really did something incredible, the world is going to change dramatically, a dramatic change that will sweep everyone. Gulp. Gulp. Rayleigh poured the bottle of wine in his hand into his mouth, and some wine flowed out from the corner of his mouth, soaking his clothes. Roger, it's a pity that you're not here. East China Sea. Above a sea area. There is a small and simple pirate ship on the sea area, and a red-nosed young man is looking at the black light scroll in the sky. The faces collapsed. Damn it! Who is doing this? If this goes on, I won't be able to beat ordinary people and I'm done, so what's the point of being a pirate? The pirate named Buggy covered his head with both hands and yelled in a somewhat collapsed state. After a while, he finally calmed down and made up his mind. It seems that we have to work hard. Shanks has become famous all over the world. I can't fall behind that guy. At least, I can't be defeated by ordinary people. He felt like crying at the end. Whose voice was that? This is such a bad thing. Now, his future pirate career will be very difficult. North Sea. In an underground base. A blonde young man opened his hands and started laughing. He is Doflamingo, a famous underground intermediary in the North Sea underground world. He leads the Don Quixote family and his code name is Joker. At this time, the man looked at the black light scroll falling from the sky with a fanatical smile on his face. Times are changing. Are those arrogant guys panicking now? Will this huge wave sweeping the world swallow them up? I am really looking forward to their expressions. Beside Doflamingo, Treble, Pica, Diamante and other people looked at the black light scroll in the sky with horror. Those black light scrolls represent the key of power. Especially Lao Ji, who has joined the family now, as a master of physical skills. Not to mention the other things recorded on the black light scroll, just talking about physical skills, the mysteries displayed in it can make him dazzled and shocked. If such knowledge spreads throughout the world, what will happen? It really makes people panic in this increasingly turbulent era. In addition, they have just contacted people in other areas. This sky full of black light scrolls is not only here, other places that can be contacted are available. That man can actually do such a thing, is he a god? West Sea. A certain country. An organization called the Revolutionary Army in the underground organization looked at the black light scroll in the sky. They were all very solemn, but most people were still happy. Because when everyone has military power, then, the upper-level military forces of the world government will not be able to easily suppress civilians. But will the world go crazy because of this? They don't know, and they can't stop the current situation. Even if they, in the torrent of this era, they can only go with the flow. All they can do is to work hard to lead those who have power in the future. Chapter 408 They can't do anything, the era of martial arts. Grand Line, New World. Above the sea area ruled by Whitebeard. A huge ship that looks like a white whale is Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. This ship now looks a bit shabby. Above it, Whitebeard, with circles of white bandages tied around his body, looked at the black light scroll in the sky. After a moment of solemnity, he began to laugh heartily. Gulala! That man is really unpredictable. He actually did such a thing this time. The world will go crazy. What an irresponsible guy. Looking at Whitebeard laughing heartily there, Malco watched his companions grab the black light scroll, with an indescribable shock on his face. In this vast ocean, except for their ships, there were no black scrolls falling in other places in the sea where there were no ships. If that man launched a big action against people all over the world, then how powerful is his perception? How could a person's observation color reach this level? Is that man a god? At this moment, Malco and some people who like to analyze will think about it and find it terrifying. However, compared to this, what Marco is more worried about is the next era. Even Marco feels that the knowledge is eye-opening and amazing. According to the above practice, you must be able to implement it seriously. Then, even ordinary people can gain good power. And the geniuses and even monsters buried in the world will stand out. There is no doubt that there will be an era of rampage next. Correspondingly, the strength of those pirates who go out to sea as pirates and those who are already pirates is also it will expand rapidly. Next, the pirate emperor of the New World will probably bear the brunt of the attack. Marco looked worried. Just the day before yesterday. The Scarlet Queen found them. Then the Whitebeard pirates were defeated. The opponent did not use the dragon-like creature, nor did they fight in person. It was just a monster that suddenly appeared like a mermaid, beautiful but with terrible power. A circle of thousands of meters high sea curtain surrounded them. Although Dad tried his best to block the falling tsunami, but he could not resist the ability to control the sea. If it weren't for the fact that Dad had forced himself to attack the Scarlet Queen with moon steps for the safety of the ship and everyone's lives, their ship would have sunk long ago. However, although he saved everyone, Dad himself didn't last long before being sunk into the sea by the enemy. The ability to control the sea at will is a rogue on the vast ocean. And they, the sons, could only watch their father sink to the bottom of the sea, and the feeling of powerlessness made them feel more and more weak. Now, the world is about to fall into a big change again. The future crisis will only get bigger and bigger. You need to become stronger. We can't let Dad fight alone anymore. His body. Marco looked at Whitebeard's body with a flash of worry in his eyes. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters Marineford. Many high-ranking generals of the Navy walked out of their offices or residences. At this time, they looked at each other. With unspeakable shock in their eyes, they knew that things were getting serious. Evil King Hisoka, that man is so reckless. Marine Admiral Kong looked at the Navy who touched the falling black light scroll off the field. With a heavy look on his face. What a terrible feat, that man is an extremely evil person in the age of shock, and the future direction of the entire world will become unimaginable. For Kong, compared with the power that Hisoka has shown now, what he is doing now makes him tremble with fear. If everyone has military power, then people's hearts will be ready to move. That man is spreading the seeds of sin to the world and to people's hearts. People with power will not be content with the status quo, and people pursuing ambition will open the abyss of desire. Even people who are not engulfed by desire will rise up and resist because they have power. Such a result will plunge the world into endless wars. So, did that man do such a thing on a whim again? What a sinful man! I hope that the existence of King can be the last bottom line to limit the madness of the world. Sora thought heavily as he looked at the ecstatic faces of the middle and lower level navy. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mary Gosa. How dare he! How dare he! At this time, the 5 elders in Pangu City watched a black scroll from the building like an invisible object passing through the sky and floating in front of their eyes. They no longer delved into this strange phenomenon. Now the 5 elders, who are at the highest power in the world government, have rare gaffes on their faces. The reason is very simple. What Xisuo is doing now is not much different from digging up their roots. The difficulty of ruling people with power and those without power is completely different. People with power will easily get angry when oppressed. Their threshold of enduring oppression will be greatly reduced. This is something they will never allow. Besides that, there are many disadvantages. There are so many people in the world. If only 1/10 of the people try to practice cultivation, according to such detailed knowledge, it is difficult to estimate the number of strong people who will appear in the future. You know, there are many people who have the potential to become top strong people. But if they don't explore it, there is a high probability that they are not much different from ordinary people. Not all monsters are different from ordinary people from the beginning. There are also many who are no different from ordinary people from the beginning. If they don't practice, they are no different from ordinary people. They may live a life of ordinary life, old age, sickness, and death. But now Hisoka's key directly takes the most difficult step. Those guys will definitely try 1 or 2 even to deal with the terrible waves in the future. As long as you try, you will find that there is another way to live in the world. This is naturally a good thing for them, but it is not a good thing for the world government and the 5 elders. In addition, there are ordinary people, whether ordinary people with power will be dedicated to production, whether the social structure will undergo unknown or bad changes. It can be predicted that all aspects of the entire human society industry will be greatly affected. Resources are also a problem. You must know that the improvement of power can consume a lot of resources. If everyone pursues power, it may not be obvious now. Wait until the time is long enough. Resource shortages in the future are likely to happen. Various disadvantages. In the eyes of the 5 elders, Xisuo's behavior is just nonsense, and he does not care about the behavior of other evil people at all. Although they are not good people either. But now that things have come to this, they can only go with the flow. Now they can't do anything. Death Island. In the center of this island, In the cold and dark palace, Hisoka sat high on the throne. He rested his hand on his face with a teasing smile on his face. Next, let's make this world more interesting. Outside the palace. Did that man do such a thing? Did he surpass Roger? Devil's descendant Barrett looked a little confused, and then he was sure in his heart. Ha 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 ha. An unimaginable feat, this is really a world-shaking event that will be remembered from ancient times to the present. Master Hisoka's words and actions triggered the tide of the times. The times have changed. Ha 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 ha, I would like to call it the Great Era of Martial Arts, and Master Hisoka's words are named the Great Declaration of Martial Arts. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Morgan's bird head looked at the palace with a fanatical look. Times have changed. What will happen in the future? I am really looking forward to it. Ruskana Island. Mare sat on the stone house. His eyes turned a blind eye to the black light scroll in the sky, and his deep gaze seemed to reflect the whole world. The era of martial arts? Interesting. He retracted his gaze from somewhere. He focused on the system. Just yesterday, his system had already given feedback. The time for the next opening of new clones. 2 years? It doesn't matter. What changes will happen in the world during this period? He waited and saw. P.S. This chapter is the end of Volume 1. Thank you readers who can see this. Thank you for your support. Next, Volume 2 will continue. I can't make too many promises on this website. I can only say that I will do my best. I hope everyone can continue to support me. It's a bit shameless to say this at such a young age, hehe. Chapter 409 The World Situation 2 years later, the era of gods and major churches. The world is in turmoil. 2 years later. Ruskana Island. Mare walked casually in the silent ancient forest. The wind blew gently, and the green leaves covered with dew rustled. The crystal dew flew across the sky, soaking the land with the smell of fresh gorillas. Da-day. With the last footsteps falling. He stopped and looked at the sky. 2 years have passed. The system is really on time. Mel thought leisurely at this time. After 2 years. Mare's system finally regained its sense of existence, and now he has 10 clones again. Now. It's time for him to create a clone again. Bang. Mare sat down casually on a mossy stone. 2 years, it really took a lot of time. He thought while opening the clone mall. Since the era of traditional martial arts was opened, there are still many interesting things on the sea. The situation in the whole world has changed a lot. The most noteworthy of these is probably the gods that people are paying attention to nowadays. Soon after Hisoka opened the era of traditional martial arts, he and Orochimaru had a duel. That battle. It was also earth-shattering. Well, in fact, it was mainly Orochimaru who fought earth-shatteringly. After all, Hisoka's power is mainly concentrated in the field of consciousness, and ordinary people can't see any movement when he usually takes action. So, it can be said that Orochimaru was the most eye-catching in that battle. At the beginning, Hisoka used the world of consciousness to pull Orochimaru in to close the door and fight the snake. 873. It's a pity. The power of Orochimaru's ability, the Phantom Beast Yamata no Orokai, has reached the SS level. At this level, his Phantom Beast power has been completely immersed in his soul. It can be said that even in Hisoka's home court, as long as Orochimaru defends seriously, it is still very difficult to defeat him in a short time. Wait until later. Orochimaru survived Hisoka's ultimate move. After coming to the real world, it became Orochimaru's home court. Although Hisoka himself has many abilities, he is still not as good as Orochimaru's ability to attack with 8 heads at the same time. It is also thanks to Hisoka's ability that he has various immunity to damage, and his survivability is fully maximized. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would probably be beaten to doubt their lives. The two fought to the end. Orochimaru also used his ultimate move in reality. The end of the 8-headed flash. At that time, Orochimaru released a terrifying black light wave, sweeping across the sea in the form of water waves. Almost all of the hemisphere centered on the place where Orochimaru and Hisoka fought could be seen. Some high mountains that were too high and close to their battle were directly swept over, and the places swept were directly turned into ashes. Those who built buildings on the high ground were in big trouble. The thickness of the swept mountain was directly lost by hundreds of meters, and the top of the mountain fell directly because of the hollow, and basically all the people were gone. The luckiest place here is the Holy Land of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent. The Red Earth continent was originally high, but due to their distance from the place where Orochimaru fought. So because of the arc of the planet's horizon, the dark light wave also passed over the head of the world government. Many celestial dragons only realized afterwards that they had saved their lives. The battle ended with both sides once again in a draw. After this battle, Orochimaru and Hisoka were deified. Orochimaru was given the title of Yamata no Okamai, and Hisoka was given the title of the God of Extreme Evil. Morgans declared that the world had entered a new era, that is, the era of gods. After that, there were conflicts between the various clones. Among them, Garda and Esteth had a great battle. Although Esteth was defeated in the end, but her ice almost froze half of the planet's sea, which triggered a lot of chain reactions and influences. After that, Ano and Aretsu also came to fight Garda for this reason. Because of their battle, the whole world has a lot of influence. Now, the whole world assumes that the age of gods has arrived. Currently, except for Iora Yagamai, who is too Buddhist and has no development in addition to the divine power, most of the clones have been worshipped as gods by the world. One of the results caused by this is the advent of another era. That is the era of religion. At first, due to the influence of the great era of martial arts and the influence of several previous world wars, the miracle land of Korti, led by the miracle king Artoria, originally took in the famine victims in the surrounding areas and became more and more dazzling. During this period, the miracle land, which is believed to be favored by the gods, continued to show miracles. The Vani Islands where the Korti kingdom is located began to change. The islands are expanding and growing, and new land has been born. And the newly grown land can bear fruits overnight when crops are planted for the first time. Although it only happened once. But this situation is very exciting. Because this is a miracle, and more than that, the weather around the Korti kingdom has become very pleasant, with good weather and good harvests. These are actually influenced by Xiaojin, who accompanies Artoria. She has the power of hope to do this. She began to play the role of a god in this country. In addition to helping Artoria develop the country, she found it interesting. Her intervention enabled the kingdom of Korti to accept more disaster victims and poor people. In a short period of time, the population of the kingdom of Korti directly expanded to millions. And the kingdom of Korti also donated food to many countries in need. The people who came to the land of miracles thanked the country. They began to believe in the gods of the land of miracles spontaneously. Finally, a religion evolved in a short period of time. The Church of Holy Light was born in the kingdom of Korti. Balo Betty, one of the 12 holy knights of the kingdom of Korti, a girl with short purple hair, served as the head of the church. With the establishment of the Church of Holy Light, after a conflict, Artoria fought a battle with Esteth, who was already the title of the ice goddess at that time. In this battle, Artoria defeated Esteth. Artoria also got the nickname of the God of Radiance and the Near God. The chain reaction caused by this, churches such as the Demon Worship Cult, the Ice God Cult, the Blazing Sun Cult, the Eight-Headed Cult, the Extreme Evil Cult, and the Chaos Cult began to emerge one after another. Therefore, what Morgans called the Great Age of Religion began to arrive. The situation in the entire world became more and more complicated. In addition to the gods and many churches, there are also two organizations worth noting in this sea. The Hunter Association. Due to the influence of the Great Age of Martial Arts, the military strength of people around the world began to rise. In addition, the magic power sprinkled all over the world began to show more and more clear changes, and various abnormal races began to appear. At that time, the kingdom led by Altria, who was already called a near god, began to focus on the hunter, a neutral profession. Pioneeringly proposed and formed new institutional rules, and established a loose organization such as the Hunter Association. It is hoped that the Hunter Association can restrain civilians everywhere and contribute to the balance of the world. The world government also joined in, because it is good for civilian strongmen to be hunters instead of pirates. At the same time, through the temptation of power, the powerful registered hunters are lured and conquered. Therefore, the Hunter Association is formed by the participation of multiple forces. The Land of Miracles, Zixiang led by Chaos Goddess Giada, the World Government, Dark Curtain, and other underground organizations headed by Morgans began to form together. The Hunter Association spread all over the world began to unfold. A few months after the Hunter Association was launched, another organization was initiated by the World Government. The Magic Pattern Association. This world has people with the magic power of the demons. The magic pattern users who have abilities after forming magic patterns are the targets of the world government. Although it is advocated by the world government, but it needs to share with other super forces. For example, Chaos Goddess Giada, who turned Zihai into a back garden and gave it the name of Zixiang, the Chaos Realm of the Night Empire under her command commands the entire Zixiang. The world government cannot avoid the Chaos Realm if it wants to promote the Magic Pattern Association in Zihai. The same is true for the Dark Curtain in the South China Sea. The North Sea is a group of scoundrels who directly rely on the support of the Dark Curtain. It is difficult to deal with this group of local snakes. Due to the chaos in the West Sea, the Revolutionary Army directly evacuated the West Sea and headed towards the East Sea. Now there are unstable factors in the entire four seas. As for the New World, it goes without saying that it is very chaotic. The Grand Line also covers a large area of the Land of Miracles. In the end, it is difficult for the world government to act alone. So it is natural. The Magic Pattern Association is still carried out by multiple forces in cooperation. Of course, organizations like the Revolutionary Army cannot participate. Chapter 410 Aizen is born and goes to Soul Society, the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto. Avatar Mall. Haoyu, 25,000. Hoang Haki, 10,000. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, 20,000. Senin, 10,000. Kenboshin Haki, 10,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Looking at the ability of the clone Mall, Moer smiled lightly. Then he began to enter the familiar process. After a while, a man with brown shorts, a man with brown hair and brown eyes, wearing black framed glasses, and seemingly gentle appearance and eyes as gentle as the sun appeared. Looking at the man with a gentle smile in front of him, Moer also smiled back. Welcome to this world, Aizen and Akaru. Half a day later, the two appeared in the world of the dead, Soul Society. They came to the Mu Academy of Spiritual Arts. This school building is like a siege, with an outer wall surrounding the academy and separated by a gate. After arriving here, Moer took Aizen to an academic office and directly enrolled him. The Mu Academy of Spiritual Arts is the place where Soul Society's Soul Core teaches and cultivates Shinigami. The Shinigami it cultivates in the future have the opportunity to enter the current Godi I-13, the secret mobile team and the Kidashu. Speaking of this, we have to mention the development of Soul Society after Moer divided Huangchuan into 4 realms 2 years ago. The place Huangchuan was at the beginning when Moer divided for the time of the Yellow Spring. That vast and boundless dead world. Except for those strong men who have survived for hundreds of years, the souls of ordinary people can hardly survive for a few years under the wind of the Yellow Spring. That is to say, the number of souls remaining in the Yellow Spring at that time is the number of people who died in the present world in the past few years. If only people are counted and other creatures are not counted. This is compared with the population of the present world. How many people are there in the present world of pirates? In Mel's previous life, I saw a movie version of the red-haired diva saying that you'd have fan 80 trillion. To be honest, this number does not exist in this world at least. In this real world, the real population is about billions. In fact, most of these people are scattered on islands like stars. The death rate of the real population of pirates has reached an astonishing 15 to 20% every year. This is due to the riots in the Great Pirate Era, which led to the expansion of the population death rate. People in the real world need to give birth to more new lives so that the birth rate covers the death rate, so that the number of the real population can be balanced. This point is not mentioned. At that time, the number of souls stranded in the underworld exceeded 150 million. And every year, tens of millions of souls will continue to pour into the underworld. In such a large number in the soul. At that time, only hundreds of thousands of people entered the Soul Society. And there are tens of thousands of new spirits entering every year, which means the probability is about 1 in 1,000. These spirits killed by many souls will basically become death gods after they come to the Soul Society. There is no such thing as drifting souls, because only spirits can be drawn into the Soul Society. So, it is basically a foregone conclusion that they can become death gods. After becoming real death gods, the lifespan of most of the lower-level spirits will increase a lot, and they can basically live for hundreds of years. The number of death gods will continue to grow for hundreds of years in the future. At this rate, when the population of the Soul Society reaches a balance in the future, there will be tens of millions. This is a matter for the future. The current Soul Society has too many spirits that can become death gods. The original Mu Spiritual Academy simply cannot accommodate them. So, in addition to expansion, new branches were directly created. There are a total of 10 branches. Here is the main campus. The total number of students admitted by the main campus and the 10 branches is limited to several thousand each year. As for the rest of the new spirits, they all live as spirits on the streets around the Soul Society. There. The School of Death Gods will also be opened, but the quality of the teachers who taught in the past is hard to say. Many spirits have a sudden thought. They are not in a hurry to become death gods, but directly form gangs and start to do business. This world. Spirituals will also be thirsty and hungry. In this world, spiritual people also have needs, and where there are needs, there is a market. In addition to doing business, other people also quickly began to perform their duties, and according to their vague memories and experiences in the present world, they began to play their specialties. Then, the area around the Soul Society soon became like a city. The entire hierarchy of the Soul Society was also faintly revealed. Da-da-da. Walking in the corridor, Moer soon brought Eisen to the door of a classroom. He opened the door of the classroom. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared at him at once. Classmates, there is a new student joining the class today, please welcome him. It's Mr. Moer. Seeing Moer walk in with a strange man, the whole classroom was in an uproar. The reason is very simple. According to the usual practice, Moer would come to teach at least once a week. It was the day before yesterday since his last class. They would be surprised to come here at this time. Many people present looked at Moer with admiration, and some women inside looked like their eyes were shining, wishing their eyes were on Moer. In the eyes of the students of the Shin'u Spiritual Academy, he is the vice-captain of the 2nd Division of the Godai 13, and a legendary teacher. You know. Just the first the status is out of reach. In this world, the Godai 13 is the most elite force in Soul Society, and the number of people in each division is limited to 200. It's just one person for one job. Those who can study at the main and branch campuses of the Shin'u Academy are geniuses for the spirits living around the Soul Society. But there are too many geniuses. Especially in the first and second years, there are so many geniuses. Currently, to join the Godai 13, the most basic condition is to be able to release your Zanpakuta, that is, to learn Shikai. And this only means that you have a chance to join. Because now a lot of people are skipping grades in this 6-year academy. They plan to apply for graduation as soon as possible, and they will apply for graduation as soon as their Zanpakuta Shikai is released. Everyone is scrambling to join the Godai 13, fearing that they will not be able to enter if they are slow. Of course, only geniuses and confident people do this. But there will always be accidents. Sometimes the Zanpakuto's Shikai is unreasonable, and many people think that it can be successful but can't. After leaving the Shin'u Academy, you need great merit to join the Godai 13. Let's not talk about these for now. It is so difficult to join the Godai 13. It is even more difficult to become a vice-captain there. When you get there, it depends on your strength to become a vice-captain. Strength is one aspect, and the other aspect is the captain's inclination. In the eyes of those male students, in this case, Merle can sit firmly in the position of vice-captain. He is an unimaginable big man. And he is also a legend. The current captain was once a student he taught with all his heart. It was only half a year. The former captain Anohana Retsusama had high hopes and passed the position of captain to her. That girl, Cerulean, is the current captain of the 1st squad and the captain of the 3rd squad. She awakened the ice and fire type, the most recognized Zanpakuto, Hyaka Fenton, and also has the title of the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto. That terrifying Zanpakuta Sen that can freely control temperature. Chapter 411 Early Graduation Shock Soul Society, Meeting of Captains. A few days later, a shocking news from the Shin'u Academy spread to all directions. A new student named Eisen applied for early graduation after only a few days at the Shin'u Academy. Moreover, he completed the assessment perfectly. Even the examiners were shocked, as he scored the highest in the 4 slashing techniques of the Shinigami, white fighting, ghost way, and footwork. This news swept through the entire Soul Society like a tornado. The spirits and those who became Shinigami were shocked by such news. You should know that even the fastest graduate from the Shin'u Academy is the current Captain Cerulean, who graduated in more than 2 months at the Shin'u Academy. In addition, there are the current captains. The fastest among them is more than half a year. Because if you want to graduate early, there are very strict assessments. If it is a normal graduation, then the passing standard of the assessment is very low. And the low standard also means that it is difficult to enter the elite forces such as the God-13. There is no doubt. Those who want to graduate early are basically heading for the God-13, and it is daunting to enter with just one Zanpakuta reaching the Shikai. Now the student named Eisen has graduated in just a few days, and his grades have reached the highest level. It is simply a new high. It is hard to imagine what heights that man will reach in the future. When the Soul Society caused an uproar over the news of Eisen. The captain's meeting is being held in the office of the first team's dormitory. The captain's meeting is a meeting that only vice-captains and captains can participate in. At the door of the conference room, a very eye-catching Chinese character A is written on the door. Like the surrounding buildings, this conference room is also Japanese style, and the floor is still wooden. In the conference room, a huge old wooden long table is in the center of the conference room. Around the long table, the captains are sitting one after another. Currently, the God-13 either have a captain or a vice-captain who is acting as the captain temporarily. So all the 13 seats around the long table are occupied. Except for the 13 seats around the long table. There is a row of seats on each side of the long table, which is for the vice-captains to sit. That is the so-called listening in. Basically, the general vice-captains do not have much say unless they are strong enough. Coincidentally, the vice-captains of the God-13 are now very strong. The souls of the strong who have accumulated hundreds of years in Huangchuan, those who have persisted in Huangchuan Wind for hundreds of years. After the four realms are divided, they ushered in the dawn. Excluding some of the strong who were very famous in the history of the present world and were not accommodated, and some were absorbed by Hueco Mundo. There are still quite a few who came to Soul Society. And among them, those who died in the Huangchuan Wind in the past 100 years and suffered the least damage. Their souls are very powerful, and the speed of transforming into spiritual pressure in Soul Society is so fast. Compared with ordinary geniuses, they transform accumulation, while blank slate geniuses accumulate real things. The current situation is that the captains and vice-captains of Soul Society were all decent people in their lifetime. Only those with extremely strong strength and powerful souls can become captains or vice-captains in such a short time. And this kind of protection from the previous life can perhaps be called a genius with cheats. If they really start from scratch, even if they are geniuses, it will take a long time to accumulate. This mainly involves an important reason. That is, the time concept of spirits is different from that of the real world. Those geniuses in the real world may grow rapidly in strength in a few years or more than 10 years. But if it is a spirit, it will take 10 times as long to achieve the same level. This is caused by the completely different time concept of the immortal species and ordinary life. This time, I am calling you here mainly to discuss the admission of the genius Eisen who graduated early from the main school of the Shin-Ou Spiritual Academy. Solarin, the captain of the first team, who was sitting at the main seat at the end of the long table, opened her red lips and said the main matters of this captain's meeting. Now this girl with flaming red hair is more mature than 2 years ago. She was wearing the death god's death heiji, all black, with the upper part like a kimono and the lower part of the pants with extremely wide legs, which were long to the ankles and closed. Plus a captain's haori robe with a white word captain written on the back. Looked quite majestic. Oh? I heard that Eisen graduated in just a few days and got perfect scores in all 4 tests of the death god. This man. Is there really such a genius? On the captain's seat, there was a mature woman with a golden braid and a proud figure. Her black pupils narrowed slightly, and she spoke with interest. There was a pretty and gentle smile on her face, but not many people appreciated her appearance. Because this woman was the acting captain of the 12th Division. Belonged to the Technical Development Unit. As a researcher, she had a very strong curiosity. And those who could become captains were basically the objects she wanted to study. Not many people were interested in this kind of woman who was always thinking about her spirit. In particular, most of the people present were not good-tempered and valued their privacy. But now her question affected everyone's mood. Strictly speaking, those who can sit here are basically cheaters. They have soared to the top directly due to their previous life foundation. But even so, except for some of these people who are more powerful cheaters, such as the captain of the first team, Solarin, and the vice-captain, Scarlet. The fastest Shikai took half a year. In addition, The 4 items of the God of Death faced in the advanced graduation examination are very difficult. Some people are powerful in slashing techniques, zanpakuto, and spiritual pressure, but their progress in ghost arts can never improve. So they suffered a great loss in the graduation examination. Now someone has achieved the highest score in the 4 items of the God of Death in just a few days. This makes people wonder if that guy is the kind of person who studied quietly in the spiritual people street for a year or two. He came to the main campus of the Shino Spiritual Academy to make a splash. But there should be no such loophole. Some of them had already done some research before they came. It was basically confirmed that the man had just come to Soul Society recently. After the review of the Shino Spiritual Academy, the man does have terrible potential. Or, now he has quite terrible strength. A little girl with a pair of black wings and brown skin who looked only about 10 years old said cutely. The serious look made people feel a little funny. She is the acting captain of the 7th Division, named Simafu. As a Shinigami who can sit here and have good strength in a short time. The origin of this girl is not simple. She does not have a past life like others, but a completely new spirit. Speaking of this, we have to mention the 2 ways of the spirits who are currently selected into Soul Society. The first is the reincarnation mode. The spirits who come to Soul Society, 3.7 they will call their memories in the present world their past lives. Because, after coming to Soul Society, they still have memories of the present life, but these memories are like ordinary people watching the images of another life. It is just like a person who drinks mengpo soup suddenly sees the memory of the previous life. If those who have stayed in the underworld for a long time and lost their memories due to the wind of the underworld, they will be like a blank sheet of paper. The reason for adopting this reincarnation mode. The reason is also very simple. If the dead inherit the emotions of the previous life and always think about the present life and want to go back, it is also very troublesome, so it is simply carried out in the reincarnation mode. Therefore, people who come to the Soul Society are basically reincarnated spirits. The original vague memories affect their personality and behavior, but they really don't inherit much emotion. However, the soul is still the same soul, so it can be said to be a reincarnated body. Chapter 412 The current spiritual power level of the Soul Society, the mysterious royal family. In addition to the reincarnation mode, the soul of the underworld has a second mode. That is the inheritance mode, or it can be said that childbearing mode. This mode is basically applicable to those old and decayed souls. Soul Society will intercept a bit of their souls and use their souls as firewood and fuel. With that bit of soul, a new spirit is reconstructed in Soul Society. This new spirit inherits the foundation, but has no knowledge at all, it is just a blank sheet of paper. If this mode is to be described, it is equivalent to giving birth to a child, so strictly speaking it is not reincarnation but inheritance or heredity. This is not much different from humans giving birth to a child. This mode is only for those souls that are both decayed and very powerful. These blank sheet genius new spirits will be quickly discovered by the Soul Society and rushed to the scene to adopt them. Now it is still under the charge of the Soul Society's spirit puppets. Because there are not many people who graduate early. Now it's 2 years. Basically all the Shinigami are still in the academy. After the 6 years are up, the 25 intelligent spirit puppets of the Soul Court that seem to be no different from ordinary death gods will be slowly replaced. Let's get back to the point. The soul inherited by Simafu or her mother was a race with the name of God when she was alive. That was the Lunaria tribe wanted by the world government. Members of the Lunaria tribe can produce flames on their bodies and can survive in various environmental conditions in nature. That soul has been in the underworld for decades, but it is still very powerful. Although it exudes a decayed and old breath, it is undeniable that she must have been as powerful as a top monster when she was alive. As her successor or daughter, Simiu inherited her remaining heritage and also possessed some characteristics of the Lunaria tribe. White hair, brown skin, and black wings. In just 2 years, she has reached the standard for Zanpakuto unlocking. As long as her Zanpakuto tells her its name, she can unlock her Zanpakuto at a deeper level and truly become the captain. It is worth mentioning. At present, there is a popular theory of spiritual pressure in Soul Society. It is that Mel directly divides the spiritual power into 10 levels according to the attributes of the system, and there are only 10. It corresponds to the 10 spiritual levels of Panel D, D and S and respectively. So it cannot be equated with the 20 levels of spiritual power of Mel's previous life's God of Death. In this world, as long as the God of Death reaches B+, he can have the standard of Shikai, and A and can have the standard of Dai release. That is to say, the 4th and 5th levels of spiritual power can have Shikai, and the 3rd level of spiritual power is the lowest standard of Dai release. This is actually a bit similar to the set of the God of Death in Mel's previous life. But they divide the low level into too many levels. There are very few here, only 10 levels in total. Of course, reaching the spiritual pressure standard does not mean that you can Dai release. If the Zanpakuta hesitates and refuses to say the name, then there is nothing to do. In the large conference room of the first team's dormitory, when everyone heard Shimafu's answer to Aizen's assessment, the captains were a little silent. The 7th Division belongs to the internal auditing organization of the Siritii, and is under the command of the Captain General to review other divisions. At the same time, this division has a very high understanding of internal affairs. Since Zimafu has said so, there is basically no problem. However, if Zimafu can call this man terrible, then the strength of this man is probably unimaginable. Vice Captain Mower, I heard that this man was brought back by you. What do you think of him? Among the many captains, a tall and strong man with black hair and a crew cut, about 3 meters tall, asked. His tone was respectful. The man's question made everyone's attention focus on the chair of the captain of the 2nd Division. On the wide chair, Mower and another short-haired black girl sat together. There is no doubt that the girl is the captain of the 2nd Division, whose name is Kyunyi. Now the two of them are sitting on the same chair. In theory, it is not allowed. But everyone is used to it. Because Mower is a special case among the vice-captains of the 13th Division. In addition to his unfathomable strength and his mysterious origins, many captains have vague speculations. This man. Maybe he is the mysterious royal family of Seoul society. At the same time, he is also the oldest teacher in the current Mo Academy of Spiritual Arts. Many of the captains and vice-captains present have taken his classes and have a good relationship with many captains. Of course, the most important thing is Captain Chai's insistence. With so many elements added together, they have nothing to say about such a small matter. Captain Aig, just follow the rules for Aizen's affairs. After all, I'm just the vice-captain now, and the captains can decide. Mayor looked at the many eyes and smiled calmly. Now he has a lot of vests outside, and he does what he does under different vests. This is also a kind of fun. Hearing what Mel said, the others nodded slightly and began to discuss. Aizen's application for joining the team is for the 5th Division. The cute and petite Simif continued. But, in addition to the application for joining the team, he also has an application for the Captain's Challenge. As soon as Shimafu said this, the entire meeting room was silent for a moment. The Captain's Challenge application is a unique system of the current Seoul Society. Every member who enters the Godai 13 can challenge the captain. If the battle is won, the captain's position can be taken away and he can take the position himself. Of course, this challenge cannot be carried out casually. It requires the consent of more than half of the captains of the Godai 13, including the Captain General. Only such a challenge can be carried out. After 880 seconds of silence, the scene was silent. A loud laugh exploded from the conference room, shaking the entire team building. The team building of the first team was shaken by the laughter and felt a little dusty. I saw a man with black horns, bronze skin, and terrible muscles laughing. After a while, he stopped and said with a smile. Interesting, this man is really interesting. Is it courage or confidence? I'm interested. I don't know. Is he interested in joining my squad? Jero, the captain of the 11th Squadron, is 7.8 meters tall and looks like a small mountain. His previous life race is a race that still exists in the world today, the Oni clan. Possessing extremely powerful strength, explosive power, and defensive power. Traditional skills are popular in the 11th Squadron where he is. Whoever is stronger is the boss. This traditional skill is accepted by the entire Godai 13. Apparently, Aizen's desire to become the captain right after graduation made him interested. Captain Jero, you're so noisy. Please keep your voice down when you laugh next time. I feel like you're going to shake the room down. Simef ignored his question and accused him in a very cute way. Jero's eyes lit up. Simef, a Lunaria clan member who has terrifying power at such a young age, it's a pity that she doesn't come to his squad. Chapter 413 Scandal in the History of the World Government CP, you don't even want to call me Dad. So, what do you think about this matter? Jero ignored Simif's accusation and spoke again. Although he asked everyone, his eyes were on Captain Cerulean. After all, the captain's challenge requires the consent of more than half of the captains of the Godi 13, including the captain. In other words, the captain's attitude is the most important. If she doesn't nod, it will be useless even if all the captains agree. And for such an interesting thing, Garo himself is happy to see it happen. It's incredible. I didn't expect that man would not go to other teams without captains to compete for the captain. Instead, he chose me. Then, everyone, do I look so easy to bully? A man with white hair in the captain's seat had a smiling expression on his face. Looking at his expression, Captain Agle of the 4th Division, who was sitting not far from him, looked a little solemn. This white-haired man is the captain of the 5th Division, and his name is Yun Zhao. Agra himself knows a little about Yun Zhao. In his previous life, Agle served as an admiral of the navy. That was nearly 80 years ago. Although his memories are a bit vague or even missing. But he knows a little about Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao is a rare genius with admiral-level strength in the history of the world government CP. When he was young, he showed amazing talent and was discovered by the CP agents of the world government. Then, what happened naturally happened. After a series of dark things, young Yun Zhao was taken back to the world government by the CP agents to be trained as the strongest shield of the CP. As he grew up step by step, until he became the strongest shield of the CP. Even the celestial dragons thought that he was very reliable because he was brainwashed since childhood. Then, what happened unexpectedly happened. He rebelled and killed some celestial dragons. This is an unprecedented scandal in the history of the world government's cultivation of CPS. All information about him has been completely destroyed. If he was not an admiral at the time, he might not know such a thing. Agra can be sure that this man is now a venomous snake hiding in the corner. Although the experience of the previous life is like watching a movie and even a lot of blur. But as long as the soul of a person has not changed, Agra believes that Yun Zhao's personality will also tend to be similar. Because he himself is such an example. If you are easy to bully, then no one is not easy to bully. Smiling all day long, it looks chilly. When Agra's thoughts were a little scattered, Sima Fu directly complained, and then looked at a smiling woman in the captain's seat. The body shuddered. As a new spirit, while having power, Sima Fu was fearless and full of vigor. But she still has a nemesis. That is Anohanaretsu, the former captain and current captain of the 4th Division. Yun Zhao's smile made her think of Anohanaretsu's smile, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Oh? Is this how Captain Sima Fu sees me? This is really sad. At this time, Yun Zhao slightly opened his narrow eyes and looked at Sima Fu. Captain Yun Zhao, you should be more normal in the future, so that you can make good friends. Seeing Yun Zhao looking over, Sima Fu gave some advice very considerately. Okay. Seeing the two arguing, Cerulean interrupted directly. She didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things. I agree with Aizen's application for the captain's challenge this time. Next, just raise your hand to vote. Cerulean stretched out her palm. The palm is positive, which means agreement, and the back of the hand is negative, which means disagreement. This is the general voting method for captain meetings. Such a thing must be agreed. How can a man's challenge be rejected, right? Yun Zhao boy. There is no doubt that Jero immediately stretched out his palm to agree. As Jero stretched out his hand, others also voted. Sorry, Captain Yun Zhao, I really want to see the strength of this newcomer. Egeria, the acting captain of the 12th Division, said apologetically. But her pretty face was wearing a teasing smile. It was obvious that she was looking for fun. At this time, Yun Zhao looked at the way a lot of people agreed, and his face was in a difficult situation. If possible, he didn't want to face the newcomer. Although the man had only been in Soul Society for a few days, so he wouldn't fail. However, what this world lacks the least is miracles, and he didn't stay in Soul Society for long. When the information is not clear, some unexpected things are possible. So, why did the newcomer choose him? What a trouble! While thinking in silence, Yun Zhao stretched out the back of his hand, although more than half of the captains or acting captains had agreed. His vote was no longer important, but he still needed to express his attitude, so that those who supported him would know that he appreciated it. Yun Zhao would still grasp this kind of details. Then, the challenge of the new 5th Division member Aizen to the 5th Division Captain Kumazeo has been approved. It will be held at noon tomorrow at the 5th Division's battlefield. Next, get ready. Captain Kumazeo. Now, adjourn the meeting. As Solarin spoke vigorously, all the captains began to slowly leave the field. Before leaving, many people greeted Mel and hoped that he would go over to play. After many captains, acting captains, and vice-captains walked out, Mare stood up and looked at Solarin, who was blocking him, and said with a smile, "Solarin, you are more majestic now than before." As Solarin is now the captain, she still looks decent. Of course. Hearing Mel's words, Solarin also raised her head slightly, as if she was about to praise her. But soon she changed her expression, a charming one. "Teacher, I have some questions to ask you. Can you spare some time?" Solarin said as she put her hands on the conference table and gave a table bang. She was even more proud than 2 years ago and pressed directly into Mel's arms. Her fiery red pupils were shining, and with her flowing and smooth fiery red hair, she looked very charming. Her sweet lips were still leaning over Mel's ear and breathing softly. Looking at her pitiful look, before Mel could speak, another girl's voice with a somewhat cold tone rang out in the conference room. "Captain, do you think I'm dead?" Next to Mel, the captain of the second team, Kunyi, had a frosty face. "Sorry, the child accidentally overlooked it." Solarin let go of her hand. Turning to Kunyi, she said provocatively, "I am your elder after all, maybe you can call me Mom." "Haha, Captain, if you dare to say this in front of your mother, I will admire you," Jianyi said with a fake smile on her face. Her words choked Solarin. The mother that Jianyi was talking about was Anohanaretsu. There was no way. It was a bit suicidal to do this in front of that woman. Even though Solarin has become very strong now, he always feels scared when facing Anohanaretsu. In addition to Anohanaretsu's strength, it is more of a personality suppression and some inexplicable guilt. "Don't think about it this time. Now Vice-Captain Moer is my vice-captain. He has an urgent task now. Don't get in the way." Jianyi shook her soft short hair, then took Moer's arm and dragged him away. "You guys, you are simply abusing public power for personal gain." Watching Moer being led away, Solarin was so angry that the pair of newly formed giants shook rhythmically a few times. She didn't dare to chase him, because the captain of the Uno was waiting outside. She wouldn't dare to be so bold in front of that woman. On the other side, Moer said with a smile as he walked, "Little Kunyi, now you don't even want to call me dad, it's really sad." Kunyi is a spirit created by Moer and Uno Hanaretsu, not a real child. Of course, she still addressed him as her father at the beginning. Yu Uno Hanaretsu calls her mother. However, 1 year after entering the form of a girl, this girl began to reject calling him father. Well, maybe she has grown up, her mind is active, and she has the idea of chasing her father. This wave is basically influenced by the current 0 division. Chapter 414 Cute Anohanaretsu. A weak chicken sneaked into the seat officer. Kunyi's face froze when she heard Moer's words. The figure began to stop in the empty team dormitory passage. One hand stretched out to lift the short hair on one side of the cheek behind the ear, and the originally cool temperament became a little coquettish. But now she has become a little shy. The beautiful eyes glanced around, and after seeing that there was no one, she whispered, "Dad." Looking at Kunyi's shy look, Moer was very interesting. He stretched out his hands to hold Kunyi's tender cheeks, watching her eyes evasive, and said with a smile, "Little Kunyi looks so cute now, reminding me of when you were little." Hearing Moer's words, Kunyi's originally shy face froze. She is no longer a child, don't always think of the scene back then. Bai Ming is right, she can only get rid of her identity as a daughter. "Deputy Captain Moer, I've called you, let's go." Kunyi's tone was a little weak. When she was alone with him, she always couldn't be strong. "Then let's go." Looking at little Kunyi whispering, Moer stopped teasing her, took her hand and left directly. Soon, he left outside with Anohanaretsu. Until he passed the fork in the road, he went back with Kunyi, and only separated from Anohanaretsu at the fork. When they separated, Moer was still under the gentle gaze of Anohanaretsu. That aura felt like it could kill people. More than half a year after Solarin came to the Lingting, Anohanaretsu passed the position of captain to her because her strength met the standard. Afterwards, Anohanaretsu became the captain of the 4th division. When she became the captain of the 4th Division 890, Moer followed her and became her vice-captain. After all, Moer's first identity in the AOZIT was the vice-captain of the 1st Division. Originally, Solarin was not happy when Moer transferred to the 4th Division. After all, the captain of the 1st Division was given, so it was reasonable for the vice-captain to stay and assist her. However, facing Anohanaretsu's kind eyes, Solarin still didn't dare to speak. As for why Moer became the vice-captain of the 2nd Division later, it was another story. Obviously, Anohanaretsu was quite resentful about the current situation. It took a lot of effort to get a daughter. In the end, she was stabbed in the back, and she felt very angry. At this time, her dark look made Kyunyi a little frightened. But in Moer's eyes, Anohanaretsu looked very energetic. For Moer, Anohanaretsu's angry look was also very cute. He smiled and waved his hand. Then he took the somewhat guilty Chai away and walked towards the 2nd Squad's dormitory on the mountain. Seeing Moer's back as he left, Anohanaretsu's aura calmed down again. She sighed rarely with a smiling face. He is always like this. Really? She doesn't care about Chai's affairs. Hoo. The wind on the street began to rise, blowing the flower fields on both sides of the street to dance. It also blew her hair slightly. On the other side, Moer and Chai returned to the captain's dormitory of the 2nd Squad. I usually come to the 2nd Squad. Moer always lives in the captain's dormitory. It's mainly because Chai said that she would have nightmares and needed him as a pillow. Otherwise, she couldn't sleep. Although the excuse was not convincing, Mel was used to having a fragrant pillow. The most common ones in the real world were Mishul, Esteth and others. However, the one who had the most frequency was the little guy Yin. Although the little guy was very shy, he was very decisive in getting into his arms, and often followed him closely. Gurgle. Mel sat cross-legged on the cushion casually, although he drank a cup of fragrant light tea. After a while, Xiao Qunyi changed into a whiter black death suit. Okay, let's start today's mission. Vice Captain Mel. As she spoke, she leaned her petite body against Mel's arms, and her face looked as rosy as a rosy cloud. The voice also became very soft. Feeling the slightly trembling body of the person in his arms, Mel also put his hand into the loose collar very skillfully. There was no other obstruction, it was empty. Now he is performing the effective massage technique he has found. The reason for the current scene is actually very simple. Because although Kyunyi looks a bit like Anohanaretsu, unfortunately she doesn't have the same figure. Especially there is a more obvious contrast. That is the other members of the current Zero Squad. Now, in addition to the leader Anohanaretsu, there are 4 other members of the Zero Squad. Members. They were all created by Ling and Moer. The original intention of their creation was to fill the vacancy of the Zero Squad. At the same time, Ling was always bored in the Ling Palace, so Moer created those people with her. It was because of this. After Anohanaretsu discovered it, Kyunyi was born. However, after the little guys of the Zero Squad grew up to be girls, each of them has a good figure. As for Xiao Kyunyi, after growing up, she saw that her friends did not follow the moral code of martial arts. Looking at her still flat, she gritted her teeth. So more than a month ago, Xiao Kyunyi gave Moer a task as the captain. Every day Moer needs to come to do the task. According to her, she is now like this, Moer is fully responsible. So he has no room to refuse this task. However, Moer said it was unfair. When Xiao Kyunyi was created, he was only responsible for the ability, and Xiaolai was in charge of the body. So, this was definitely not his fault. But Kyunyi obviously wouldn't care about these. After all, her purpose was not simply a matter of size, but more of her little thoughts. For this, Moer was content to enjoy it. Although it was really flat at the beginning, it was still fun to see her blushing. Now it seems, after more than a month of exploration, there are still results. It became steep from a flat land, and at the same time, it felt like the steepness was as flexible as the soil that could be deformed at will. He was as happy as a child playing with the soil. Time passed slowly. At noon the next day, a lot of people began to gather at the battlefield of the 5th Division. There were dozens of people in the black mass. They were all the chief officers of the Godi 13. Obviously, today, the news that the newly graduated students challenged the captain of the 5th Division has spread widely. It's just that not many people are qualified to watch. Currently, the positions of the chief officers of each team of the GODI-13 are almost full. Except for the requirement that the 4th Division must be proficient in Kaido, so the number of chief officers has not been fully filled. There are almost no positions for chief officers in other teams. These guys who can enter the GODI-13 as chief officers in a short period of time. They were basically ruthless in their previous lives. There are many admirals, legendary pirates, folk monsters, and strong men of various races. Especially some of the strong men who survived from about 500 to 800 years ago, all of them had and monsters in their spiritual attributes when they were alive. Of course, it does not mean that the potential to become a Shinigami with strong spiritual attributes is necessarily great. This is not necessarily an equal relationship. Some souls do not fit the system of spiritual power, which is normal. However, this is also a highly probable thing. It can be said that currently, the Shinigami who can serve as chief officers in the GODI-13 basically have the ability to reach the 3rd level spiritual power, which is the minimum standard for being able to be enlightened. Or many of them have the potential to reach the 2nd level spiritual power. Of course, there are some weaklings among these officers. They are some weaklings who came to Soul Society after dying in the living world 2 years ago. They are called weaklings, but in fact, their spirits have reached the level of B and or even A in their lifetime. They rely on the fact that they have not been eroded by the wind of the underworld, and some of them can quickly transform their spiritual pressure and get into the position of officers by chance. It's a pity. This may not be a good thing. When time passes, when the officers around will be released. When you can't even meet the minimum spiritual pressure, that's when you are desperate. You are full of energy and think you are a genius. The higher you go, the harder you fall. Chapter 415 The battle between Aizen and the captain of the God of Death, the cheating player. The blazing sun is high in the sky. Soon, most of the captains and vice-captains of the GODI-13 came. The captains gathered in the middle of the wide field on the yellow sand ground. All the members of the 5th Division have basically arrived. The entire 5th Division now only has the captain, the vice-captain and 15 officers. As for the ordinary team members, there are none now, or there is a group of puppet spirits to replace the role of ordinary team members. As the personnel arrived, the two parties began to step into the center of the battlefield under the witness of the captains. Is this the new graduate? These thin arms and legs, it seems that there is no strength. At this time, Gerald looked at Aizen in the center of the battlefield and said with regret. It's obviously you who are too tall and strong. He is already a normal height. Besides, it's not that big size is useful. Hearing Gero's words, Simifo not far away complained directly. While complaining, he looked at the captain Cerulean and others. Seeing Simifo's eyes, Gero was speechless. He felt that Simifo was despising him. But what can he do, those guys are so strong. Sure enough, he still needs to train harder. Garo looked at the officers of his team. A grim smile appeared on his face. Battlefield. Captain of the 5th Division, Yunzeo, was already in position at the battlefield. He looked at the figure coming from the opposite side, and his narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Although the man on the opposite side looked polite and upright on the surface, Yunzeo felt uncomfortable for some reason. However, he did not think too much about it. There were many people in this world who were not the same as they seemed. How could he explore them one by one? Now, the most important thing is the opponent's strength. Captain Yunzeo, please give me more advice in this battle. Aizen looked at Yunzeo and smiled gently. Wearing black-framed glasses, he looked very humble and polite, which made people feel good about him. Please give me more advice. Junior brother Aizen. Facing Aizen's greeting, Yunzeo also said with a smile on his face. He also addressed him as a junior brother. In fact, Aizen is really his junior brother at present. Yunzeo raised a finger and hooked his cheek, and continued. I've always been curious about why Junior Aizen chose to challenge me. Wouldn't it be better to go to other teams and compete with the acting captain? His narrow eyes stared at Aizen, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Or, Junior Aizen thinks he can beat me. Feeling the terrible aura of Yunzeo pressing down, it was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Aizen still kept a gentle smile on his face. Nothing, I just think that Captain Yunzeo and I might get along well. Perhaps, Captain Yunzeo can try to be my vice-captain. Looking at the man in front of him speaking arrogant words in a humble tone, Yunzeo's smile became even more intense. Interesting, he has already acquiesced to the fact that he defeated me? What an arrogant guy. Then let him see if this newcomer is bluffing. Haha, Junior Aizen is really confident. If you can beat me, it's not a bad idea to be your vice-captain. Clang. With the sound of a sword being unsheathed, Yun Zhao pulled out his Zanpakuta from his waist. No more small talk, Aizen-san. Do you need me to let you attack first? But, since you are so confident, I don't think you need me to give in. Yun Zhao said with a smile on his face. Before Aizen could reply, he started to move. Assassinate him, Shadow Snake. As Yun Zhao directly released his Zanpakuta, his blade began to change slightly. There were several black lines on the blade. It was just a moment. The lines came alive, emerged from the blade, and turned into black snakes. Swoosh! Several black snakes flew into Yun Zhao's shadow. Then in a blink of an eye, they emerged from Aizen's shadow and bit him. This is the ability of Yun Zhao's Zanpakuta. Within 100 meters of his center, those shadow snakes can move and migrate freely on the shadows on the ground, and their speed is hard to defend against. The fourth rope of the binding path. Facing the sudden attack of Yun Zhao, Aizen did not panic, looking at the black snakes coming out of the shadows on the ground. He directly used the binding path. A golden light emerged. The rope-like light rope directly wrapped around the black snakes and bound them. It's useless, Liu Ying. Yun Zhao, who was standing aside, curled up his lips slightly. He muttered in his heart. Swish! Then the bound black snakes came out like fluid and attacked Aizen again. Looking at the closer black snakes. The eighth rebuke of the binding path. A spiritual shield appeared on the back of one of Aizen's hands. Then he swung his hand back a few times and repelled all the flying black snakes. Watching his shadow snakes being repelled, Yun Zhao did not attack again. You are so powerful. Aizen. You blocked my Shikai with just 2 moves of Kita without chanting. As expected, you are a monster. At this time, Yun Zhao did not call Aizen his junior again, because he was shocked by the opponent's strength. Although he still looked calm on the surface, he was not calm inside. His shadow snake may look insignificant, but the intensity of his attack is not something that ordinary Shinigami can resist. Even other acting captains would be slow to react to his sudden attack. But the opponent was so calm. The key. Still, he used those low-level Kita to defend against his attack. He also learned Kita. But the time was too short. Even now, he has only been exposed to Kita for 2 years. For the power of Kita, it is more difficult for him to learn. He spent more time on Hakutachi, slashing technique, and flash step. There was even less time left for Kita. But even if he learned little, he also knew the approximate power of the first few Kita. That's why Aizen's performance now surprised him. How dare you! It's really surprising that the new guy resisted Kumazeo's attack without using his Zanpakuta. Kumazeo really hit a wall. But, this man, how did he do it? He has only been in Soul Society for a few days. Jero, who was watching the duel between the two nearby, crossed his arms. He lowered his head slightly, looking at Merle not far away with burning eyes. He brought Aizen here. Feeling the fiery gazes of Jero and some of the Shinigami, Merle smiled and explained a little. Aizen is a genius. He can learn things after seeing them once. Hearing what Moer said, everyone around wanted to complain. They are also geniuses, why don't they have this ability? Actually, Aizen is a real cheater. His Hojiaku ability allows him to quickly learn ghost arts. And his spiritual pressure also evolves rapidly due to the Hojiaku ability. Now, his spiritual pressure has soared to the upper range of the S range. That is the second-class spiritual power level currently divided by Soul Society. It can be said that there are a lot of reputation points left. Of course, it will almost reach the top in a short period of time. The current Hojiaku ability is only A after all. Even so, even if Aizen does not use Zanpakuta, Yun Zhao will probably die against him. After all, Hojiaku's ability is relatively rogue. It can make people's inner wishes develop according to what they want in their hearts, and thus materialize. Although there are conditions, it is obviously not a problem for Aizen. Chapter 416 Your Zanpakuto is a water type 1, right? Senjokyuten Teipeo. Who do you think will win, Vice Captain Merle? Agra looked at the two people on the field, then looked at Merle and asked curiously. Based on Merle's description of Aizen learning Kita, this man is undoubtedly a monster of Kita. You can learn it after watching it once. It sounds scary, and it is really scary. The opponent used low-level Kita to dissolve Captain Kumazeo's attack on the battlefield. This is a time that can only be achieved with an understanding of Kita and strong spiritual pressure. I just don't know how much Kita he has learned. And I heard that his Zanpakuto is a water-type Zanpakuto named Jinghua Suijutsu. I haven't heard that he can dissolve it yet. However, it's impossible to dissolve it in just a few days. It took them a lot of time to condense their Zanpakuto. Captain Kumazeo is very strong. Faced with Eagle's question and the gazes of some other Shinigami, Mel only gave this sentence. It was ambiguous, and it was the same as saying nothing. Because no matter what the result was, it could be made up. Hearing his answer, Simafu, who was not far away, looked at Mel and rolled her eyes. Brother Mel just likes to play tricks on people. He said before that he would play with her after she finished her work. In the end, the work was not finished at all. I should not have been an acting captain, and I would only take care of trivial matters every day. She is still a child. Why should she do adult work? Now Simimifu just wants to communicate with Zanpakuto and learn how to understand it in her free time. Then she can become a real captain, choose a vice captain, and push all the work to him. In this way, she can play with Tian Tian and her brother, and it's wonderful to think about it. Battlefield. What a decisive action. It seems that Captain Yunzeo should have a very deep memory. Looking at Yunzeo on the opposite side stopping, the spirit shield on Aizen's right hand also dissipated. He reached out and adjusted his black-framed glasses. Then he said meaningfully. Aizen had also heard about the spirits in this world. When he first came to the strange world of Soul Society, the memory in his mind is the only proof of their existence. People's past is always one of the important factors that affect their personality. Hehe, it's not suitable to explore the past when fighting now. Aizen. Yunzeo narrowed his eyes slightly, he was not obsessed with the past. The past is the past, that is the previous life, why does a dead person care about so many things? Let's not talk about this, aren't you going to use your Zanpakuto? I heard that your Zanpakuto is a water-type Zanpakuto. Don't you plan to let us see it? Looking at Yunzeo's interested look, Aizen's eyes under his glasses flashed a strange look. My Shikai? Captain Yunzeo will have a chance to see it. This place now. Aizen is not very suitable for using Zanpakuto. Otherwise, that smiling senior will notice something strange. At this time, he doesn't want to cause trouble. This man is really arrogant. At this time, Yunzeo on the opposite side heard what Aizen said and felt that he had a subtle arrogance. When he was about to speak again, Aizen suddenly made a move. 61 6 sticks of light prison of the way of binding. 6 yellow light pieces suddenly leaped out towards Yunzeo, stab at the waist, locking his movements directly. This move was released by Aizen too quickly. So Yunzeo didn't have time to dodge, or even if he did, it would be difficult to escape the lock. Now he saw his body was locked. Yunzeo's eyes, which were originally smiling, opened slightly, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. He began to react quickly when he was solemn. He summoned the shadow snakes in his mind to move quickly, and 2 of them returned to defend and prepared to destroy the binding. The last one stabbed into the shadow and attacked Aizen. Having a shadow snake similar to summoning Zanpakuto of summoning creatures. Even if his own actions were temporarily restricted, Yun Zhao still had a relatively convenient solution. However, Aizen, on his side, got rid of the attack of the shadow snake in an instant. Raised his hand again. 63 chains of binding. A thick snake-like chain emerged directly from his hand, and instantly entangled the already restricted Yun Zhao. This guy. With his actions being more restricted, Yun Zhao was also not calm. His eyes were fixed on Aizen, who was calm and composed not far away. Crack! Crack! Beside him, 2 shadow snakes were frantically biting the light sheet that blocked his movements, making a harsh sound. Some light particles began to break and disperse. With the burst of his spiritual pressure, the original restriction began to crumble. But now it has become stronger after a new bondage. Feeling the binding strength of these 2 bindings in person, Yun Zhao was shocked. Is this really the way of binding without chanting? The spiritual pressure of the man in front of him must have reached a very terrifying level. No. It is difficult to form such a strong binding with skills alone. The 33 blue fire drops of the broken path. While Yun Zhao was secretly shocked, Aizen on the other side continued his attack. The blue-white explosion burst out directly from his hand, devouring the shadow snakes that attacked him. It even bombarded the bound Yun Zhao directly. Facing the overwhelming explosion, the two shadow snakes beside Yun Zhao no longer bit the light pieces and chains, but met the attack. Boom boom boom. The explosion raged and leaped dozens of meters high. The dazzling blue-white light shone throughout the battlefield. The yellow sand on the ground was flying and shattered, and the strong wind swept, bending the surrounding trees. Even the death gods in other parts of the Soul Court were attracted by the movement here. This new guy is really scary. Is this still King Huozui? Among the captains and vice-captains of the Godi 13 who were watching the battle not far away, a young boy who looked 15 or 16 years old looked at the spectacular scene. He was shocked and began to mutter. This boy was the acting captain of the 10th Division, Pivot. The attack in front of him reminded Pivot of how desperate he was when he was learning Kita. Now, not to mention other things, just Hado, he has learned Hado of level 80 and below. Although he still needs to chant to release Hado above level 70. But such an achievement is already considered a genius among geniuses who learn Kita. But what kind of ghost is this man who can release King Huozui so powerfully after only learning for a few days? Suddenly his eyes widened because he heard a low chant. What is this? The familiar chanting text made his eyes show shock. The end of 1,000 hands, the hands that cannot touch the darkness, the archer of the sky that cannot reflect. The 5.7th road of the radiant light, the wind that fanned the fire, gathered together without confusion, and followed my instructions. Listening to this familiar chant, not only Pivot, but also the other captains, vice-captains and even the officers were surprised. No way! Did this guy really learn that broken way? It's only been a few days. Does he have to be so rebellious? Light Bullet 8 Body 9 Heaven Sutra High Bao Great Wheel. On the other side, as the light gradually dissipated, Yun Zhao could see that he had not suffered much damage. But it was not certain what would happen next. He looked at Aizen who was still chanting the spell on the opposite side, and his mind moved. The shadow snake that was broken because of helping him resist the blue fire was reunited and returned to his side. Now he needed to untie the shackles to break the situation. The great turret, drawing its bow towards the distance, dissipated brightly. Hada no 91,000 handed Kakutentai cannon. Chapter 417 He won't be killed, will he? 3-crowned Lord Shadow Snake. Red light flashed bright balls of light around Aizen. Many captains and officers watching from the surroundings stared blankly at the balls of light condensing and attacking Yun Zhao. At this time, most of them had an idea in their hearts. Captain Yun Zhao won't be killed, will he? In the training of the God of Death, how to use spiritual power to achieve the most efficient release of power is a compulsory course for the God of Death. And the most efficient use is the product of Zanpakuta. However, if one can master the high-level Kita, then even without using Zanpakuta, one can have a strong combat power. Obviously, Aizen's Heda, which is more than 90, must be very amazing, making many captains and vice-captains pay attention to it. Not to mention the watching God of Death. Yun Zhao, who was opposite Aizen, could only feel the endless red light bombarding him. He could feel the horror of this attack. If he took this move while being restrained, he would probably have to lie down on the spot. Is this guy trying to kill him? Unlock. Boom. A huge vibration sound resounded through the sky. The wind pressure accompanied by the raging red light covered his voice. Boom 02 boom, the entire Ao's spirit court was shaking. A dazzling light burst out, bringing with it a little gust of wind and raging around. Even the students studying at the main and branch campuses of the Shina Spiritual Academy in the Ao's spirit court could not help but look towards the direction of the 5th Division battlefield. Looking at the red light shining in that direction, many students began to discuss. Today, they had naturally heard about the big event that the captain of the 5th Division was challenged. This matter was even widely spread in the spiritual people street. Of course, they couldn't have been unaware of it. Now the big noise over there must be the confrontation between the captain of the 5th Division, Kumazeo, and the newly graduated student, Aizen. It's so powerful. At this moment, many students looked at the shining light in the distance and felt the vibration around them. In addition to being shocked by the movement over there, they also looked yearning and envious. When will they be able to be like this and become so powerful? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5th Division Battlefield. The dazzling light began to dim, and the gust of wind gradually subsided. As the flying yellow sand began to fall, the many death gods watching at the edge of the battlefield put down their hands to cover the wind and sand pressure, looking at the field with burning eyes. Whoosh! The wind and sand dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The captain of the 5th squad, Yun Zhao, was no longer neat. His clothes were torn a lot. Although he didn't look like a beggar, he was not much better. Not only that, he was not good looking and had a lot of injuries. Tick! Tick! Red bright blood dripped from his body. His body was torn by the terrible ghost path before, so that the sand on the ground was seeping red. This was because he had timely defense, otherwise the injuries on his body would not be so simple. Yun Zhao swung his right hand and shook off the blood beads on his right arm that was wrapped in rags. It was really dangerous. I almost died. Looking at the reflective lens of Aizen opposite, Yun Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. Then he looked teasing, as if he was not injured. The Zanpakuta in his hand had disappeared. Instead, a black giant python with 3 heads and a black crown on its head surrounded him. The black light scattered from the crown on the head of the giant python and swallowed the surrounding optical fibers. The environment of the battlefield became dim and dark, as if the night had fallen. This is exactly what Yun Zhao understood, the 3-crowned king shadow snake. Is this your understanding? It looks really majestic. Captain Yun Zhao. At this time, Aizen looked at the dim environment around him and the behemoth surrounding Yun Zhao, and he also looked interested. Many captains and officers who were watching not far away also looked at the monster curiously. It was about a meter thick, 20 or 30 meters long, with 3 snake heads in the front half. It really looks like a monster. Many captains and officers of the Godi 13 have never seen this solution of Kumazeo. As one of the first captains to learn the solution, when Kumazeo became captain, he showed it in front of the captain-in-chief and captains in charge of review. There is basically no need to use it at other times. Therefore, when they suddenly saw Kumazeo's solution, the other Shinigami were also very surprised. The terrible spiritual pressure raged in the atmosphere. A small number of officers only felt that their bodies were much heavier, and their faces were shocked. And most of the officers were solemn. These officers who were most powerful in their previous lives were not solemn about Kumazeo's spiritual pressure and his solution. Because no matter how amazing his solution was, it could not erase a fact. That is, he was forced to this point by a new graduate. Across from him was Aizen. The officers were all geniuses who had heard of Aizen in the past 2 days. But now, this man forced a captain to reveal his solution by just using Kita. Even the solution could not avoid injury. Is this guy still human? Gee, Yun Zhao is really in a mess. Will this guy lose after losing? As the captain, he was defeated by a newcomer. It's really funny. Why don't he come to my team after he loses? I'll let him be the vice-captain. Captain Garo couldn't help laughing at Yun Zhao's messy appearance. But when he laughed, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Although Garo was sometimes reckless, he could still distinguish the important from the urgent. He didn't expect that Aizen was so amazing. He really had 2 brushes to choose to challenge the captain at the beginning. Looking at the giant python that was casting black light around, he thought silently. Captain Gero, Captain Kum Zhao hasn't lost yet. You just don't curse him. A sloppy-looking uncle with long black hair tied up casually said with a teasing look on his face. He is the captain of the 8th Division, and his name is Ryurei. You are so rude, Ryurei. While Gero and Ryurei were talking nonsense, the battle on the battlefield started again. Kum Zhao headed towards Aizen with a wave. The huge monsters surrounding him disappeared in a flash, and then suddenly appeared next to Aizen. This is the ability of the 3-crowned king shadow snake, shadow teleportation. Within 500 meters of it, shadows will descend. It can teleport in this area. As it moves, the surrounding shadows will also move, which means that it can teleport infinitely. This ability, combined with its current size, can be used to decapitate the enemy. Hiss! A huge shadow enveloped Aizen. Looking at the 3 huge snake heads that suddenly appeared in front of him and bit him fiercely. Although there was a fierce attack, there was no sound in the air. All you could see was the lifelike, shiny black snake scales getting closer and closer. Looking at such a scene, Aizen looked calm, and even held up his glasses with one hand. When he held up his glasses, a huge invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Aizen. The 81st break of the sky in binding way. Chapter 418 They are not worthy? The speed of upgrading at a high speed. Boom. The huge vibration sounded through the sky, and the air exploded directly. The field was swept with layers of yellow sand waves. The death gods who were watching not far away, a few weak officers could not help but step back a little. Some embarrassing actions made these officers secretly look at the surroundings. On other officers who were concentrating on watching the battle. Looking at their immovable appearance, they couldn't help but blush. If most officers were as embarrassed as them, they could still feel at ease. But the problem is that it is a minority who are embarrassed. This makes them look like the idiots who got in by making up the numbers. Even the thick-skinned ones will feel embarrassed. Fortunately, others were watching the battle seriously, so they didn't encounter strange eyes. But these officers already felt that they were worthless. Aren't they a little unworthy of being a seat officer? At this moment, they couldn't help but think of this. Battlefield. Dang Kong? Today's newcomers are really monsters. Ghost Dao is so easy to master, such talent is really enviable. Yun Zhao looked at the defense in front of him that blocked the bombardment of his three-crowned king Shadow Snake, and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, on the surface, he still looked smiling, but in fact, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. However, he used the solution anyway, so he didn't admit defeat on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing that the transparent barrier in front could not be broken through head-on, the three-crowned king Shadow Snake did not attack directly. It controlled the surrounding shadows to form tentacles like black shadows and attacked Aizen. There were shadow tentacles twisting in the four positions of Aizen's front, back, left and right. This is another skill of the three-crowned king Shadow Snake, controlling shadows. Now, except for Dang Kong who was blocking the attack in front of Aizen, the shadows in the other three positions were twitching mercilessly. Facing such an attack, Aizen did not use Kita again. Clang! A flash of sword light passed by, cutting off all the shadows that swept towards him. What a superb swordsmanship! Ryuri, the captain of the 8th Division who was watching nearby, held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand, and his eyes lit up. In his previous life, Ryuri was a great swordsman among the people of the sea. With many memories of his previous life, he was very keen in judging swordsmanship. Even now, in the early graduation assessment, his swordsmanship was full marks. Therefore, as an expert, he was surprised by Aizen's seemingly mediocre swordsmanship. This guy must have been a top swordsman in his previous life. Such a natural swordsmanship. Ryuri couldn't help but think so in his heart. It's not possible that he learned swordsmanship on the spot. When this idea came up, Ryuri shook his head. Kita is something that only the god of death can use, but swordsmanship is something that only the living world can possess. How could a person be ordinary in his previous life and suddenly become extraordinary after becoming a god of death? This is the conclusion drawn by Ryuri. I wonder what kind of person Aizen was in his previous life. Ryuri's thoughts began to wander. It's a pity that no matter how much he thought, he couldn't verify it in the living world, because the living world and the afterlife were separated. I wonder when he can go to the living world? It's rumored that the captain and the others can go to the living world. When Ryuri's thoughts drifted to an unknown place. On the battlefield, Aizen dispersed the air and flashed past with a flash, passing over the huge body of the three-crowned king Shadow Snake. He went straight to Yunzao. As a cheating player, Aizen has used the Hogyako to upgrade both Hogyako and Kita to S level. The Hogyako ability appears in the form of an ability rather than a prop, which is really useful for Aizen. It makes people feel the flying upgrade speed directly. It can even increase attack and defense speed. That is to say, as long as he wants, all aspects of his ability can be greatly increased in a short period of time. So fast. Looking at Aizen who appeared in front of him in an instant, Yun Zhao was surprised at his speed. But he did not panic, except besides the fact that the three-crowned king Shadow Snake could come over in an instant. He himself was not a vegetarian in white fighting. In his previous life, he was the strongest shield of the world government CP0. Compared to swordsmanship, physical skills were his specialty. Swish! A flash of knife light passed by. Dang! A crisp loud noise swept across the battlefield. Even the yellow sand on the ground was dusted. The huge three-crowned king Shadow Snake had returned to Yun Zhao's side. It just happened to block Aizen's blade with its tail. Ah la la, it's really dangerous. Yun Zhao looked at Aizen in front of him with narrow eyes. The seemingly gentle figure in front of him made him feel a great oppression at this moment. Obviously, this man was the challenger. But Yun Zhao now felt that he was the weaker party. This feeling made him very alert. It was blocked. It seems that Captain Yun Zhao's understanding should not be underestimated. Looking at Aizen with admiration, he said. Yun Zhao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Has he been completely underestimated? Thinking so, Yun Zhao didn't speak again. His current look is not convincing after all. Then, he can only be really serious, Yun Zhao thought. As his mind moved, Three-Crowned King Shadow Snake began to cooperate with him. The entire battlefield began to be shadowed. Various shadows began to spread and attack Aizen, and at the same time, the Three-Crowned King Shadow Snake roared and bit. Yun Zhao was hidden in the shadow. Like a venomous snake, ready to attack at any time. Dang dang dang. Clear loud noises continued to sound, causing the sand and gravel floating in the surrounding atmosphere to vibrate. At this moment, the Three-Crowned King Shadow Snake and Yun Zhao cooperated with each other to show a strict attack rhythm. The dazzling attacks seemed to fill the entire field of vision. Aizen took a casual step, constantly using the blade to catch the high-frequency attack. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with crisp collision sounds. Watching the fierce confrontation on the field, the watching Shinigami were also watching intently. But they also understood. If nothing unexpected happened, this duel should end with Aizen taking the position of captain of the 5th division. The strength shown by this newly graduated man has already had a considerable sense of oppression. He obviously didn't release his Zanpakuta, but he was able to fight the captain who had already released his Zanpakuta like this. You know, even in the entire Godai 13, there are not many who can fight or even defeat the captain with all their strength without releasing their Zanpakuta. Captain Anohanaretsu, the former captain and current captain of the 4th division, is definitely one of them, and no one knows how strong she is. The current captain Soraline can do it. It seems that Scarlet, the vice-captain of the 1st division, can do it too. Captain Kai of the 2nd division can also be counted. She once defeated Captain Jero of the 11th division with a terrifying move called Shunhong. Of course, in addition to the moves, it may be more related to her own inhuman spiritual pressure. Vice-Captain Merle of the 2nd division should also be counted. It is rumored that Captain Kai's Shunhong was taught by him. If this is not counted, I don't know. Once I count, I feel that there are still many terrifying people in the Godai 13. But the man named Aizen in front of me has only been in Soul Society for a few days. Has it reached this point? Chapter 419, to challenge Merle's Bivet, the most nonsensical Zanpakuto in history. Boom. The terrible wave keeps spreading. Even if the 5th division's battlefield is strong enough, it is a bit difficult at this time. Smoke and dust are everywhere, and strong winds are everywhere. The wind pressure is like a brick, and it is like a hurricane. As Aizen and Yun Zhao fought at this pace, time passed slowly. Gradually, Yun Zhao began to feel overwhelmed. He had only developed his D-explanation for a few months. A few months. For the god of death, it was not enough for them to be fully familiar with the D-explanation. Now, seeing that the opponent was still calmly resisting his attack, Yun Zhao knew this battle was probably won or lost. Then, let's use that move as the final period. Yun Zhao thought so. Then he flashed to the opposite side of Aizen. The Three-Crowned Shadow Snake also stopped attacking and returned to Yun Zhao's surroundings and surrounded him. Aizen did not continue to attack, but quietly looked at the captain in front of him. The newcomers nowadays are scary enough. Yun Zhao looked at Aizen on the opposite side, touched his head with his right hand stained with dried blood, and had a headache expression on his face. Next, you will be the one to learn my last move. If you can take it, I will just admit defeat. Hearing Yun Zhao's words, Aizen's mouth curled up slightly and he smiled. Okay then, please teach me, Captain Yun Zhao. Although Yun Zhao's words were obviously a trap, this was because he was afraid that he would miss the target and let the target resist his ultimate move. 330 And the most important thing is that this move takes time to gather. With Aizen's mobility and strength, Yun Zhao was not sure that he could hold him back. So he used words to stimulate him directly. This was nothing to Aizen. He would not care about trivial matters. Yunzeo received a positive response from Aizen on the opposite side, and a smile was on his face. Boom boom boom. The wind that had stopped originally began to dance. Then a terrible wind pressure was formed. Behind Yunzeo, the huge creature that was hovering, the black crown of the three-crowned king shadow snake that emitted black light began to fluctuate. Black light particles gathered on the top of the three snake heads. The surrounding darkness gathered towards the black light particles like a whirlpool. The hurricane formed by this made the wide corners of Aizen's Death Tyrant suit flutter. A terrifying breath began to form. A several-meter-long black light ball was formed under the roar of the three majestic snake heads of the three-crowned king shadow snake. The terrible breath made many death gods who were watching change their colors. Some Shinigami began to quietly retreat further away from the outside. Such a terrifying move. Even if the battlefield is wide, they will probably be affected. They don't have much confidence that they can block it. Some Shinigami did not retreat. Besides their own strength, they also have captains in front of them. Then take this move. Aizen. Yun Zhao looked at Aizen, who had no expression on his face, and waved his hand directly. Three-crowned sky shadow ball. Bang. Swish. The air exploded out of the air circle. In Aizen's vision, he could see the black sphere that swallowed the light and shot towards him, getting closer and closer. The 81st broken sky of binding. A transparent barrier appeared directly in front of Aizen's eyes, blocking the black ball that was shooting in. Crack! Crack! It was as if the sound of glass cracking kept ringing. The barrier formed by broken sky was breaking rapidly. Looking at this scene, Aizen whispered. Can't stop it. Although this time, Dang Kong was released without chanting. However, Aizen has used the power of the Hogyaku to strengthen it to the level of chanting. What a pity. Yunzeo's ultimate move is not vegetarian. Even Dang Kong at the chanting level can't stop such an attack. Looking at the terrible attack that is still in a stalemate with Dang Kong, Aizen's chanting voice began to sound. The turbid emblem is faintly revealed, and the talent is unruly and arrogant. The tide denies paralysis for a moment and hinders long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that keeps hurting itself, combined with the rebound to extend to the ground, know your own powerlessness. Heideo 90 Black Coffin. The darkness is spreading, directly blocking and imprisoning the black sphere that is in a stalemate with Dang Kong, forming a huge black coffin standing upright. As Yunzeo's ultimate move was locked up, black thorns pierced into the coffin one by one. Boom! The terrible explosion sounded through the black coffin to the surroundings. The dull sound heavily touched the hearts of the surrounding death gods. They looked at the huge black coffin in shock. Such a terrible ghost way made them all moved. Ho ho ho! Time passed. The black coffin slowly broke and dissipated, and the terrible explosion did not break through the black coffin in the end. This time, the broken way. In addition to chanting it completely, Aizen also used the power of the broken jade to bless it, making it more powerful. In addition to the previous 3 crowns of the shadow ball and the stalemate of the air. The final result was that Yunzeo's big move returned in vain. On the other side, I don't know when. Yunzeo's solution has been retracted, and his Zanpakuto has been put back into the scabbard. Then he walked towards Aizen. Now, he has no trump card. The position of the captain is obviously going to be abdicated. This is also a fresh feeling for Yunzeo. Looks like I lost. What an astonishing ghost way. Captain Aizen. Looking at the figure coming, Aizen smiled slightly. Captain Kumazeo's attack is also very powerful, but you need to be careful in the future. Otherwise it's easy to affect others. Now Aizen has officially become the captain, so he didn't change the name of Kumazeo. Zhao was slightly stunned. Is this the original intention of the other party to use the black coffin? Is this true or a disguise? So gentle. Captain Aizen. I guess it will be a blessing for the future Shinigami to become the captain. The two walked side by side towards the captain's positions. Soon, Aizen challenged the captain and successfully took over the decision of the captain of the 5th Division. It was announced on the spot by the Captain General Cerulean. In the shock and trance of many Shinigami, the personnel began to slowly evacuate from the 5th Division's barracks. When Mel was about to leave, Teacher, wait a minute, I want to challenge you. A short boy of about 15 or 16 years old, only about 1.5 meters tall, appeared directly. He was the acting captain of the 10th Division, Bivert. This was a young man with spiky black hair, who belonged to the inheritance model of the Soul Society. Newborn spirits. Generally, newborn spirits born from the inheritance model. Their initial appearance age is uncertain, but it basically hovers between 10 and 18 years old. This is the case with the acting captain of the 7th Division, Simif. Her initial appearance after birth was 10 years old. Now, after 2 years of birth, she still hasn't grown much. This is caused by the difference between the time view of the god of death and humans. If Simif grows naturally to the appearance of an 18-year-old girl, it will probably take decades. Unless someone intervenes. As for Kunyi, she grew from a loli to a girl in less than 2 years. That is naturally different, after all, it was created by Mel. It is naturally not the same as the natural god of death. And the same is true for Solarin. Little Pewit, do you want to challenge me? Mel lowered his head and looked at Pewit and asked back. Then he touched his head and showed a sunny smile. Okay. Looking at the inexplicable smile on Mel's face, Bivert shuddered. The passion generated by the battle between Aizen and Kumazeo cooled down a bit. A small number of the remaining Shinigami showed strange expressions. This guy must be challenging Mr. Mower for the first time or has not faced Mr. Mower's Shikai yet. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so passionate. After all, Mr. Mower's Zanpakuta is hard to describe. It's not that it's not strong, but it's the kind of strange and indescribable strength. That Zanpakuta that is said to be the most nonsensical and incredible in history. Chapter 420 Brother Sama Support Club, the strongest wind-type Zanpakuta. Let's go. Little Bivert, I have a private battlefield over at the 2nd Division, I'll show you something nice there. Mare rubbed Bivert's spiky hair with a smile on his face. Seeing Mel's smiling face, some Shinigami began to mourn for Bivert in their hearts. Teacher, I'm not a kid anymore. Now I'm the acting captain, and I'm higher than you in terms of position. Pivite slapped Mel's hand away in annoyance, and then said with a proud face. Looking at the proud little guy in front of him, Mel couldn't help but smile. These new spiritual bodies in the inheritance mode are all highly qualified or have very strong qualifications. They will form a special class. Occasionally, Mel will go to tease them when he is free. The frequency is higher than other classes in the Zhenyang Spiritual Academy. After a while, these little guys are also familiar with Mel. However, being familiar is familiar, you still have to trick them. Is that so? Then you are really amazing. Hearing Mel's perfunctory tone, Pivite only felt that he was underestimated. However, no matter what, he was going to defeat the teacher. In the past, those little friends called him teacher every day. Where is the teacher? Why hasn't he come yet? It's okay for the men, but the women are even more outrageous. Especially that guy Simif took the lead in setting up a fan club very early. Even some friends stayed in class and didn't graduate early, thinking that they could spend more time with the teacher. If this continues, it will be terrible if they don't do their job properly. For their future, he must set things right. The teacher can't be allowed to harm his friends. Bavette thought, and felt a sense of mission. He felt a surge of blood in his heart. Feeling the blood in his heart, Bavette said with a fighting spirit. Teacher, it's right here, I can't wait. Is that so? Are you sure? There are many people left here, and it will be embarrassing. Looking at Mower, he said with a suggestion. Bavette shook off the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. He had a trump card, he could do it. Although the teacher usually likes to play tricks on people. But it shouldn't embarrass him too much. No, he won't lose. Bavette felt a little inexplicably timid. This may be because he was raised by his teacher since he was born. Is that so? Since you are not afraid of embarrassment, then there is no problem. Looking at little Bivette, who was a little guilty but still stubborn, Mare naturally fulfilled his wish. And the movement here also made the eyes of the remaining death god brighten. Bivette, what are you going to do? You dare to challenge your brother? It's really treasonous. Simafu, who had not left yet, came over aggressively. Then he said bluntly. Don't forget, you are also a member of the Brothers Support Club, and you are the vice president. After saying a few more words to Bivette, he turned to Mel and said. Brother, wait a minute, let me teach him a lesson. The support club she set up for her brother turned out to have such a thorn. It's going to be too late. She has to make arrangements for him quickly. Otherwise, if others follow suit, will she still be the president of the fan club? Sima Fu came over aggressively. Pivot couldn't help shrinking when she saw him. Nose. But after hearing the words Brother Support Association, he began to get excited. Because he felt that the people around him looked at him strangely, which made him feel very ashamed. Brother Support Association, such a shameful name was only thought of by Sima Fu. He was originally a little hesitant, but he began to argue with a red face. Sima Fu, I joined when I was young and ignorant, and I will quit sooner or later. You have grown up now? Why haven't you grown taller? Do you still want to quit? You think so beautifully. If you want to quit, ask my fist if it agrees. Sima Fu, the little loli holding a pink fist, looks very interesting and cute. But for Pivot, Sima Fu and the pair of black wings on her back are like a little devil. She is strong and likes to beat people. He is a little afraid of Sima Fu. Okay, little Sima Fu. It's a good thing that little Pivot has ideas. It means he can stand on his own. You should bless him. Looking at Sima Fu who came to him, Mel touched her cute little head. Then he pinched her warm wings. The black wings felt very soft. This action made Sima Fu blush. On the other side, Pivot heard Mel's words and didn't notice Sima Fu's abnormality. He looked victorious. Did you hear that? The teacher said so. Hearing Pivot's words, Sima Fu's face became normal. Zero seeking flowers. She rolled her eyes and said disdainfully. Stupid Pivot, you will cry later. Since her brother said so, Sima Fu naturally didn't stop him. However, if this guy thinks that his brother is easy to bully, he will definitely be in trouble. In that case, let's decide. Captain Eisen, is it okay to borrow this place? Seeing Mel looking over, Eisen lifted his glasses and smiled gently. Please. Soon. Mel and Pivot stood opposite each other in the battlefield. There were still dozens of Shinigami watching, including Captain Cerulean, Captain of the 2nd Division, Kai, Captain of the 3rd Division, and others. In the battlefield. Teacher, if I win, then you should go to the special class less often in the future. Mel had not responded to Pivot's words. Sima Fu, who was watching not far away, was a little furious. This guy actually had this idea. However, Sima Fu did not rush up impulsively. Wait until she goes back to tell the news to other people in the fan club. Then let's see how Pivot Fu dies. Is that so? Sure. But if you lose, well, just don't blame me then. After hearing what Mel said, Pivot had a bad feeling. He forced himself to do it. No problem, I'll start, teacher. Yes. Wreak havoc. Disaster wind. Pivot used Chikai as soon as he made a move. The whole venue began to be blasted with strong winds. A circle of airflow was directly wrapped around his blade. A hurricane like a tornado began to sweep around him. This was Pivot's Zanpakuta. Currently, it is known as the strongest Zanpakuta of the wind system in Seoul society, and its name is Disaster Wind. It seems that little Pivot is well prepared. Mel drew out the saber from his waist. He knew that the little guy in front of him had recently learned the deer release. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped out at this time. It's just that. Now the society is dangerous, and this little strength is not enough. Moer planned to play, no, it should be to teach him a lesson about the evils of society. He would use his specially made special and interesting Zanpakuto. Let's duel. Yu-Gi-Oh! Chapter 421 My Turn, Charge for Love. As Moer shouted in a low voice, the Zanpakuto in his hand turned directly into particles. Then a blue translucent panel suspended in the void formed in front of him. This panel was laid diagonally, and it looked sci-fi. There are 2 rows of card slots in the upper part of the panel, 5 in a row, a total of 10 card slots. There is also a black circle on the right side of the upper part, which represents the graveyard. The right side of the lower part is the card pack, and there is a timer on the left. This is the liberation of Moer's Zanpakuto. In form, it is a bit similar to the mobile game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In his previous life. But as a Zanpakuto made by himself, there are still a few differences. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 cards with black backs were directly drawn from the card pack in the lower right corner. All these cards were arranged in order and displayed in the empty space at the bottom of the panel floating in front of Mel. Rule 1, after the initial release of Zanpakuta, 5 cards can be directly drawn. After that, One card will be automatically drawn every minute after the timer passes. The player can hold up to 20 cards at the same time. At this time, Pivot on the opposite side looked at the panel floating in front of Mel with some surprise. This was the first time he saw Mel release Zanpakuto. For this kind of release that was very special at first glance. He didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, his teacher had the most ridiculous and incredible Zanpakuto in history. Although there were such rumors. But the rumors were very vague. There was no other useful information except for such a name. But it didn't matter. In Soul Society, he also had the strongest wind-type Zanpakuto. Pivot was very confident in his Zanpakuto. It was impossible for him to lose to his teacher, probably. Then, I'll start, teacher. Pivot looked at Mel opposite him, who was picking up a few cards and looking at them. He didn't wait any longer. He had been tricked by his teacher before. At least he had learned some lessons. It was impossible to just wait for the teacher to make a move. Pivot just said hello, without waiting for Mel to answer. He just picked up the knife in his hand. The blade surrounded by airflow was swung in the direction of Mel. He who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes later will suffer. He had heard his teacher say this before. So, he had to strike first. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of air continuously condensed on the blade and burst out. Formed wind slashes. It made a rustling sound and rushed towards Merle. The Shinigami watching not far away were all concentrating on this fight. Besides Captain Bivert, who had the title of the strongest wind-type Zanpakuto. There was also interest in Vice Captain Merle and his Zanpakuto. Because although he often appeared in front of the public, his strength was very mysterious. In addition, there was his Zanpakuto. Some Shinigami who fought against him were silent about his Zanpakuto. Perhaps because they dared not say much about Vice Captain Merle's possible royal identity and seniority. The more he concealed it, the more interest many Shinigami would attract. Now that they could see it, they naturally had to open their eyes wide. Battlefield. Looking at the air slashes that burst out in front of him, Mel smiled and whispered. My turn. As his voice fell. These slashes turned into invisible breezes when they came to Mel. What is this? Pivot opened his eyes wide and looked at the slashes that disappeared without a trace. What kind of ability is this? It can actually make his attack dissipate. Pivot attacked again, somewhat unconvinced. Swish, swish, swish. Slashes came one after another. But they all dissipated directly when they came to Mel. Rule 2, every minute of the timer, the player has a 30-second turn time. When the player says my turn, the turn time can begin. During the turn time, the invincible state is added, and the card can be placed on the card position. Mel ignored Pivot still working hard to attack at this moment. Placed 2 of the 5 cards floating in front of him on the card position. One was placed on the first row with the front side, and the other was placed on the second row with the back side. He didn't place any more cards after that. Rule 3, you can place 2 cards for the first time, and you can place a new card every minute after that. If you don't place any cards in that minute, you can accumulate the number of cards and place them in the next round, up to a maximum of 10 cards. Little Pivot, stop playing, don't tire yourself out. As Mel put the cards in place, he looked at Pivot who was still attacking relentlessly. He said with a teasing smile. After hearing Mel's words, Pivot stopped. And Mel's turn time just passed, and his invincible state had dissipated. Before the timer entered the next minute, he could be attacked. If Pivot attacked now, he could attack Mel. Unfortunately, he didn't know the situation at all. He only knew that he had used all his strength. The whole field was almost overturned by him. 0. But the teacher on the opposite side was still leisurely, as if his attack was like air. This made him doubt his life. Not to mention him, even the other Shinigami watching were confused. Why could Vice Captain Moore completely ignore Captain Pivot's attack? This surprised them, and they began to discuss it. What kind of ability is that? It looks like it can offset or ignore the enemy's attack. After all, Vice Captain Moore didn't even move his clothes. But such an ability is too shameless. Teacher, why? Why didn't my attack work? As a good student, Pivot knew how to ask questions, not to mention that the person in front of him was his teacher. Silly boy, you should know how to find problems yourself. Now, you should get through the next attack first. After hearing what Moore said, Pivot shut up immediately. The reason why he asked directly was just a habit he had formed in the past. Now he is the acting captain, and he has already understood the solution. He can become a regular captain as long as he applies. He is no longer a student at the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Pivot looked at the floating panel in front of Mel. At some point, the cards placed on the first row of cards began to glow. Then, a figure condensed and formed directly in front of Mel. Pivot stared with wide eyes curiously. From top to bottom, horns, eyes, upright body. What race is this? Fur 3.3 tribe? No. It might be more appropriate to call it a minotaur. For a moment, Pivot only felt that this word was more suitable for the other party. Sure enough, Mel spoke. Minotaur, use your innate skill. Moo moo moo. With a huge roar of a bull. Under the surprised eyes of the surrounding death god and Pivot, the minotaur took a running move, and the green light was overflowing, almost blinding others. A terrifying breath burst out. From that terrifying breath, Pivot seemed to be able to feel the anger of the monster in front of him. The next second, the roar roared. Wow! Blood spit directly from Pivot's mouth, shining in the air like a ruby. Pivot only felt like an ordinary person being hit by a fast-swimming sea king and flying sideways. Then he heard a huge voice. Charge for love. Chapter 422 Huideo's System, 6-star Dirty Light. Boom. The sound of buildings collapsing continued. At this time, many of the many death gods watching the battlefield were shocked to see the bull-headed monster with green light on its body. How is it possible? Captain Pivot was knocked down? Just one hit. It knocked Pivot far away and directly blew up many buildings. At this time, Yun Zhao was surprised and looked at the buildings with big holes in his eyes. However, when he thought that he was no longer the captain of the 5th Division, he didn't have to worry about these troubles, so he felt relieved. Then he looked at Aizen next to him with some gloating. Hey, hey, hey! You are not kidding! Captain Pivot was beaten down. Can he still get up after such an attack? At this time, a man with small white wings on his back who looked very strong touched his bald head. He said with some shock. He was the acting captain of the 9th Division, and his name was Osawa. In his previous life, he was a Sky Islander. He had a conflict with the legendary pirates who came to his hometown and his pirate group at that time. Then he was beaten to death. He was a relatively honest man. It shouldn't be that bad. I can still feel that Captain Pivot's spiritual pressure is relatively stable. Although this attack is terrible, it obviously hasn't knocked him down. Next to Osawa, a man with a handsome face and short golden hair said solemnly. This man is the captain of the 13th Division, Wengeras. In his previous life, he had a natural observation haki and could hear sounds from far away. He was born with a very strong mental power, and it was even more so when he grew up and became stronger. It was just that he got a terminal disease in the sea at that time. He died young before he was 40. Is that so? But that monster is really scary. If it were me, I don't know if I could withstand it. Daze stretched a circle of muscles on his body, with a curious look on his face. His behavior made Wengeras shake his head. Then he turned his eyes to the field. There, he saw that the monster was dissipating. Deep in the ruins of rows of building holes, Pivot was embedded in the deepest stone wall. He staggered and coughed up blood after falling off with some effort. Then, looking in the direction of Mel with lingering fear. Just now he was careless and didn't dodge. Or he might not be able to dodge. The speed of that attack was too fast and the force was too great. Now he felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Feeling the bad condition of his body. There is no doubt. Just one attack, he was seriously injured. This time he was pitted by his teacher. If he had known, he would have played his trump card first. However, it is not too late now. The battlefield. Da-da-da. A sound of footsteps came slowly. In the shadow of the big hole on the side wall of the battlefield, the figure of Pivot slowly emerged. Now, he does not look like anything from the outside. In fact, his injuries have indeed improved a lot. During the time spent inside, he used Kaido to keep his injuries in a state that does not affect the battle. In the original work of Bleach in Mel's previous life, the Kaido in the original work of Bleach was very obscure and the form of expression was also very simple. But in this world's soul society, The Kaido is a huge system that can be compared to the Bada and Fudo in Kita. Before, Mare had helped Anohanaretsu integrate Bada, Fudo, and Kaido into one Kita. Originally, Anohanaretsu's panel was Bada, Fudo and Kaido separately, and later it became a single Kita with the integration. This reconciled Kita is S-level. Afterwards, Moer used his reputation to upgrade Anohanaretsu to SS level. With this foundation, the Kaido system became more perfect with the discussion between Anohanaretsu and REI. The highest Kaido currently disclosed has reached number 99. The threshold for learning Kaido from number 1 is relatively low. However, if you want to enter the 4th division now, you need to learn No 6. Number 10 replied. When Pivot was healing in the depths of the ruins just now, he used the 60th of the Way of Return, the 6-star Dirty Light. With the heart as the center, the connection points are formed at the head, hands, and feet, forming 5 rays of light connected to the heart. It forms an all-round healing for the whole body. Today. At this time, Pivot walked in front of Mel. The watching death gods saw that he was a little arrogant when he came out, and they all looked pitiful. Because when Pivot was dawdling inside, 3 more cards have appeared on Mel's floating panel in the battlefield. He also placed 3 more cards on the card position. Now, anyone with a discerning eye knows that those cards are the key to this battle. 1 card beat Pivot out of sight. If there are more cards, Pivot will be beaten to the sky. Pivot didn't know their inner complaints. He only knew. Looking back, the terrifying Minotaur was nowhere to be seen, so he was a little confused. It was actually very simple. The Minotaur's life skill was not so easy to use. That move was a move that required all efforts. So after using it once, the Minotaur's card went directly into the graveyard on the right side of the game board and lay there. Don't look for it, little Pivot, the Minotaur has completed his mission and disappeared. I heard the teacher on the opposite side speak in a coaxing tone. Pivot felt a little wronged. It sounded so nice, but the blow was so heavy. Teacher, I'm going to be serious next. He took a deep breath and then began to speak seriously. Let me show you how I've grown. Hearing Pivot's words, Mel smiled. Wait and see. Pivot felt a little excited, like a child showing off his achievements to his parents. Anatomy. Disaster wind tornado. Whoosh whoosh. Endless air currents began to blow and rage wildly in the venue. Transformed into hurricane tornadoes that went straight to the sky. Surrounded by the hurricane tornado was a dragon. The dragon of disaster wind condensed by the terrible natural disaster that destroyed everything. The corners of the clothes of the watching death gods began to flutter. They used their hands to block the terrible wind. Looking at the spectacular scene, they couldn't help but lose their composure. That guy Pivot actually learned the anatomy. At this time, Sima covered her white hair that was messed up by the wind with her small hands, looking like she had seen a ghost. There's nothing strange about this. It's normal for the acting captain or even the deputy captain to learn the anatomy of 643. Isn't it? Sima heard the smiling words of Yunzeo not far away. She rolled her eyes directly. How could she not know? It was just that it felt incredible to be surpassed by Pivot. It seems that she will have to work hard next. How could she be surpassed by Pivot, the vice president, this short man? At this moment, Xime was unaware of the fact that she was shorter than Pivot. It's just. This scene, Captain Pivot's Zanpakuta is worthy of being called the strongest Zanpakuta of the wind system, and the grand scene after being released is worthy of such a title. Now there will be a good show to watch. Yun Zhao sighed with emotion, such a solution to the title of the strongest Zanpakuta. How should Vice Captain Moer deal with it? On the battlefield. Teacher, be careful. Pivot reminded him, and then swung his blade. A tornado that went straight to the sky was flying towards Moer, which was his test attack. Facing such an attack, Moer was not prepared, and did not start the 1-minute round time. He reached out and touched the oncoming tornado. Just touching the edge, a card placed in the second row of the game board position reacted directly. Swoosh! A round light shield directly enveloped Mel's surroundings, and an ancient stone throne appeared behind him. Mel sat on it directly. Then he prepared to continue watching little Pivot's hard work. Some death gods were watching the battle behind Mel. From their perspective, they could see a few big words written crookedly behind the throne. Safe Haven. Chapter 423 4 realms covering the top, he really didn't cheat. Looking at those big words, the death gods were speechless. Just because the words safe haven were written on the back of this stone chair had the ability to block the wind. Can it be understood this way? Looking at the white light shield that separated the hurricane, the death gods who were watching were guessing in their hearts, but they just felt that it was a bit outrageous. Is this why that Zanpakuto is called the most nonsensical and incredible Zanpakuto in history? On the other side, Pit didn't see the big words written on the back of the stone chair. He only knew the teacher made a light shield to block his attack and even made a chair to sit on. It was really too much. Now he had to do his best to break through the teacher's defense. Then make a quick decision. After all, he had only learned the solution a few days ago, so his control was not high and his durability was not good. Whoosh! Several terrible hurricanes began to gather. They linked together to form a larger hurricane that reached the sky. The clouds in the sky were torn off. The hurricane was deforming and turned into a huge claw. Each of the 5 claws was a tornado. Pivot was suspended in the sky. The clouds in the sky had long disappeared. He was surrounded by dozens of meters of disaster wind dragons, and above him were claws formed by even larger tornadoes. Pivot was holding up his Zanpakuto, and the disaster wind dragons around him were also roaring to the sky. Captain Aizen, is it really okay? This move looks very noisy, and our 5th Division's buildings can't bear it. Yun Zhao looked at the amazing scene in the sky at this time. He said with a smile on his face. Haha, why shouldn't you say this? Captain Yun Zhao didn't show mercy when he attacked just now. A young man who looked about 18 years old said unhappily. He is the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Xinyu, and also a new spirit. Although Yun Zhao is no longer the captain, he can't change his title for a while. He has a lot of resentment towards Yun Zhao. Almost half of the affairs of the entire 5th Division were thrown to him, and Yun Zhao himself only did a little. He complained about being tired every day with just that little. But now it's all right. Captain Yun Zhao was replaced by Captain Aizen, and then he would throw the position of vice-captain to Yun Zhao. This way he can get out of it completely. It seems that Vice-Captain Xinyu has a lot of resentment. I hope Captain Aizen can make you feel more relaxed next time. Yun Zhao still smiled. Even if he really became the vice-captain, it would be impossible for him to do anything. I hope Captain Aizen can be more diligent. Otherwise, things will still fall on poor Vice-Captain Xinyu. When their topic was off topic. Above the sky. Look at my power. Teacher. Pit shouted. The dragon claws of the wind dragon echoed with the claws of the sky. Then, the disaster of wind came. Disaster dragon wind claw. Boom. The huge dragon claw in the sky became smaller and more refined, and then completely formed. The huge claw of tens of meters in the sky pulled endless airflow, causing a change in the sky. The claw that looked like a dragon god. Falling from the sky, it was going to destroy everything in the world. A spectacular scene. The whole Seoul court could see it. Looking at this movement, Captain Cerulean was not calm. The shock wave alone would be extremely large. It would be her fault to sit back and watch such a disaster happen. However, she was not good at the way of binding. After all, she had not been in Seoul society for a long time. All her energy was mostly focused on Zanpakuto and Shunpo. As for the way of ghosts, just remembering those precautions was a headache. It can only be said that her level of the way of ghosts was barely acceptable. Probably only slightly stronger than Captain Bivit on the field. So, she could only act cute against her will. She cast a pitiful look at the captain of the second team, Kyunyi, who was not far away. Noticing Solarin's pitiful look, Kyunyi slightly raised her chin, with a cold and arrogant look on her face, indicating that she was very disdainful of her. But, she finally made a move. 96th Binding Path, 4 realms covering the top. 4 golden lights spread around the entire battlefield, and golden barriers tens of meters high rose on all 4 sides. One of them was closer to the inside, isolating the onlookers from the death gods. 4 realms covering the top, this is the binding path that was not in the original work of the death god in Mel's previous life. Because the original work did not have all the complete ghost ways. So, Mare completed the binding paths that were not released in the original work or that he had not seen. After all, most of the ghost ways in this world were deduced by him. A considerable number of people replied that Anohanaretsu and Ling had perfected it. He was freer because of this. What a great accomplishment in the art of binding. Looking at the golden light wall rising in front of him, Many death gods were shocked. That was a level above 90, and it could be released without chanting. Many of them had heard of Captain Qian Yi's reputation of Shunhong. But they didn't expect her accomplishment in the art of binding to be so great. Solarin also looked at the golden barrier in front of her with envy. People are so annoying. Even if she chanted her art of binding, she could only release some of the art of binding below 90. She didn't even learn all of them. As for the art of breaking, it was a little bit better, at least the art of cremation was very suitable for her, so she learned it. However, that thing was a sacrificial art of breaking, so it was better for her to solve it herself. Boom! The huge dragon claws fell to the ground a few breaths after the 4 golden light barriers rose. Hit the light shield surrounding Mel below. The yellow sand was blown away, and the yellow sand was everywhere, making it impossible to see the scene inside. At the same time, huge vibrations began to spread from the ground to the outside in waves. Vibration, vibration. The entire Lingting and the Lingmen street outside were shaking. Whether it was the Shinigami of the Soul Court or the souls of the Soul Street, they all felt the ground was shaking. What happened? They all looked at the dim scene in the distant sky with an uneasy look on their faces. Whew, whiz, whiz. Time passed slowly. In the 5th Division battlefield. In midair, Pivot took a few breaths and then waved his Zanpakuta. Countless strong winds began to blow, blowing away the yellow sand spreading below. The scene inside was revealed. A huge claw-shaped pit was broken inside, about tens of meters deep. However, in the center of the pit, there was a piece of land standing firmly. That was where Mel was. How is it possible? This is my most powerful move now. How could it not even break the defense? It's obviously just the Shikai, teacher. Seeing the still strong white light shield, Pivot doubted his life. Could it be that he is a fake strongest Zanpakuta? When Pivot was doubting his life, Mare's cards also started to activate. Actually, his safe haven seat is not unlimited. As a conditional trigger card, the safe haven needs to pass a wind attack judgment first. And the duration is also limited. It is 5 rounds. That is, the timer is 5 minutes. Now 4 minutes have passed. There are 4 more cards on his game board. Pivot also noticed this. But he can't do anything, he can't even break the defense. He can't do anything. At this time, Pivot felt a little autistic. This kid has a bad mentality. Mare looked at the self-destructive little Pivot in the air and felt a little funny. Actually, the spiritual pressure he used to fight with little Pivot was completely equal in normal circumstances. There was no intention to win by spiritual pressure. In this case, if this spiritual pressure can really be consumed by little Pivot, he will also admit defeat. The cards in this Zanpakuta in his hand are also really random. It's just that sometimes he is lucky and can automatically draw what he wants. He also abides by the rules of each card in it. After all, the original purpose of making this Zanpakuta is for fun. If it is directly invincible, the fun will naturally decrease. So, he really didn't cheat. Chapter 424 This strike penetrates the sky and the earth, revive my love. Ho ho ho. At this time, Pivot slowly floated down. Looking at him a little depressed, Mare stood up. He looked at Pivot and comforted him directly. Little Pivot, don't look so sad. While Mel was comforting him, the seat behind him also dissipated silently. Because the time for 5 rounds is up. Are you going to give up just because of this little setback? Hearing the teacher's sincere teachings, Pivot's eyes lit up and he began to feel that he could do it again. After all, he was still relatively young, although he looked like he was 14 or 15 years old. But he was a newborn spirit, and he was a blank sheet of paper when he was born. It's not bad to have such a mind in 2 years. Very good, cheer up. Next, show your pride. At some point, 2 figures appeared not far from Pivot. One was a yellow figure. The other was an old man, who looked like a fairy, a master of his generation. On the card position of the More game board, 2 cards in the first row were glowing. 1 card in the second row was glowing. Rule 4. The cards with correlation between the upper and lower rows can be linked to form a new effect. For example, a card in the first row is called Woolen Master, and the corresponding card below it is called Unethical. These 2 cards are directly linked to form a new effect. When a martial arts master does not follow the ethics of martial arts, he can cause critical damage to the enemy. So, what is considered as not following the ethics of martial arts? Pivot looked at the two strange guys and was ready to take action. He has not lost yet, at least he can't lose too badly. Hoo hoo. The wind dragons surrounding him were blessed by his Zanpakuta, and his body was also particularly light. At this time, the round-headed yellow guy began to move. Directly released its innate skill. Funny face. Yes, the name on the card that formed it is called Funny Man. And Funny Face is its core skill. The effect of this skill is very obvious. Originally, Pivot wanted to use speed to pass these two strange guys and attack the teacher directly. If long-range attack doesn't work, then close combat is better. What a pity. He suddenly saw the yellow round-headed strange species opposite him showing a very strange smile. Then, he was ridiculed. Obviously, Pivot shouldn't fight it to the death. But he began to feel an impulse in his heart, and he couldn't help but attack the guy directly. Die. Pivot turned into a irritable old brother. He picked up the Zanpakuta in his hand and led the wind dragons around him to attack. The funny man was beaten and fled. But even so, it still had a funny smile on its face. This smile attracted Pivot like a lighthouse guiding a ship. Let him rush into the fire. Now. When Pivot ran to attack the funny man, the martial arts master's eyes flashed, and he attacked. The first move was his specialty. Lightning 5 whips. The bursting lightning wrapped around him, and there was a burst of lightning and thunder. He used the long-lost lightning 5 whips. Then he attacked Pivot, who was concentrating on beating the funny man without any martial ethics. Zilla. Pivot was attacked directly, and this attack was a critical hit. Wow. He was beaten so hard that he vomited blood. At this time, timely defense is the best choice for Pivot, but he can't help it. That yellow-headed guy really deserves a beating. He must be beaten to death. While Pivot endured this critical hit and continued to make fun of the man, the martial arts master who flashed by him did not stop. He sank his energy into his danshin and shouted while attacking. 1 whip. 2 whips. 3 whips. 4 whips. 5 whips. 5 whips of lightning plus the unscrupulous martial arts. The last whip. Boom. The thunder ripped through the sky like a blue beam of light. This blow seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth. Under such an attack, Pivot was almost electrocuted. His hair turned into an afro. At the last moment, he forced his spirit and will not faint but burst into a terrible attack. The attack still fell on the funny man. Whoosh whoosh. The dragon claws of the wind dragon finally beat the annoying guy into light particles. As a price, Pivot's body was severely injured again. A martial arts master in his 70s attacked a young man in his teens. He had no martial ethics and was so terrifying. The death gods outside the golden light wall around the battlefield. Some of them didn't understand at all. Why did Captain Pivot prefer to be beaten so badly to attack the yellow-headed monster? Although the monster did look a bit like a punch when he laughed. But it shouldn't be so hateful. He actually let the old man next to him attack. Some people were thoughtful. Then they looked at the guy who was leisurely in the battlefield with fear. Is this the most nonsensical Zanpakuta in history? Why can he be so exaggerated? It's simply unfair. So many cards, so many abilities, isn't this a blatant cheat? Pa pa pa. Hearing the applause, Pivot looked over. As expected. That was his teacher. Congratulations, little Pivot, you have successfully overcome a difficult situation, you are really amazing. From a tactical point of view, the funny man must die, otherwise he will taunt Pivot from time to time when he fights. Then Pivot will be kite-fighted to death. However, the situation is not optimistic now. Okay, little Pivot, next, face your old friend. When Pivot heard Mel's gentle tone, his heart trembled a little. From the beginning to now, he was obviously the one who understood. But he was beaten to a loss. Now, what else is going on? At this moment, Mare looked at his game board. He has drawn a lot of cards now, but he didn't continue to put cards in the card position. Because little Pivot may not even be able to hold the cards on the card position. It's better not to abuse him too much. So, give little Pivot an ending. He thought so. Then, when he placed it with the Minotaur for the first time, he turned over the card in the second row. This card began to emit white light, linking the blank card above it. Under the somewhat bewildered eyes of Pivot and the somewhat surprised eyes of the surrounding death gods, A translucent figure of a man with grey hair appeared in the air. It was earth-shattering as soon as it appeared. A half-red and half-white light enveloped him, and then a circle of red magic circles surrounded him. Ah! A low voice roared. The death god stared at the somewhat illusory figure in amazement. Boom! Endless red light burst out directly and swept across the entire spirit court. Along with the red light was his high roar. Resurrection. My love. The password was correct, and the linkage was successful. The Minotaur card originally located in the cemetery on the game board was recondensed on the blank card position on the game board. At the same time, a golden beam of light also burst out from the battlefield. Finally, a Minotaur fell into the arms of the shadow in a princess hug. The skill card was released successfully. The Minotaur was successfully resurrected. Chapter 425, Very eye-catching, Inch Force, Open the Skull. Resurrection. My love. Skill card. The resurrected card must be placed directly above it. They must be placed together at the same turn. In addition, when the resurrected card enters the graveyard, no other card can be placed in this slot. Otherwise, the linkage effect will be destroyed and cannot be released. Obviously, Mare complies with these conditions. Therefore, the resurrection is very successful. It's just that the scene feels a bit spicy. After all, a man hugs a minotaur like a princess. This scene is hard for ordinary people to see. Or, none of the Grim Reapers present have seen it. Ah! My eyes, my eyes. So spicy. The Grim Reapers who were originally looking at the sky and feeling speechless were attracted by a scream in the battlefield. I saw that Bivit covered one eye and began to scream. At this time, he felt like rolling on the ground, but he realized that there were many eyes watching him around. He just tried to hold it back, but his body was twitching all over. This scene. People outside the field were a little confused. Although the situation above was also confusing, people only felt a mess. What the hell, are they out of date, etc. Even if they really felt that the scene above was a bit eye-catching. But they wouldn't shout it out. It even looked painful. Is it really that painful? Mower said it was really painful. Because a card in the second row of his game board was automatically turned over. There was a pair of bloodshot and tearful eyes on it. There was also a name, eye-catching. Eye-catching, conditional trigger card. Specify a unit. When the opponent has the psychology of eye-catching, the effect will automatically start. Give the unit a really eye-catching effect. Good opportunity. When Bivit covered his eyes with a painful look, the martial arts master not far away had his eyes lit up and used his power again. Lightning 5 whips. The unfair martial arts man launched again. When the first blow hit Bivit, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and then reacted immediately. It was just that his eyes hurt, not that he couldn't move. At this time, Bivit's heart was full of grief and anger, and this grief and anger turned into his powerful motivation. He closed his eyes and began to swing his Zanpakuto regardless. He released a powerful tornado attack indiscriminately towards the surroundings. Now his eyes were too hot to use precise attacks. So, he could only use this indiscriminate attack to protect himself, and first get through or slightly adapt to the strangeness of his eyes. Sure enough, when such an attack came out, the martial arts master's face changed, and lightning and thunder flashed. Then, he ran away. After these card characters were materialized, they basically had simulated minds. They would behave in accordance with their personalities. For martial arts masters. He is a martial arts master in his 70s, with very little blood. If he is hit hard by this young man, he will probably die on the spot. A master can be killed by a random punch. This situation is applicable to martial arts masters as the restriction of this card. So, the tactics of martial arts masters are, unless there is an opportunity, stay on the edge. When the martial arts master is on the edge of being on the edge, the Minotaur also broke away from the embrace of the phantom and came to the ground. The phantom also dissipated with his red light, and the card on the game board was also sent to the graveyard. This is a skill card. So it is just a special effect scene to release the skill. Now it is on the ground. The Minotaur saw Bivit who attacked the surroundings indiscriminately. Eyes turned red. Take a running start again. Bivit is the designated target of hatred for this card of Minotaur. At least it will not change in this time of the first release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Boom! The ground was blasted apart by a huge force. Pivite, who was still attacking indiscriminately, began to feel his hair stand on end. Subconsciously, he attacked in one direction. Boom! A familiar feeling came. The whole person began to burst out. In the sour eyes and huge pain, he heard a huge voice again. Charge for love! Boom! The golden light wall at the edge of the battlefield. The figure shot by Pivite was directly smashed into cracks. It almost broke through the light wall. Finally, Pivite was directly embedded in the light wall. Buzz! The light wall began to repair automatically, and Pivite's figure fell. As the super high-level binding method of number 96, this binding method has the characteristic of automatic repair. The price is that after the repair, the average defense of the 4 light walls will be reduced according to the amount of repair. Battlefield. There is a huge wound on the Minotaur's body. This is the wound caused by Pivot's subconscious counterattack. The Pivot in the current state of release is different from the previous release. Even if he is affected by the burning effect, the result was severe, but he managed to react to the attack of the Minotaur. What a pity! His subconscious counterattack was meaningless. After using the ultimate move, the Minotaur was going to dissipate anyway, so it didn't matter whether it was attacked or not. Poor child! Looking at the little Pivot sliding down from the light wall, Mare seemed to be distressed, but he entered the turn time. Swap the skill card next to the No Martial Arts Academy retreat right below the Martial Arts Master card. Buzz! The upper and lower cards are linked successfully. The Martial Arts Master seemed to have an epiphany, and a new skill was added without a teacher. Then, there was a burst of lightning and thunder. Zilla! He appeared directly in front of Pivot, who fell to the ground. Bang! The Martial Arts Master kicked Pivot, who was still struggling, away. Pivot flew directly into the air. At this time, the eye-irritating effect has ended, because it can only last for 3 rounds, that is, 3 minutes. Now, Pivite, flying in the air, stared at the sky with wide eyes, his eyes a little blurred. His understanding was dissipated by the heavy blow of the Minotaur just now. At this time, he was powerless. Looking at the blue sky in the sky, he seemed to see a face. Is it the teacher? No. Until the face appeared, he could see clearly that it was the face of an old man. He seemed to be saying something. Pivite was a little confused. Then his eyes fell into darkness, and his whole face was pressed by a rough big hand. Whoosh! The wind was blowing, and the body was falling quickly. Is it over? Pivite had only one last thought: the teacher was really too much. Inch forced to open the skull. Boom! The earth exploded, and the earth dragon turned over. The surrounding area began to shake violently. Endless sand began to fly. Originally, there was a claw-shaped pit several dozen meters deep in the battlefield, and now there is another round pit in the pit. It is really a nesting doll. The Shinigami outside the light wall looked at the pit under the battlefield and were speechless. Captain Bivit would not be beaten to death. That Zanpakuto is so scary. Many Shinigami outside the field had these 2 thoughts. In the battlefield. In the pit. The martial arts master carried the unconscious Bivit and leaped to Mel's side. Then, Mare revoked his Shikai and put away his Zanpakuto. He looked at the dying little guy and treated him kindly. Returning the 6-star dirty light. 6 points of blue starlight shone in Bivit's heart, and the other 5 connection points, connecting. The originally precarious breath was also calmed down and even quickly repaired. Sure enough, he is a good teacher. At this point, the farce finally ended. Mare carried little Bivit and flew out of the field. The next day, a shocking news spread in Seoul society. The captain of the 5th Division, Yun Zhao, was successfully challenged by the newly graduated student Eisen. Eisen became the new captain of the 5th Division. In addition to this most explosive news, there is another news that attracts people. Bivit, the acting captain of the 10th Division, became the official captain. The 2 news caused a storm in Seoul society. And the 2 people at the center of the storm, one was still lying in the captain's dormitory of the 10th Division. The other has already come to the present world. Chapter 426, See Hunter Island and Hunter Association under the dramatic changes of the times. The first half of the Grand Line. On an island called Sea Hunter Island near the Calm Belt. A prosperous scene. All kinds of tall buildings are lined up, and the ancient stone streets are arranged in an orderly manner. Busy flow of people. Cars and water are busy. There are many large carts carrying goods, and the most loaded are huge pieces of meat. Those are the meat of sea kings, which will be transported to temporary processing plants for processing or frozen and refrigerated. Then wait for the sea merchants to transport the meat to other islands. This is an island that focuses on hunting sea beasts and sea kings. With the arrival of the great martial arts era, many people have obtained the key to the strong. This has caused great changes in the whole world, and the tide of the times has swept across. Various industries around the world have been severely impacted. One of the industries that has been most affected is the emerging hunting industry. As some people began to rise up the craze of cultivation because of the great martial arts era. About the food industry. The agricultural products industry, as well as fisheries, animal husbandry, orchards, etc., began to develop rapidly under the leadership of some major forces. Afterwards, some people set their sights on the sea beasts and even sea kings in the endless sea. The reason is also very simple. These behemoths are big, and killing one is enough for many people. At the same time, their meat has been certified by the strong, and the energy or calories are much higher than those of ordinary animals and fish. It is more effective for exercise. So, with the establishment of the Hunter Association, this special group of hunters began to increase rapidly. The hunting industry began to expand wildly. This sea hunting island is the product of this era. Originally, this island was not called Sea Hunting Island, and it was just an unknown island in the sea. Only a small town with thousands of people occupied it. Until later, several large chambers of commerce with backgrounds took a fancy to this place. The island is more than 20 kilometers in diameter, which is not small. At the same time, it is close to the doldrums but not too close. The sea area not far away is mostly tens of meters of sea beasts or sea kings. At the same time, multiple islands can be connected nearby, and goods can be quickly dumped out. It is an island with geographical advantages. That's right. It has only been less than a year since it was developed. Various buildings were quickly built, and the hunting industry was vigorously developed on this island. Many hunters were also attracted. Many ordinary people also saw business opportunities and followed merchant ships to settle here with their families. In a short period of time, the population here directly expanded to more than 100,000. Many forces also have garrisons here. Among them, the Hunter Association has a branch here. The endless stream of people covered the footsteps. A man wearing black framed glasses shuttled through the bustling streets. He looked at the crowd around him. Here, you can see people wearing all kinds of clothes coming and going, with some kind of warm emotions on their faces. Because people who come to this island mostly come with good wishes. Their emotions tend to be positive. What a vibrant scene! The man whispered to himself. He was Aizen, who came to the real world from Seoul Society. After becoming the captain of the 5th Division in Seoul Society, he replaced Yunzeo's position with vice captain. As for the former vice captain Zinyu, he instantly moved to the 3rd seat, and so on. It means that all the officers of the 5th Division have been demoted by 1 seat out of thin air. After that, Aizen threw everything to Yunzeo. He ran to the real world. Here, it is the first leg of his journey. Aizen walked to a tall and majestic building and stopped. This tall building is the Hunter Association branch. Although it does not look so magnificent from the outside, it has a sense of simplicity and grandeur. The main body of the building is mostly beige boulders, simple, with some simple decorations. There is also a flag at the top of the building. The flag above is white with a knife and a sword crossed and facing down. A ball of fire burned at the intersection, and red blood beads slid down on the sword. This is the flag of the Hunter Association. It represents a certain tendency of hunters. Aizen looked at the flag hanging high on the top for a while, and then walked into this grand building. When he came inside the building, you can still see many people coming and going. It's just that most people here have one common feature. On one of their arms hangs an armband, which is basically bronze in color. The armband is engraved with a hunter flag. Aizen focused his eyes on the hall. The white floor tiles in the wall that caught his eye had 3 counters similar to a bar. There were 2 on the left, and a staircase, and 3 on the right. Each of these counters had several receptionists receiving the hunters coming and going. Sometimes, you can see a few people with silver-white armbands going up the stairs on the left. More people were wandering in front of the task boards with various tasks hanging on the walls. Aizen looked at the task boards casually. There were all kinds of tasks. hunting, stationing, escorting, protecting, searching, food, intelligence, mercenaries, and even mining. It's just that the mining was not ordinary ore, but a mineral called magic stone. Eisen took a quick look. He came to a counter. "Hello, sir. Are you here to post tasks or register as a hunter at the Hunter Association?" A receptionist at the counter looked at Eisen with a warm smile on his face. Although this job is tiring due to the frequent exchanges between hunters, it earns a lot. So even if the receptionist felt a little stiff at the corners of his mouth, he still smiled. "I'm here to register as a hunter." Hearing Eisen's words, the receptionist nodded immediately. Hunters, unless they are officials who officially join the Hunter Association. Otherwise, they have a relatively equal relationship with the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association provides a platform to push tasks, and hunters choose tasks to support themselves. A very simple and clear relationship. At this time, the receptionist took out a piece of paper and a pen from the counter and handed it to Eisen. "Okay, please fill in the basic information first. Name, gender, age, height, weight, place of birth and other basic information. These information are not required, some people even just making up stories. But it doesn't matter. Because this so-called basic information corresponds to an identity required to accept tasks. No one will pay attention to low-level hunters. Only those high-level hunters are qualified to be dug up. Soon." Eisen filled out the information selectively. Click. The receptionist took a photo of Eisen's face with the den mushi on the table, and then matched the photo with the information sheet. "Sir, now you need to take a task to evaluate your hunter level." The receptionist looked at Eisen. Fearing that he didn't understand what he meant, he began to explain to Eisen. Registering as a hunter doesn't mean that anyone can register successfully. Initially, fill in the basic information. You need to take a task and complete this task. Based on the level and completion of the task, the initial hunter level will be directly evaluated. The reason why the strength assessment is not conducted directly. It is because there are too many hunters. The Hunter Association does not have enough manpower, so it directly chooses to determine the level based on the initial task. However, the initial mission selection is limited. For example, some escort, group hunting, stationing and other types of missions have hunter level requirements. A guy who is not even a formal hunter will not be chosen by them. Unless no reward. In this way, they are happy to help him become a regular hunter. This is the current loophole, and it is also some side effects caused by rapid development. Chapter 427 S-Level Mission Gluttony Tree, 5 Gluttony Disasters. Soon. After listening patiently to the receptionist's explanation. Choose a mission from the thick mission commission book handed by the receptionist. When the receptionist saw the mission selected by Eisen, the eyes almost popped out, and then looked at Eisen in astonishment. The tone was also a little stuttering. "Sir, you didn't make a wrong choice. This mission is an S-level mission." There was a blurry photo pasted on the page that Eisen turned over. There was also a brief introduction next to it. Pure Demon Species Gluttony Tree. Danger Level S-Level 2 stars, extremely dangerous. It is normal for the receptionist to be shocked when seeing the task chosen by Eisen. S-level tasks are very difficult. Since the establishment of the Hunter Association, few people can complete S-level tasks. The only ones who can complete them are probably the gem-level hunters under the Hunter Association's Holy Hunter Council. But hunters of those levels, they are masters gathered by the major forces that formed the Hunter Association, and they will not act casually. It seems that they are deliberately putting pressure on civilian hunters to grow. This crusade against the gluttonous tree was issued by the 06 Hunter Association itself. "Sir, are you sure you want to take this task? This is really too dangerous. I suggest you choose other tasks." Eisen looked at the receptionist's advice and smiled gently. "It doesn't matter, this is it." His glasses reflected light slightly. The eyes under the glasses revealed the fun of exploration. In the past 2 years, the sea in this world has slowly begun to change. Many plants, animals, fish, and sea kings have changed. People finally confirmed with shock. That was the huge impact left by the demon god in the war between the two gods. So, the great era of demonic patterns, which was called by Morgans of the World Economic Newspaper, began to come. The multiple superposition of eras was really dazzling. In this great era of demonic patterns, mutated creatures emerged in an endless stream. All these mutant creatures were classified as demons by humans. Demon species with animal mutations, demon plant species with plant mutations, demon fish species, sea demon beast species, etc. But there is one species that is very special in the demons. That is the pure demon species. As the name suggests, it is a pure demon species. The demons that occupied the island of fear before the great era of demonic patterns. All were classified as pure demon species. The fear species belonging to the pure demon species is also called the fear demon species. And now the target chosen by Eisen, the gluttony tree. It is the gluttony species among the pure demon species. Although it looks like a tree, it is actually a pure demon species, made of pure gluttony magic. Due to its own characteristics, the glutton species grows very fast. If there is a glutton mine in its location, its growth rate will be even faster. After entering the era of magic patterns, 5 natural disasters appeared in the glutton species. The glutton tree, the mother nest dragon, the island swallowing whale, the blood leech, and the disaster locust. They are collectively called the 5 disasters. When other pure demon species were still slowly developing, these natural disasters began to wreak havoc. However, among them, it is rumored that the mother nest dragon was captured by the 4 emperors' golden lion on the island. It is said that it was instructed by the Yamada great god Orochimaru. The disaster locusts, because their mother body spreads a large number of magic locusts, crops and plants are eaten up wherever they pass, and even living things cannot be avoided. Such natural disasters forced the Hunter Association to form a crusade team. Then, the locust plague was dead. The island swallowing whale likes to swallow islands. It is very slippery and only picks small islands. It will run away after it eats all the islands. This guy is very dangerous if left alone, and the Hunter Association has also sent gem-level hunters to track him. Finally, it is rumored that he was taken under the command of the whale, one of the 7 apostles of the demon clan. The blood leech likes to wreak havoc in the sea and rarely goes ashore, so it has survived to this day. The gluttonous tree is rooted in a certain island and is rumored to be constantly swallowing magma. Because that island is a volcanic island. And that island is not too far from here. Okay, sir. I have recorded it for you. Since the person in front of him is determined, the receptionist will not continue to dissuade him. If you don't die, you won't die. If you really want to die, no one can stop you. Here, this is the hunter trainee armband. When the time comes, you can use this to complete the evaluation at any Hunter Association station after completing the task. The receptionist handed a grey-white armband to Eisen. Just now, the receptionist uploaded the photo of the data. Receptionists at other Hunter Associations can find the corresponding number by searching. Just use the key-like device on the desktop. This device is connected to a line and pressed on the Den Mushi like a telephone key. This is a device produced by the Hunter Association or the Kingdom of the Miracle Land of Korti. Just enter a specific key or use Den Mushi face recognition to call up the corresponding data and print it out. It is a very convenient device. Eisen took the grey-white armband from the receptionist, and there was a number on the back. When Eisen was about to leave, the receptionist reminded him. Sir, the island closest to the gluttony tree is Formus Island. The permanent pointer of that island can be purchased at the Miracle Chamber of Commerce next to the Hunter Association. If you want to go there directly by merchant ship, you can buy the merchant ship itinerary catalog. Due to the impact on various industries in the era of traditional martial arts, greater benefits are needed to stabilize the situation. But in this sea where transportation is very difficult, it's not that easy. Especially the magnetic field is chaotic on the Grand Line. Therefore, Den Mushi began to be cultivated on a large scale by certain forces for communication. Permanent pointers on various islands also began to be manufactured on a large scale. Merchant ships also specially increased the business of carrying people. The Kingdom of Korti, the Land of Miracles, disclosed a technology to major forces, the technology of embedding sea tower stone in the bottom of the ship. At the same time, the service of embedding sea tower stone in the bottom of the ship was open to the public. Whether it is a merchant ship or a naval ship, you can go there and pay to experience this service. Well, except for pirates, of course, disguised pirate ships are different. As long as they can really deceive, it doesn't matter. So, the power ship industry is developing very rapidly, and this industry is rapidly blooming in the 4 seas and various regions. Among them, the South China Sea, where the mechanical style is popular, has developed the fastest. The undisputed giant is the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce controlled by the South China Sea Dark Curtain Organization. Under such circumstances, the world government has to follow closely and vigorously develop the 7 water cities in the first half of the Grand Line. At the same time, he set his sights on the sea train that was still under construction. However, due to the risks of the sea and the cost, the sea train project has not been given much attention. Thank you for the reminder. Izome looked at the kindly reminded receptionist with a gentle smile on his face. Then he left without looking back. Looking at the man's back, the receptionist muttered in his heart. This man's gestures were calm and confident, and it was obvious that he was not a rookie. Could he really complete this task? Finally, the receptionist shook her head. No matter what. This kind of thing is not something that a small person like her can evaluate. All she has to do is to prepare a case first. This level of task acceptance, even if it may be a prank, cannot be ignored. Time passed slowly. 1 day later. Shishima, an island that has become terrifying because of one of the 5 major gluttony disasters. On this island with several volcanoes, a huge grey tree that blocks out the sun and looks a bit twisted is rooted in the central crater. The surrounding area is gloomy and silent, with only some strange sounds. At this moment, an uninvited guest began to step into the scope of this island. Chapter 428 Hunter Association Hunter Level Division, the highest authority Holy Hunter Council. Is that the gluttony tree? This ominous feeling is interesting. At this time, after entering the island, Aizen looked at the huge tree that blocks out the sun in the central crater. An interested smile began to appear on his face. This time, he was interested in the gluttony species in the world, and he came here because he had some desire to study it. In his opinion, the power of the demons belongs to the power of the mind. If it can be reversed into a spirit state and become a hollow. If this is really possible, such a process transformation must show very changes. Interesting, worth exploring. Today, he stepped on the spirit passage in midair and walked towards the location of the gluttony tree step by step. And the gluttony tree also began to discover this uninvited guest. Countless branches began to dance wildly, sprinting towards Aizen. Aizen could feel the giant tree's perception like a gaze locked on him. He smiled slightly. He pulled out the Zanpakuto at his waist. Break it. Mirror flower and water moon. A day later, a shocking news spread all over the world. The gluttony tree, one of the 5 major gluttony disasters, was successfully defeated, and the Hunter Association's new gem-level hunter Aizen Aoeae, a strong man who had never been heard of before, suddenly appeared. People began to talk about it. However, the increase in gem-level hunters is also a good thing for people. The Hunter Association now plays a huge role in stabilizing the world. The more high-level hunters registered, the better. Because there are more such hunters, those pirates dared not be too rampant. After all, they might be targeted by a hunter and become a bounty. Especially this time, the newcomer turned out to be a gem-level hunter. Gem-level hunters are all legendary big men. In the Hunter Association, hunters are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, gem, and crown levels. Except for the crown level. Each level is also divided into 3 stars. Among them, hunters registered at the bronze level directly account for more than 99%. After all, as long as a person dares to go out and venture, he can take a weapon and try to register as a hunter. So the number of bronze hunters is so huge that it is unimaginable, and there is a gap between the number of silver hunters. As for gem-level hunters, so far, there are only 3 real non-official civilian gem-level hunters from the Hunter Association. These 3. One was originally a monster hidden among the people, and soon rose to a gem-level hunter after registering as a hunter. The other is also a very powerful strong man. But there is a gap from the threshold of gem-level hunters. But not long ago, relying on the more detailed and effective training methods passed down from the great martial arts era, he transformed into a stronger one. Then he was promoted from a diamond-level hunter to a gem-level hunter. And the last one is even more terrifying. She is Cerulean, a disciple of the ice goddess's death. If you insist, her background is too strong. She is called the Ice and Flame Queen. She left the Navy more than a year ago to establish the Sister Sword Club and is the president of the Sister Sword Club. The other founder of this force, Sword Saint Scarlet, who inherited the title of his master, is a crown-level hunter. Crown-level hunters are benchmarked against a combat power indicator currently recognized by the sea, the demigod-level combat power. Demigod-level combat power refers to those super-strong people whose strength is obviously abnormal to the peak combat power of the sea. According to this standard, if it were in the usual era, I am afraid that there would not be a demigod-level combat power in the entire sea. But this era is different. Golden Lion, one of the 4 emperors of the pirates. He now has a demigod-level combat power, and his strength is recognized by the sea as the leader of the 4 emperors. The 7 demon apostles are now more terrifying than before, and are also considered to have demigod-level combat power. The reason why Sword Saint Scarlet became a crown-level hunter is because he once defeated one of the 7 demon apostles. In the Hunter Association, there are only a handful of crown-level hunters. Even the behemoth of the world government does not have a crown-level hunter belonging to its own family in the Hunter Association. Very embarrassing. As for the gem-level hunters under it, there are 3. However, no matter what, gem-level hunters are very rare. The new gem-level hunter is also a big deal for the top leaders of the Hunter Association. While the whole sea is discussing it heatedly. Grand Line, Wami Islands, Korti Kingdom. Located in one of the islands of the archipelago. In a slightly dim, spacious, and gorgeous mysterious room. The highest authority of the Hunter Association, the Holy Hunter Council, held a Holy Hunter Conference here. Holy Hunter Council. This is the highest authority formed by the major forces that founded the Hunter Association. The high-ranking officials who make up this organization are called the Holy Hunter Counselors. There are 11 seats in total. Among them, as the founder of the Hunter Association, the Kingdom of Korti has 3 seats. The World Government has 2 seats. The Chaos Realm has 2 seats. The Dark Curtain has 2 seats. Morgans, the president of the World Economic Newspaper, and his cooperating underground organizations occupy 1 seat together. Elbaf, the Giant Kingdom, has 1 seat. Now, in this room, through the video phone worm, the high-ranking officials of the major forces who were elected as Holy Hunter Counselors all appeared in this room in a very short time. It seems that everyone is here. Then, this Holy Hunter meeting officially begins. In the room, Omi, the chairman of the Holy Hunter Council, who was present in person, announced the start of the meeting under the gaze of many Holy Hunter Counselors. Omi, one of the 12 Holy Knights of the Kingdom of Korti, is in charge of administration. He is the second Holy Knight to join the Kingdom of Korti in the early days. He looks like an ordinary middle-aged man with brown hair. He once served as a minister of a certain kingdom, and was later demoted to a commoner by the king of that country. Now, he is appointed as the chairman of the Council of Saint Hunters. The main topic of this meeting is about the new gem-level hunter Aizen Kazuna Shizuan. Everyone, feel free to discuss any opinions. Hearing what Omi said, the other Saint Hunters were also thinking. Then, a loud voice spoke first. Guhahaha, Mizukage Aizen Kazuna Shizuan is a super newcomer who suddenly appeared. According to the current information, he is still alone. Strong, but no power. I think the 5 elders will be more interested. After all, your manpower seems. In this conference room, Morgans, who owns the World Economic Newspaper, which is known as Big News, spoke. As the intelligence chief who participated in the establishment of the Hunter Association, he naturally took the seat of the highest power in the Hunter Association, the Holy Hunter Counselor. It is because he is the Holy Hunter Counselor. Now, he can still joke with the 2 5 elders who are also Holy Hunter Counselors and are nominally the highest power in the world. You know. Before becoming a Holy Hunter Counselor, he was still being hunted by the world government agents. For him, this is too comfortable. Hi. Hey. Morgans, you don't need to remind me of this. Compared to us, your Big News strongmen are even less, all of them are trash. A projection in the room said so. He is the bearded 5 elder star, Saint Makasmas, one of the 5 elder stars with the highest power in the name of the world government. The world government has 2 seats for Saint Hunters. The 5 elder stars are not confident in letting others take these 2 seats. So tons. They directly selected 2 people to go into battle. The candidates are Saint Makasmas, the environment martial god of the bearded 5 elder stars, and Saint Topman Voculi, the legal martial god of another bearded 5 elder star. Chapter 429 The Substitute Gem of the 9 Glory Gods, Hisoka's Greed Island. Hehe, I'm just a small intelligence chief. Big News is just a hunter group that collects intelligence, and doesn't need any strong people. How can it compare with the 5 elder stars with the highest power in our world? Morgans heard the disdain of the 5 elders, with a teasing smile on his face. Hunter Group. A group organization of multiple hunters recognized by the Hunter Association. Hunters can cooperate with each other to form a group and register a hunter group in the Hunter Association. The big news is the hunter group formed by Morgans in the Hunter Association. The major forces involved in the creation of the Hunter Association also have their own hunter groups. These hunter groups serve as factions of the major forces in the Hunter Association. Together, they form a super-large composite hunter group, which is the official holy hunting organization of the Hunter Association. The organization is affiliated to the Holy Hunting Council and is under the control of the Holy Hunting Council. If the Holy Hunting Council is the highest authority of the Hunter Association authority, then the Holy Hunting Organization is the Hunter Association's most violent law enforcement agency. Morgans is getting more and more presumptuous. At this time, the 5 elders in the conference room looked at each other, and they could catch a hint of murderous intent in each other's eyes. They are the 5 elders with the highest power in the world. They were mocked by this mud-legged guy again and again. There are others who are also watching the show. This situation makes them very angry. However, they took a deep breath and endured it for the time being. Now the situation of 760 is a bit out of their control. In the Hunter Association and even the entire world government and navy, they can mobilize no demigod-level combat power. This kind of when the situation manifested itself in the council, they felt inferior. Although the navy had the sun god king and the ice goddess's death. But these godlike strong men would never take action for their face. And they couldn't do it easily. If a battle between gods broke out accidentally, the world would face an earth-shaking situation. The current The tacit agreement is that those godlike monsters will not be mobilized easily or no one has the power to mobilize them. So, the highest conflict resolution is carried out by the demigod-level combat power of the sea. And without demigod-level combat power, they are much more timid in doing things. At this time, the 5 elders looked at each other and suppressed their emotions. Just bear with it for a while. Wait until the treasure of the prehistoric ruins is thoroughly studied by them and a suitable person is found. Perhaps the situation can be improved and they can even have a god under their control. The substitute orbs named Jurong God are sealed. While the 5 elders were thinking silently, Morgans not far away also had similar thoughts. Now he mocked the 5 elders. Although it was cool, it was easy for the 5 elders to hold a grudge against him and find a chance to mess with him. But it didn't matter. The Greed Island made by Master Hisoka was almost completed. The island would be open by then. With sufficient information, he was bound to come out on top. When the time comes, if he gets the 3 strongest beasts with demigod-level combat power, one of the ultimate rewards in it, he will walk sideways in the sea. He dares to ride on the heads of the 5 elders and shit. While the 5 elders and Morgans were calculating, the conference room fell into silence. Suijing Eisen and Akari look very interesting. When the conference room fell into silence, a young man in one of the seats spoke. He combed his golden hair, and his body exuded a somewhat weird temperament. Seeing him speak, the 5 elders and Morgans stopped thinking. Especially the 5 elders, there was a hint of nervousness in the depths of their solemn pupils. The reason for this nervousness was the substitute gems of the 9 glory gods they had obtained. The young man in front of them, named Jitlin, came from the Dark Curtain organization in the South China Sea. He was a person who worshipped the substitute god Dio very much. He is also the only half-god level fighter in the Dark Mantle organization. The reason why he has such strength is that he has ascended to heaven in one step. He was given a half-body identity by the god of substitutes. So, he has a terrible substitute called the world. The substitute is a special power controlled by the highest violent organization called Tarot Totem in the Dark Mantle organization. That organization has 19 strong men with guaranteed diamond-level hunter strength. For the 5 elders, the substitutes held by the Tarot Totem organization and even the substitutes held by the god of substitutes themselves are very similar to the substitute gems of the prehistoric ruins they obtained. This makes the 5 elders almost certain. The root cause of the changes in the world in recent years lies in the emergence of prehistoric ruins. The god of substitutes Dio must have obtained the same type of ruins to rise rapidly. That's right. After obtaining the substitute gems of the 9 glory gods, the 5 elders felt excited and worried at the same time. If the substitute orb in their hands was known by the Dark Curtain, their 2 demigod-level combatants and even the substitute god Dio came to ask for it personally, would they give it to them or not? That's right. So much so that they put a very strict information blockade on the research of the substitute orb of Jurong God. They were afraid that the people from the Dark Curtain would get the news. Since Lord Jitlin finds it interesting, you can invite him to join the holy hunt. Then everyone can recruit him based on their abilities. An old man with a dense beard next to Jitlin looked at Jitlin and said respectfully. He is Gudian, the president of the Sage Council, the highest authority of the Dark Curtain organization. As one of the most powerful people in the Dark Curtain organization, he is qualified to occupy one of the 2 seats allocated to the Dark Curtain by the Hunter Council. However, although he is powerful, but facing Jitlin, a man with demigod-level combatants and a half-body identity of a god, he still gave him enough face. Whatever, it doesn't matter, just do it yourself. One of the projections in the room said with a bored look. She was a beautiful girl with dark blue hair, red eyes and a black decorative hat. Are there any other things? If not, let's finish it quickly. Hearing the girl's absent-minded words, the others did not get angry at her perfunctory. The girl in front of them looked young, but she was a rare demigod-level combat power in the sea. She was one of the top 3 combat powers in the Chaos Realm and had the support of the Chaos Goddess. With such strength and background, people dared not have any opinions. In that case, let Kong of the Iron Sun invite you, said the mustache 5 elder stars Wakuri Saint. Although I don't know why the girl, who usually acts more ambitiously, did not intend to win over newcomers. But it's good. The 5 elder stars did not intend to delve too much. Now, they valued the new gem-level hunters more. In the Hunter Association, they don't have crown-level hunters to mobilize. If they don't have them, they can only take advantage of the number of gem-level hunters. Steel Sun. Hearing what Saint Volhuli said, Oya raised his eyebrows. Steel Sun is not a title of a certain person, but a large hunter group formed by the world government. Currently, the leader of this hunter group is Kong Gungu. Does anyone object to Councillor Volhuli's proposal? Oya looked up and glanced around. Seeing that no one objected, he directly passed the proposal. Although gem-level hunters are legendary figures in the outside world, for the Holy Hunter Council, after all, it is just a daily trivial matter. Soon, the Holy Hunter meeting ended. At the headquarters of the Steel Sun Hunter Group, the leader Kong Gungu also received a notice from the Holy Hunter Council. Chapter 430 Orochimaru's Fantasy Beast Conference, The True Golden Lion. Demon Mine Gura Island. The headquarters of the famous hunter group Iron Sun is stationed here. At this time, in the Iron Sun's base, in an ancient office room, Sora held the fresh resolution document issued by the Holy Hunter Council in his hand. His face fell into contemplation. Shuijing Eisen, the doctor of the hospital, is here. He looked at the grey mountains outside the window and murmured. That's good. If we can invite this man to the Iron Sunday, then this station will be more stable. Looking at the dark shadows flashing by in the distant mountains, and the roars that echoed through the sky, Sora thought silently. Gula Island, formerly known as Gula Island. This is a large island with rich mineral resources, with a diameter of dozens of kilometers. This island was originally controlled by the world government, and a large amount of minerals were mined from this island every year. Later, after the Battle of the Two Gods more than 2 years ago, the minerals here slowly mutated, and the environment was also affected. The mutated monsters hidden in the mountains and forests began to emerge endlessly. Some monsters followed the mutated minerals to occupy the territory. The miners on the island suffered heavy casualties, and the changes here were also paid attention to by the world government. After that, the mineral named magic stone ore was soon focused on by all the major forces in the sea. There are a lot of magic stone ores and pure magic crystals. So far, with the gradual research, these magic stone ores and magic crystals with special functions are increasingly valued by major forces. The island with a large amount of magic stone ore was also renamed the Magic Mine Island. At that time, the Hunter Association was established. Because of the importance of this place and the increasingly powerful monsters hidden in the mountains and forests, the location of the headquarters of the Iron and Steel Sun was arranged on this island. Kong Gang was also arranged to guard the headquarters of the Iron and Steel Sunday. This great man who was once the Admiral of the Navy had been appointed by the 5 elders at that time. Siem rose to the commander-in-chief of the world government's army. However, with the initial establishment of the Hunter Association, the Hunter system was initially established. All major forces not only sent people to form the Holy Hunter Council, they also had to provide enough powerful combat power to support the Hunter Association to form the official structure of the Holy Hunter Organization. When most of the other major forces sent more than one gem-level hunter, the world government was in a dilemma. Because gem-level hunters basically have the strength of a general or a terrifying strength close to that. Even the world government cannot easily send out such a strong man. It is impossible for the 5 elders to personally go into battle to form a hunter group. Or they can draw combat power from the navy to form a hunter group. So, they saw Kong, the man who was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the entire army and entered the world government system. In addition to Kong, they even sent the commander of the Knights of God, Saint Figaland Garen, to create a new hunter group with Kong. Day put the resolution in his hand on the desk. Kong sighed. Really, he is an old man, and he still has to shine for the world government. In this magical era, old guys like him can't keep up. Moreover, obviously, he is the leader, but the deputy leader Saint Figaland Garen is not in charge now. Tisk. He is worthy of being a celestial dragon. Kong's mind was slightly dissatisfied with Saint Figaland Garen. To be honest, at the beginning, when the 5 elders asked Kong to join the Hunter Association, Kong's goal was one of the 2 seats allocated to the world government by the Holy Hunter Council. However, for the 5 elders, this old man, Kong, caused trouble for them when he was the admiral of the navy. How could he be the Saint Hunter Counselor of the Hunter Association's highest authority? At that time, let alone the Saint Hunter Counselor. Even the position of the leader of the Hunter group was not given to Kong by the 5 elders, but was prepared to give it to Saint Figaland Galen. What a pity! Kong was not a pushover. At that time, he aimed at the embarrassing situation of the lack of the highest combat power of the world government in the Hunter Association. In addition, he had shown his desire for the position of Saint Hunter Counselor from the beginning. That made the 5 elders reluctant to retreat. Click. After opening the drawer and putting the documents in, Kong got up and prepared to do this. Dong dong dong. After Kong got up, there was a hurried knock on the door of his office. Come in, Kong said casually while putting on the unique robe of the leader of the Steel Sunday. Then a steady-looking man with short black hair walked in. Doc, is there something urgent? Seeing the man walk in, Kong looked at him curiously. Doc, the Proud Sun class of the Iron Sun Hunter Group. The structure of the Iron Sun Hunter Group is divided into 2 parts. One part is ordinary staff, who handle various chores and do not need any combat capabilities. The other part is formal members. Formal members are truly members of the Iron Sun Hunter Group. Ordinary hunters want to join the Iron Sun and become formal members. The minimum standard is to be a silver-level hunter. Formal members of the Iron Sun are divided into 4 classes. Chu Yang, Proud Sun, Lai Yang, Iron Sunday. In fact, it corresponds to the silver level to the gem level. Hunter Sora himself belongs to the class of Iron Sunday. In fact, Sora is not willing to describe it with the word class, he prefers to describe it with position or wool. But there is also the celestial dragon Fik around Galan Sheng in the group. So these levels are a bit distorted. However, as time goes by, more and more people stand on Sora's side. He hopes that the members can find the sun in their hearts, like the newborn sun, and grow into the Iron Sun step by step. Illuminate the world with their own iron and blazing wool. This is Sora's new wish born from watching the changes brought by King, or maybe he has learned to speak nice words when he is old. Captain, I received a very important and urgent intelligence. Doc's usually steady expression was a little out of control at this time. Oh. Hearing Doc's words and looking at his shocked expression, Sora was also a little curious. What kind of thing could make this usually steady assistant lose control? Seeing Sora's curious look, Doc didn't keep him in suspense. The Yaki cult under Yaki Great God and the Flying Pirates of the 4 Emperors Golden Lion have jointly sent invitations to all the major forces in the sea. The Fantasy Beast Island will be opened in a month to hold the world's first Fantasy Beast Conference. The information in Doc's words made Kong's head a little empty. Doc saw Kong's stunned look. He continued. It won't take long for this news to spread throughout the world. In addition to the major forces receiving the invitation, Even other unrelated personnel can go up to participate as long as they can pass the test of Fantasy Beast Island. I'm afraid the new world will fall into a huge whirlpool this time. Doc's analysis came to his ears, and Kong came back to his senses. He looked solemn and took the information that Doc handed over. Quickly flipped through it, and his face became more solemn after reading it. Da-da-da. The sound of Kong's footsteps pacing back and forth spread in the room. The Fantasy Beast Conference of Yaki Great God. Such a conference is not involved in interests. Almost all the major forces will participate for the sake of Yaki no Kami. What's more, the joint announcement of Yaki no Kami and the Haiku Pirates contains huge benefits. Even the major forces will be tempted by the benefits. After all, the Golden Lion, the leader of the four emperors, can become a demigod-level combat force. It is because of the mutation of Yaki no Kami that he became a real Golden Lion. So, everyone is so excited. The Fantasy Beast Conference? It's a troubled time. Sora sighed. Then he arranged the itinerary for the next month. Chapter 431 The Yaki no Kami that can beat other churches, the grown-up Jin. While Sora decided on the itinerary, other forces also looked at this new information and discussed the upcoming Fantasy Beast Conference. Then they made their own arrangements. As time went by, the whole sea was still looking at the news of the birth of a new gem-level hunter. The news of the Fantasy Beast Conference also spread like a storm. The whole world exploded at once. Many people began to pack their bags and set out to the sea where the Fantasy Beast Conference was held. For a while, the new world of the Grand Line began to be disturbed. Because people began to pour in from all over the world along with the fleet. The reason why there was such a big response. It is also because of the consistent style of the Yaki Great God. In today's era of the prosperity of multiple churches, the concept of the Yaki Church may not be the most popular among all churches. But the strength of this church is recognized by the sea as the strongest among all churches, and it is believed that it can beat other churches. Even the Holy Light Church, which was established first in the past 2 years, is not as good as it. Even if the Holy Light Church has a powerful paladin from the Kingdom of Miracles as the Pope, it is still the same. As for other churches, not to mention, many churches are in a state of being unloved by their fathers and grandmothers. Those rational strong men would rather join the power of the gods themselves than join this kind of church that worships and believes in gods. So, the power of the church has been quite powerful in recent years. But it is only reflected at the grassroots level and in the convenience of spreading faith. But among many churches, the Yaki sect is an outlier. Because the Yaki sect is favored by the Yaki Great God. Simply put, if Orochimaru wants to do experiments, these Yaki members will automatically come to the door. In the words of the Yaki sect, it is to bathe in the grace of God. As for those who died during the experiment, they ascended to heaven, which is a grace. It seems that the people of the Yaki sect are stupid. But in fact, the senior leaders are very smart. Although they worship the power of Orochimaru, it does not mean that they have no brains. The experiment of the Yaki Great God may indeed kill many people. But the power obtained after success is also extremely powerful. As for the risks, you want to gain power easily and without any risk. Where in the world can you find such a beautiful thing? Besides, for the top leaders of Yaki, they can't eradicate the risk, but they can reduce it. First, use the number of people to gradually improve an experiment of Yaki Great God, and finally they go up to experience it personally. Such risks have been greatly reduced. It's not that no top leaders of Yaki cult died because of this. But compared with those who are alive, that's not a big deal. At most, they say something similar to the pirate version of "I will raise your wife and children." In this case, the power of Yaki cult also expanded. The core with Yaki head as the highest combat power was also formed under many experiments. 8 monsters with terrible power, including Daiki, Fenki, Shuakai, Hwaki, Jinkai, Muki, Toki, and Joki, gathered in one church. This is simply an outlier among all churches. It's like the Xiang Church, which spreads the most ideas. The highest combat power of this church is equivalent to the old Vice Admiral of the Navy. The head of the church, Ethan, was once the adjutant of Admiral King. Later, due to the emergence of the Blazing Sun Church, he quit the Navy and joined the emerging Blazing Sun Church, and even became the leader of the church. His strength is also the top of the Blazing Sun Church. Even the Blazing Sun Church, which spreads its ideas widely, is like this. After all, they have only developed for less than 2 years. In contrast, it is conceivable how terrifying the development of the Yaki Church is. And the development of the Yaki Church is ultimately influenced by the Yaki great god Orochimaru. That's right. For the Fantasy Beast Conference opened by Orochimaru, many people from all over the world are very much looking forward to it and are interested in it, so they want to go there to see if there is any advantage to take. When people from all over the sea are taking action for this, Mare, who is in the Soul Society, also returned to the real world. At night, between the peaks, the charming scenery and the lush green valley are silent in the embrace of the moonlight. In the colorful flower fields, fireflies are dancing. The dots of light look very soft and gentle in this long night. The cool breeze blows. Scattered petals fluttered, and the intoxicating fragrance spread outward. A pink tree surrounded by soft grass. Dense pink corollas swayed in the wind. Pink petals fell with beautiful brilliance under the moonlight. They were like dancing pink elves, passing through people's hair and around people's clothes. In this cool and beautiful environment, the melodious rhythm was still playing slowly. The piano sound that told delicate emotions. It seemed to be the only unchanging eternity in this valley. In front of the gorgeous and exquisite piano, it was still the girl with silver hair and red eyes. Even after 2 years, her appearance was still the same, and it didn't seem to have changed much, but the curves of her body were more obvious. A black long skirt with a Gothic style, decorated with layers of pleats. The soft breeze blew, and the silver long hair fluttered, illuminated by the cold moonlight. As if glowing white, like an elf in the moonlight. She wore a silver hair ornament on her head, and looked like a fairy tale princess. Moer sat under the flower tree and looked at Yin. The surrounding scene and the girl formed a lovely picture. Accompanied by the pleasant rhythm, it looked beautiful and healing. Ding ding dong dong dong. Time passed slowly, and the moving melody flowed leisurely between the valleys, lingering for a long time. Da-da-da. Watching Yin coming slowly after the performance, Moer also opened his hands at the right time. Bang! A soft and fragrant body suddenly appeared in his arms. At the same time, he hugged tighter and tighter, as if fused together, and the warm temperature of the body also blended together. Master! The girl's murmur in his arms touched people's heartstrings. After a while, Yin raised his head from Moer's arms. 0. The scarlet pupils reflected the light and stared at him blankly. These 2 years. Although Yin's body was growing, it didn't look obvious. Although her curves are more pronounced, her height is not much higher. It's not that she can't grow more mature. It's that she resists growing up. Or she wants to grow up but resists growing up. Because growing up means maturity. And maturity means that you can't be so willful. She still wants to walk hand in hand with him in the sea of clouds. She wants to hug each other in the shadow of the deep sea. She wants to watch the cute fish dancing around them on the white sand seabed. She wants to feel his natural and peaceful breath in the hot and crackling magma. She wants to paint, arrange flowers, and play the piano together. She wants to occupy more of his time. Only by being willful can we spend more time together. She is so willful, so greedy. Master! Would you like me who is so greedy? In the silent night, Yin suddenly asked. Although it was sudden, Moer understood her words. Looking at the nervousness shining behind the crimson eyes of Yin in his arms, Mare held her delicate pink face with both hands and lowered his head. Only the night wind danced in the silent night, moving the lake with moonlight. The swaying lake made the two people hug each other tightly, like a light blended into glass. I don't know how much time has passed. Moer raised his head again and smiled slightly. Looking at her rosy cheeks, the hidden emotions in his eyes disappeared without a trace. He said with a smile. Greedy silver is also silver. Hearing what Moer said, the silver-red pupils glowed faintly. She lowered her head and buried herself in his arms, her nose tip breathing deeply on his neck. Then, Moer only felt a warm and moist touch on his neck. 2.1 I don't know how much time has passed. She rested her chin on Moer's shoulder and began to ask as usual. Master! Now, have I grown up? The silence lasted longer than usual. At this moment, a deep light suddenly flashed in Yin's eyes, and then he raised his head. Looking at her passionate eyes, his slender fingers gently stroked her cheek. He could see. Even in the endless death and nothingness, the dazzling will was still dazzling, the incomparable firmness. With that indissoluble strong emotion, the mind. Although she looked like a cute girl, it seemed as if she could see the image of a queen who reigned over death and nothingness. She looked like that. Really beautiful. Well, you have grown up. Yin. After getting his affirmation, Yin showed a beautiful smile on her face. Such a bright and sunny smile is rare on the usually silent face of Yin. After smiling, she raised her head and took the initiative to greet him. The picture of the two hugging each other tightly was intertwined on the lake not far away. After a while, their figures disappeared. Chapter 432 Wonders of the Eternal Night, the gold that can reverse the Tian Gang. A week later, Mower and Bank walked on the beach. A strong wind blew on the beach, sweeping the waves on the sea surface layer by layer. The crystal waves broke with dreamy foam, reflecting circles of colorful light, as dreamy as a rainbow. The wind felt very strange in this windless zone. This was just a change in someone's mind, not a deliberate influence, but the world was obeying his thoughts. At this time, looking at Yin's slightly bulging cheeks, Mower reached out and gently pinched her pink cheeks. The slender fingers kept rubbing, the touch was very tender, with a faint warmth. Woo woo woo. When she saw her crimson pupils about to glow, Mower stopped and lowered his head. After a while, Mower raised his head. Stretching out his fingers to comb her smooth and soft silver hair, he said with a smile. Okay, I'll be back soon. Leaving the last sentence, he turned and left under Yin's reluctant eyes. After a few steps, his figure disappeared directly in the space. Master. Yin looked at his disappearing figure, and her white fingers touched her pink lips. Although the master said so, she felt that even a second was too long. How can I stay by the master's side all the time? While Yin was thinking about this in his heart, Mare's figure had already set off to the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm is an island located in the calm belt of the West Sea Grand Route. This island is shrouded in night all day long. This is not a special natural wonder, because this night is man-made. Or rather, the entire island is man-made. After the once world-famous Scarlet Queen Giada traveled the Grand Route, she came to the West Sea. She stayed in a country close to the calm belt near the West Sea. The ruling power of this country also changed. Then, after a period of time, this country's influence on the entire West Sea is getting bigger and bigger. Many countries in the entire West Sea began to show signs of bowing to this country, or to the Scarlet Queen who was high above this country. Because the Scarlet Queen was too powerful, she re-established the system of that country and began to radiate to the entire West Sea. Under the sweep of those terrible beasts, where she went, her rules were regarded as iron rules. It was not that there were no disobedient people, but those who were disobedient went down directly. When everyone obeyed, a general trend was formed. Most people began to find that their lives were better. So, the entire West Sea began to secretly regard her as the king. The appearance of such signs. The world government, which had been intimidated by the Scarlet Queen's strength and had not acted rashly, began to act. Directly sent Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who had been promoted to generals at that time, to take action. Even the 5 elders wanted to send king, but unfortunately the man said he was not interested in it. The 5 elders were helpless. Finally, they could only ask White Phoenix's death to help. At that time, Asthetha's core ability had just been upgraded. So he followed the line in the past, she was going to test her strength. The subsequent development was undoubtedly the easy defeat of the 3 generals, and Asteth took action. The Cold World War that shocked the world broke out. After several twists and turns, the Chaos Goddess Giada, who was worshipped as a god by the sea, began to create a new island in the calm belt and arrange the wonders of eternal night. The island where the Chaos Goddess Giada lived was named Chaos Island, also known as Eternal Night Island. It is the core of the Chaos Realm. As for the country near the calm belt that was originally ruled by the Chaos Goddess Giada, now it has become the administrative center of Xixiang, that is, the West Sea. Now, one of the 3 princesses of the Chaos Realm, the dominating Princess Ankalia, is in charge. Today, Mare came directly to the edge of the legendary mysterious Chaos Island and walked on the fine and silent beach. He did not come alone. There was also a little tail following him. He glanced at the deep stars in the sky. Then he walked slowly, enjoying the tranquil scene around him. The endless dark sea brought a cool breeze with water vapor. On the beach, The full and fine gravel was crystal clear and piled up on the seashore. Under the starlight in the sky, it was like a piece of silk wrapped around. The dense trees on the beach rustled, casting shadows on each other, looking deep and peaceful. While Mel was walking on the beach and enjoying the beautiful scenery, there was an inappropriate voice beside him. "Master, Master! Are you listening to me?" I saw a cute blonde elf flying around Mel. A ray of golden light fell from her body, and her skin looked as if it was shining through her body. It looked a little dreamy, but it was particularly beautiful. "Yes, keep talking, I'm listening." Mel stretched out his finger and poked the cute little face of the elf in front of him, smiling gently. Seeing that Mel was a little careless, Xiaojin was very angry. She hugged the finger that Mel stretched out and bit it fiercely. Then she let go and continued. "Master is too partial. Not only did he take Yin, but he also took her on a honeymoon for a few days. I'm really envious. Woo woo woo. I have to grow up too. I was born later than Yin. Even if you want to spoil me, you should spoil me. Why is she so spoiled? It's too much. Master." Jin drooled with envy while speaking. "Okay, stop it. Your saliva is also a treasure of heaven and earth." Jin. Looking at Xiaojin drooling while pretending to cry. Mel felt a little funny and joked directly. "Slurp." Hearing Mel's joke, Jin slurped and looked at Mel with resentment. "Master is really too much. Not only does he not comfort me, he also teases me. Woo woo woo." After saying that, he rolled in the air. Anyway, I don't care. I don't care, I don't care, I want to grow up, I want to grow up." Looking at her rolling in the air like a child, Moer stopped and laughed. "Look at how she is acting like a spoiled child now. How can she grow up?" Then he stretched out his hand and pulled her to sit on his shoulder. "Bad master, partial to." But the little guy still refused to stop, biting his ear and still talking non-stop. It was like the muttering of a spell lingering in his ears. "Okay, stop reading. I'll help you grow taller next month." Hearing his promise, Xiaojin was stunned for a moment, and then a beautiful smile appeared on his face. "Great! I knew that the master loves me the most." The little guy kissed him on the face excitedly. Then the lovely and pleasant voice began to float. La la la. Looking at her pair of long legs in white silk, shaking constantly, with a look of joy on her face, Mare continued to walk under her sweet humming like a lark. Gold and silver are different. If silver is lost due to severe erosion of the mind under death and nothingness, then gold is surrounded by the song of the sun and hope. Her mind is somewhat assimilated. Because her power attribute is too positive, she feels very good. Then the problem arises. Is each positive emotion her own emotion or the emotion brought by her power assimilation? These are two different concepts. The difference lies in whether she is the master of power or the puppet of power. However, now, she has almost sorted it out with his help in the past 2 years. However, her temperament is still so active and enthusiastic, and after helping her grow up, if she doesn't take it easy, she's afraid she'll turn against Tian Gang. Chapter 433 Chaos Princess Liulai, the third princess is actually 4. After Merle admired the night view along the coastline for a while, then he teleported to a gorgeous palace on the island covered with scattered starlight. Here, there is an open-air garden. During this process, Jin ran away. She had some grudges against Giada, so she didn't dare to show off in front of Giada. In the quiet and dim night, in the garden, various delicate and beautiful flowers bloomed, and forests and vines were also blending. The air was filled with a faint floral scent, and the breeze blew, comfortable and peaceful. "Dad is here." At this time, a gentle girl was admiring flowers in the garden. When she saw Moer suddenly appear, her eyes lit up. In an instant, she threw herself into Moer's arms. The original gentle and elegant temperament was somewhat gone, and became a little childish. Faced with the girl's embrace, Moer also hugged her and rubbed her head. Casually played with her emerald green hair. Jokingly said, "Little Liulai, were you pretending to be gentle and elegant just now?" Hearing Moer's joke, Liulai raised her head and her cheeks flushed slightly. "No. I'm just too excited." "So. Did Dad see that? Was I very ladylike? Very pretty?" Looking at the dark green eyes of the girl in front of him, which were like the deep lake, he looked expectantly. "Yeah, very pretty, it looks exciting. Little Li Yulai. Mare's praise made the girl smile charmingly. Great, the lady's etiquette that she learned from Begana was not in vain. The girl thought so. Mare looked at her smile and fiddled with her tender cheeks with his fingers. The girl in front of him was the daughter created by Mare and Giada. In the Soul King Palace, Mare created 4 children with her in order to have someone to spend time with Soul and to supplement the members of the Zero Squad. Then a chain reaction was formed. After seeing this, Anohanaretsu also wanted to create a child with Mare. Then Kai was born. After that, Esteth noticed the clues from Anohanaretsu. So much so that she wanted it too. So, the girl in front of her with a face similar to Giada is one of the members of the chain reaction, named Li Yulai by Giada. Li Yulai was born relatively recently, only about a year ago. And after her birth, she spent a long time on Daughter Island at first. It was not until the last 1 or 2 months that she came to Eternal Night Island to live permanently. On the sea. As we all know, there are 3 princesses in the Chaos Realm, the Domination Princess, the Death Tide Princess, and the Scarlet Princess. They are the strongest fighting force under the Chaos Goddess. However, only in the inner core of the Chaos Realm, on this Eternal Night Island. The followers here understand. The Chaos Realm actually has a 4th princess. And the 4th princess is the real princess of the Chaos Realm, not just a title. She is the girl with a face similar to the Chaos Goddess, Chaos Princess Li Yulai. In the garden, he gently touched Li Yulai's little face for a while. Mel stopped. This time he came here for something serious. Well, in modern terms, it's a blind date. Giada said that the girl he raised was well trained and could come over to see her. It would be best if you bring all your belongings here and move directly to Yanjai to live. This is just talk. It's okay to come and live here occasionally in the future, but if you really move here, even if Mice Hair is usually very tolerant, I'm afraid she will be furious. Let's go. Mel took Xiao Li Yulai and started walking into the palace. Inside the magnificent palace, various precious luxury goods can be seen everywhere. Precious ancient lamps hung high in the sky, and luminous beads such as night pearls were used as lighting on the walls. At the same time, there are many other decorations on the walls, such as gold and silver ornaments, gemstone decorations, precious scrolls, and armor. The ground is covered with red carpets or precious wooden boards carved with strange patterns. Along the way, you can see stone or mineral statues, human-shaped armor, ancient bottles, vases, etc. When Mel was admiring the luxurious decorations around him, Giada suddenly appeared and threw herself into Mel's arms. My love, you didn't come to my room first when you came. It's really sad. She put her arms around Mel's neck. She kept rubbing her soft cheeks against Mel's face like a cat. This made Lu Li next to her very upset. Because from the scene, Giada's behavior at this time formed a sharp contrast with the similar Lu Li next to her. Li Li suddenly felt that she was more mature than her mother. Well, at least in front of her father. She was so majestic in front of other people in the Chaos Realm. Lu Li silently complained in her heart. She was somewhat immune to this kind of scene. After Lu Li was born, she spent a long time on the Daughter Island. Her initial impression of Giada was that she was an unreliable mother. But after living in the Chaos Realm for a month or 2, I just realized that my mother is still very majestic. Moer looked at Giada, who was close to his face. The strange and attractive body fragrance surrounded Moer's nose, and he touched Giada's red lips slightly. Okay, Li Yulai is still watching. Hehe, dear, are you looking forward to my gift? Giada didn't even look at Li Yulai next to her. Because she said, when her lover was not around, Li Yulai was a treasure, but when her lover was around, the weight of that little Li Yulai became a piece of grass. She was too lazy to even look at it. This huge difference in treatment made Li Yulai a little angry. Dear, I have cultivated the gift. I guarantee you will be satisfied. You want to reward me like this? Hearing Giada say this, Moer felt a little funny. Because he knew what reward Giada wanted. That is time, his time. In the past 2 years, she said she would help him cultivate the blood concubine, and she had been tossing for a long time. Using this as an excuse, she asked him to accompany her for a long time. After that, when the 3 princesses were officially established, Giada said that she would present these gifts to him in the most perfect state on the grounds that the princesses were not mature yet. However, She asked for more time, which was the time Giada asked for the princesses, but she used it herself. Yes, now. Giada's gift is formed. Giada was not going to give up the time allocated to her in the past, but wanted more. You are such a debt collector. Little Giada. He stretched out his fingers and rubbed Giada's cheek. Little Giada's approach was actually equivalent to quantifying his time. For example, taking 1 year as the time unit, how much fixed time should be spent with her in this year? The time here is the natural time of the world, which is not affected by the rules of time. The reason for this? Because Giada has seen through that with the passage of time, Mel's time will become more and more scarce. When he has too many harems in the future. At that time, Giada can't stand short-term companionship. It's good that she doesn't stick to him all the time. How could she divide her time share with other women? Even so, Giada didn't want to leave Mel with the impression of being unreasonable in her actions, she still hoped to take a gentle and coquettish way to get it. Chapter 434 Liulai Who Wants to Be a Mother, The Power of the Eternal Night. I'm afraid of you, as you wish. Looking at the aggrieved look on the face of little Giada, Mare pinched her little tender nose and said. Hearing what Mare said, Giada's face, which had pretended to be aggrieved, showed a bright smile. You said it. Don't think about regretting it. If you regret it, I will pester you every day and won't leave. Looking at Giada's fierce and cute look, the deep emerald pupils, with a mischievous look, Mare rubbed her tender face and nodded. Okay. After Giada smiled triumphantly like a child, she couldn't wait to take Mare to see the gift she had raised. In a room, the elegant banquet was ready. The 3 princesses of the Chaos Realm sat at the banquet table. They were wearing gorgeous banquet dresses. One of the princesses, Ankalia, who had long dark blue hair, was a little absent-minded. A trace of blood flashed in her red pupils from time to time. The beige-haired princess of the dead tide, Zikan, looked at the fine wine on the banquet table with a hint of boldness and madness on her face. She sniffed the aroma of the wine, and her dark gold pupils shone a little. Gulp. She swallowed her saliva. The last princess was the Scarlet Princess, Begana. Her blood-red hair was rolled up, and she wore a small black hat for decoration. Compared to Ankalia, who looked a little irritable, and Zikan, who was heartless, she maintained an elegant and calm look. Among the 3, Begana was the most mature, already 21 years old, and still very young at this age. From the outside, except for the more convex curves of her body, her face was no different from that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Especially when she became the blood dependent of Jada, her face was frozen. At this time, Begana was not worried about the situation they would face next, but she was more curious. Because she spent most of the time with Liulai in the past 1 or 2 months. She had a little understanding of the master they were destined to serve. She had even seen the portrait painted by Liulai. Relax, Ankalia, it's not okay for His Majesty to see you like this. Humph. You don't need to teach me, Begana. Hearing Begana's reminder, Ankalia's expression began to converge and became somewhat expressionless. Looking at Ankalia's appearance, Begana shook her head. As the ruling princess, Ankalia's name can tell her general character. Domineering, full of ambition, full of desire to dominate. Even in the face of the goddess's arrangement, she did not easily bow her head in her heart. However, this was ultimately in vain. They were blessed by their master and became strong, so what right did they have to resist? Begana looked at the other princess, Xi Cheng. This guy is still the best, still heartless, just needs wine. No, there is also a knife. Looking at Xi Cheng, he still has a saber on his waist even in a dress. The knife was given by the goddess. She turned her head and looked at the flickering candlelight on the banquet table. In her heart her thoughts were somewhat scattered, thinking about the face in the portrait, she thought leisurely. What kind of man is the master? After a while, Begana's expression changed and she came back to her senses. Your Majesty is here. Hearing her words, Ankalia and Xi Cheng followed Begana to stand up. They left their seats and stood in the empty space, looking at a door at the innermost side of the banquet. After the door opened, they lifted their skirts and saluted slightly. Then, with the goddess's consent, they raised their heads. The moment they raised their heads, their attention was attracted by the young man next to the goddess. The existence that seemed to be in harmony with nature was suddenly perceived by them. Just one glance, they knew. This is their master, a connection entangled between them and him. This feeling the eternal blood contract of the true ancestor of blood? At this time, they realized that the goddess actually used that kind of contract, or that this man used a contract on the goddess. This feeling was a little confusing. However, no matter what, they all knew. In addition to being the goddess's followers, they were also the followers of the Lord. Looking at the man with a gentle smile, they each had different emotions on their faces. What kind of person is the Lord? A week later, Mare woke up in Giada's room, and it was unknown how long it had been since he woke up. Looking at little Giada who got out of the bed, he rubbed her soft, gem-like blue hair. Little Giada always gave him something new every time she woke up first. This time it was like this, and it was different at other times. Hee dear, let's do something pleasant again. Looking at her silly smile but charming eyes, Mare lowered his head and tasted her white swan neck. In the luxurious room, the atmosphere fell into anxiety again. Only Li Yulai in the next room felt the movement, and her deep eyes were surrounded by faint dark circles. This kind of dark circles would not appear on her face with her strength, and it is easy to remove them. However, she just wants it this way, otherwise who knows her suffering? Who made her father forget his daughter for a beautiful woman, and let her face such an empty room? She is very afraid of the dark when she is alone. Well, if she falls asleep in her father's arms, she doesn't have to be afraid. As for her mother, if only her mother is there, she is not afraid. Who made her mother pretend better than her? She actually told her stories, sang nursery rhymes, rock and roll and other messy songs every day on the internet, and used her as a pillow. Who dares to believe this? Li Yulai only felt that in front of her mother. She was a ruthless storytelling machine, a singing machine and a large pillow. Besides that, it seems that she is also the object of daily play and teasing. This makes Li Yulai very tired. It feels like her and her mother's role positioning has reversed. When she saw her mother, she wanted to turn into a hot-tempered girl in a minute, with a sweet mouth. Sometimes, Li Yulai would think, why not let her be the mother? Anyway, she was just a creation of the power of her mother and father, not a real daughter. Whenever she thought of this, her little face would turn red. Especially at this moment. Her eyes were a little blurry. Li Yulai stretched out her hands and hugged a pillow tightly in her arms, murmuring something. Dad. When the time in the outside world was approaching evening, Mare said goodbye to Giada Li Yulai, who was reluctant to leave, and also said goodbye to the three princesses, and left. During these days on Yanjai Island, he got to know the three princesses separately, one day each, which should be considered a date. The rest of the time was spent with Giada and little Li Yulai. The three princesses of the Chaos Realm. The Domination Princess Ankalia, the Death-Tide Princess Zikan, and the Scarlet Princess Bigana. Each of them has a different style. This is the princess that Giada has selected from the entire West Sea. They are impeccable in appearance, figure, and will. They are all blood followers chosen by Giada. As for the other girls who were not selected, they are followers of Eternal Night and exercise the power of Eternal Night. The wonder of Eternal Night is the scene maintained by Giada's beast named Eternal Night. Speaking of which, the other girls are followers of Giada's beast, although they are separated from Giada by a layer. But it is not a big problem to say that they are Giada's followers. My beast's followers are my followers, and there is nothing wrong with that. Chapter 435 The comic newspaper born by the World Economic News Agency, the ever-frozen Kenyan of the extreme ice goddess. The three princesses are the only three blood followers of Giada. Their abilities are naturally needless to say. Moer has also learned about them these days. The Scarlet Princess Bigana, this girl has elegant aristocratic etiquette. She has a calm and meticulous personality, gentle and elegant. She has long blood red hair rolled up, bright red pupils, and fair skin. She likes to wear black formal clothes and has various artistic interests. She manages the entire Eternal Night Island. She manages the entire Chaotic Island with the Domination Princess, one inside and one outside. Chaos Realm. In Giada's opinion, the position of this princess is the same as that of the head maid. This time, Bigana took him to appreciate various artworks. Many of them were tributes from various countries in the West Sea, with both artistic and historical value. There are many kinds, but Bigana can name some of them. She also took him to appreciate the various beautiful scenery of Yanjai Island. Taste the black tea and cakes she made by herself. Finally, she turned into a cook and cooked a big meal for him. Her cooking skills are very good. The death-tide Princess Zikan, this girl is more carefree. Her personality is bold and a little bit second year. Her beige long hair is tied into 2 braids and falls on her chest, one of which covers one of her eyes. There is a beauty mole on her face near the corner of her mouth, and her skin is a healthy wheat color. There is a faint smell of wine on her body, which is her unique smell. She likes to drink all kinds of fine wine, and she has a special liking for her saber. As long as she takes the saber away, the originally arrogant Xi Cheng would become weak, which is very funny. Speaking of which, her saber was made by Moer. At that time, it was Giada who asked him for it, so he made it casually. Obviously, the saber was given to Xi Cheng by Giada. This time, the girl took him to taste all kinds of fine wines in her collection, which were all treasures tribute by various islands in Zhejiang. In addition, she also took him to appreciate her collection of stories and comics. Let's not talk about those story collections. The so-called comics are the new branch newspapers opened by the World Economic Newspaper in the past 2 years. Initially, it was to serialize the biographies of some legendary figures. But later, the characters gradually became outrageous, and various magical experiences were constantly added, which looked very fake at first glance. However, in this era, there are even gods who destroy the world, and the audience can accept it no matter how outrageous it is. People are very interested in this kind of legendary stories, so the popularity is very high, and the World Economic Newspaper makes a lot of money. Other newspapers have followed suit. In such a development environment, the concept of comics was born directly. It began to spread in the form of a color page comic serialized in newspapers. Various novel stories began to replace character biographies and became active in the eyes of the world audience. The main reason is that the character biographies are really powerful in reality, so they would be cautious when drawing. Even if the reporters are very brave, they dare not write anything. They are afraid that if they touch the taboo, those legendary powerful people will come to block the door and cause trouble. So, the virtual comic stories are becoming more and more popular. Xi Cheng is a comic fan and likes to read various comic stories. She also told Mel about her collection of full-page comics. It is quite interesting. As for the last dominant princess Ankalia, the process of getting along with Mel was a little awkward. Her personality is said to be domineering and full of ambition. The Chaos Realm is located in the West Sea, and she is in charge of the administrative center called Samora. All the foreign envoys from Zhejiang are very respectful to her. Her whole personality is also heading towards being a monarch. However, these are not shown in front of Mel. Different from Begana's gentleness and subtlety, and different from Xi Cheng's carelessness, Ankalia feels a bit like a tsundere in front of Mel. Although tsundere may be outdated, but it is still quite fragrant after experiencing it. This girl seems to enjoy life less, or her life fun is to enjoy the gazes of others looking up at her. So, she is embarrassed to get along with Mel, she doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't know how to chat. When she sees Mel, her mind is blank, the air is silent, and she stares at each other. In the end, it was Mel who took the initiative to lead her and slowly guided her to follow the process of Begana entertaining him. From the way they get along, Ankalia prefers crowns, scepters, thrones and other symbols of power. The Hunter Association's Hunter group for the Chaos Realm faction was named by her, and its name is Crown. The Magic Mark Guild of the Magic Mark Association for the Chaos Realm faction was also named by her, and its name is Dominator. Usually, she likes to hold a scepter with a ruby and wear luxurious and solemn clothes. In addition, she also likes to fly military flags and unexpectedly likes fluffy dolls. She is a lovely girl. Whoosh whoosh. The cold wind is whistling. Everywhere you look, there is a crystal white. Standing on an isolated island in the sea, in a huge ice canyon. Endless wind and snow are blowing. Even the sun that falls on the horizon outside cannot bring a trace of warmth to the life here. In the dim twilight, Moer is walking. La la la, the cute, beautiful and super charming Xiaojin who makes the master infinitely fascinated is online. Master, master, have you missed me? At this time, accompanied by a burst of self-accompanied music, Xiaojin made a brilliant appearance in front of Moer. A dazzling appearance, emitting dazzling light, warm golden light overshadowed the dusk. Xiaojin, who had been offline since Moer went to see Liulai, suddenly appeared. Seeing Xiaojin appear, Moer stretched out his fingers to rub her little face and joked. Why is it at this time? Come over, do you want Bai Bing to call you mom too? Hearing what Moer said, Xiaojun blushed. It's not impossible, but the master has to protect me at that time, otherwise I can't stand his death coming to chase me. What about the real leather? Xiaojun. Putting Xiaojun on his shoulder, Mel continued walking. Before. Xiaojun had done this before. When Jyuda was away on Daughter Island, she used all her tricks to trick Li Yulai into recognizing her as her mother. At that time, Li Yulai was still a little lowly and was very playful, and Xiaojun was very happy to take her with her. Plus, Jyuda didn't treat Li Yulai as her daughter. So Jin almost succeeded. But Jyuda finally found something wrong. She went to the Chaos Realm for no reason, and her daughter almost died when she came back. When did she suffer such a loss, and was still played by a little guy? Based on the above ideas, Jyuda chased Jin and chopped him. If Xiaojun hadn't been hiding in Mel's collar and refused to come out, I'm afraid there would be a fight. Squeak, squeak. The snow on the ground squeaked. A heavy sound of creaking was heard. Mare walked in the endless snow and wind like an ordinary person. This is an ordinary island in the first half of the Grand Line. More than a year ago, the island with a good view was directly covered by endless frost. A huge and extremely cold ice valley was directly created in the center of the island. After that, this island was called the Everfreeze Island by the people on the nearby islands. The huge ice valley in the center of the island was widely known as the Everfreeze Valley. The reason why it was widely known was not because of its weather. It was because of the mutated ice beasts, even icemen, snowmen, and other strange lives living here. Legend. These strange lives were created by the goddess of extreme ice. The weather on that island was also created by the goddess of extreme ice. Strictly speaking, this legend is true. Chapter 436 is Death's new ability after cheating, dangerous seed factor. After Merle and Anohanaretsu created Kai in Soul Society. After about a month, Esteth discovered the clues. Then, Merle brought Esteth here. Because creating life, especially powerful life, is not that simple. He can naturally do it all by himself, but in this case, Esteth's sense of participation will be much lower. So, Merle brought Esteth here to change the ecology of this island. Using this island as the base for Esteth's experiment in life creation. It is worth mentioning. Esteth's core ability is no longer the devil's essence. When Esteth was raising tens of millions of reputation points, Mel spent a lot of effort to help her cheat. Helped her to merge the devil's essence with the frost aura to make its freezing ability stronger. At the same time, more space-time laws were added to this ability itself. So a new ability was formed, the Everfreeze Paradise. After this ability came out, Mel used tens of millions of reputation points to help her upgrade this ability to SS level. This ability is very strong and can freeze space and time at will. To escape from such space-time freezing, the upper limit of immunity required is very high. But even so strong, Esteth still can't beat Giada. Because Giada is also cheating. Her 5 core beasts directly and temporarily super-limited to form the Chaos Goddess. The strength of the combined beasts is directly off the charts. When the Chaos Goddess was formed, the combat power was catching up with NG and Ryomen Sukuna. Although it can only exist for a short time, it cannot last long and is unstable. But during its existence, it is not afraid of confronting King and others head-on. This combined beast is the result of Mel's idea for Giada to make the most of the ability of the beast. So, in terms of cheating, Esteth is still not as good as Giada. Back to the main story. After Esteth came here and created the Everfrost Canyon, her life creation process began. What Mel taught her was to create with the essence of the dangerous power in her Everfrost Paradise. Each system has its own foundation. These foundations can transform the common power of life according to their characteristics. Just like the most common devil fruit in this world. Devil fruit can transform the physical strength, spirit, and desire of life into its unique power. The same is true for domineering. This is also the difference in the foundation of each system. The ability of Everfrost Paradise, an important component of its predecessor, is the essence of the devil. After the devil's essence was exchanged in the Avatar Mall, it appeared as an ability instead of the Imperial weapon in the original work. But if you understand this ability does have the essential foundation of a special system. Mare simply identified it as the essence of the super dangerous species in the previous life. He named it the dangerous species factor. It's just that Asteth's essence has been transformed into ice. Therefore, Asteth can only use this to create ice attribute sexual life. You can say. The alienated beasts and new special life forms in this permafrost canyon are the products of Asteth's experiment. It's okay to call them dangerous species. When Asteth was learning how to use her power to transform and create life in this permafrost canyon, she felt the sweetness. In this deserted and closed permafrost canyon, here she can live a world of two with Mel. So, her learning progress alone is really slow, and she has to rely on Mel's personal teaching to improve her progress. Even so, Mare and Asteth spent several months in this permafrost canyon. Most of the time in those months was basically with Asteth. The final result was that an elf-like little guy was finally born. Ho ho ho. The snow wind was whistling. He stepped on the accumulated snow and came to a place where a yellow light source was emitted. There, an ancient and exquisite, bronze-colored castle appeared in front of Mel. Looking at the castle, Mel recalled the scene of living here with Asteth. She is probably the one who is both naive and playful. Push open the door and walk into the castle. It seems to have entered a new world, a scene that is completely disconnected from the ice and snow outside. It is a very common luxury. Red warm carpets, silk wall decorations, silver ornaments, ancient paintings, bronze statues, candlelight, and other decorations are basically available. It's so warm here. I was freezing outside. Jin followed Mel into the castle and said with a smile. Then her bright little eyes turned and continued. It's cold now. Then she threw herself directly into Mel's collar. It's still warmest in the master's arms. Looking at Xiao Jin's appearance, Mel pointed at her head with his finger and continued walking without answering her. He could feel a familiar breath after noticing someone pushing open the door. Quickly came to a wall, where there happened to be a staircase. Today. The footsteps came slowly, and a girl who looked like a pure white fairy walked out. Long ice blue hair, creamy snow white skin. A short skirt, the overall white clothing style, white silk. The girl seemed to walk out of the wall from the stairs casually, looking at the door casually. Just saw a pair of teasing eyes. Her ice blue eyes flashed a trace of joy, but then she had an expressionless look. She raised her head slightly and said coldly. What wind blew Dad here? Hearing her sarcasm, Moer walked forward and said jokingly. It's the northwest wind. So Dad came to seek refuge with the little rich woman, Xiao Bai Bing must take Dad in. Seeing Moer coming up to her and making such a statement, Bai Bing was still cold. She didn't respond, but continued. It seems that Daddy knows that there is a daughter here. I thought I didn't exist. How could it be? Little Bai Bing is Daddy's treasure. Why don't you give Daddy a hug? Moer stretched out his fingers and gently stroked her cheek, saying with a smile. Hearing Moer's words, Bai Bing's face moved slightly. Is this your request? Since you are Daddy's 0.6 daddy, I will reluctantly satisfy you. She said so coldly, then stretched out her hands and threw herself into Moer's arms. Then she felt a little straightforward and added one more sentence. That's not what I want. She buried her face directly in Moer's arms. Little Jin in Moer's arms only felt a softness that wanted to crush her, but fortunately she had a strong ability to survive and was fearless. Little Bai Bing's words are really cold. In the past, you were Daddy's little tail, following wherever he went, and your words were also very sweet. He gently rubbed her hair with a strange and ethereal touch, feeling the tight hug of little Bai Bing. Xiao Jin won't be out of breath. That was when I was young, and those words are no longer true. Hearing his words, Bai Bing's cheeks, buried in Moer's arms, turned red, and then she refuted. Chapter 437 The birth of Uchiha Madara, the era of the adult of fire style has changed. Really? Which sentence did Xiao Bai Bing say? Seeing Xiao Bai Bing's face getting redder and redder, Moer stretched out his hands to hold her face to cool her down. Okay, let's not talk about this. Now let's go play games first. You used to like playing games the most. Hearing Moer's words, Xiao Jin, who was still in his arms, suddenly became energetic. Playing games, she is good at it. And me, master, I also want to play games. A dull voice came from the embrace of the two, and Bai Bing was not surprised by this. She also knew Jin, and she was impressed by the fact that Liulai almost changed her words and called her mother. As for the rest, she, who lives in this permafrost valley most of the time, is not very clear. Because her mother told her not to pay attention to this golden guy. Bai Bing is more obedient to her mother. At this time, Moer pulled little Bai Bing into a room, where there were a full set of game consoles. As they walked over, a small tail appeared behind them, a slightly blue cloud. It had an ice blue 19 hair, black pupils and black eyelashes, and lipstick on the lips. Kyan was originally a special Hosmi created by the legendary pirate Big Mom using Esteth as ice. Now, Esteth treats her as a playmate for little white ice. This cloud has been cut off from Big Mom by Mel and turned into an independent life form. At the same time, after Esteth's transformation, it has become more powerful. Its strength is probably enough to face Whitebeard and Garp head-on. Bang! Mel and Little White Ice sat directly on a cushion on the floor in the room. Kyan fell behind them and became a backrest. It should be said that Kyon felt a little cool. The whole cloud-like body was as soft as cotton. Even if you lie directly on it, it can be used as a soft sofa, and the touch is quite good. Time passed slowly. A few days later. Calm Belt, Ruskana Island. On this day, Mare appeared in a mysterious space. There are also mountains and water here, as well as sunshine and blue sky. The day and night of the outside world will be projected here. It is 100 miles in size. Except for a 20-kilometer-sized island in the center, the rest of the surrounding area is all sea. This is a different space that Mare opened up not long ago. It is prepared to be used as the starting point for new clones. Now, it is time to create a new clone again. Clone Wall. Armament Haki, 3000. Sharingan, 15,000. Hero Haki, 10,000. Summoning Technique, 8,000. Fire Release Ninjutsu, 5,000. Flame Fan, 10,000. With these abilities in the Clone Mall, it is obvious who to choose next. A familiar process quickly passed. Soon after, a long-haired man wearing a tight black combat suit with red laminated armor on the outside appeared. As soon as he appeared, the pupils of his eyes turned scarlet. The black Megatama rotated in his eyes, 1, 2, 3. Until the 3 Megatama were connected together to form a kaleidoscope shape. And it was still rotating. It was just that it didn't go up to the next level in the end, but the pupil power inside became very amazing. It seems that the Sharingan of this price can only reach this level. Mare looked at the man in front of him and thought so, then smiled and welcomed him. Welcome to this world, Uchiha Madara. A few days later. In the alien space, there are yellow stone peaks and canyons. A huge blue chakra giant wielding a chakra giant sword. Just a moment. A mountain opposite it broke directly. Boom. The huge upper half of the peak fell, and the surrounding ground shook violently, as if it was going to turn the world upside down. The chakra giant in front of him is the work of Uchiha Madara, Susanoo. This is the ultimate power inhabited by the Mangekyo Sharingan. The giant chakra materializes into a burly war god to fight, the ultimate eye technique of attack and defense. The current Uchiha Madara is using the fourth form of Susanoo. On the basis of the original second form, the lower body and legs are added, and the volume is greatly increased. The caster will be located at the head of Susanoo. In terms of weapons, not only can the original weapons unique to Susanoo be used, but also the Susanoo sword with a large attack range can be used. Thanks to the price of the system. Although Uchiha Madara's Sharingan has not reached the eternal Mangekyo, but his pupil power is extremely huge, which can support Uchiha Madara to open this level of Susanoo. This is already the only Susanoo after the perfect form. The power is not bad. Mare commented so, and he was standing on the Susanoo sword wielded by Madara. Just now, Madara's attack was directed at him. Then, I'll return the favor. Looking at Uchiha Madara standing in the head of Susanoo, he crossed his arms and looked invincible. Mare started to create a ninjutsu for this kind of pretentious situation. Mare has many laws at a higher level. Even if he has only obtained the chakra system for a short time, this kind of temporary creation of ninjutsu is nothing to him. It's just like nesting dolls, although the systems emerge in an endless stream. But they are just different in their foundations, but many of the laws in them are actually the same. Just like the next ninjutsu. Boom. Swoosh. I saw that Mare stepped on Madara's Susanoo sword, and a layer of sparks exploded directly on it. Then his figure exploded directly. Madara only felt that the Susanoo sword was sunk by the huge force. Mare's figure appeared in front of the head of Susanoo with fire, and met him directly. Fire style, Shunhong. Yes, this is the chakra version of Shunhong. It just replaces the spiritual pressure system with the chakra system. This method of switching between different systems is easy to say, but it is difficult to do. After all, Mel can do it easily. But for others, it may be a blind guess, even if they put in a lot of effort, they may not succeed. After all, Mare is no longer a cheating player. He is a cheater. Using the fire style, Mel was like a rocket taking off, and like a hearse floating. It shocked Madara. But he was obviously shocked too early. As Madara's pupils shrank slightly, Mel symbolically made a seal. A pistol-shaped chakra appeared in his hand instantly. In the magazine in the gun body, a bullet-like firelight penetrated the entire gun body and emitted a dazzling light. What is this? Madara's pupils opened wider. He could feel the strong firelight of the bullet penetrating the gun body filled with powerful chakra fluctuations. Such a volume can actually condense such amazing chakra. At this time, Madara felt a huge threat. The black megatama in his blood-red pupils rotated rapidly. Susanoo was moving quickly. It's too late, Madara. Mare pointed the chakra gun directly at Madara in the head of the chakra giant in front of him. Master of fire style, times have changed. The next moment, the flames suddenly rose. Chapter 438 I would like to call you the strongest fire style, Xiaojin's growth. The bursting golden light almost blinded Madara's white eyes. Bang! The fire bullet flew directly with the speed of explosion, and when it came into contact with Susanoo's chakra, the huge high temperature burst and spread directly, tearing and melting all the chakra that was blocking the front. Madara could only watch the bullet melt a small circular gap in Susanoo's head. Immediately afterwards, after the bullet came in front of him, then the flames broke out. Boom! At this moment, the flames in the entire head of Susanoo were bursting endlessly. The entire hard purple chakra head of Susanoo was expanding, and the hard chakra prevented it from bursting in an instant. However, this hardness formed a shackle at this time. Because the flames were not released in time, Madara was faced with more explosive flames. Boom! It is not known whether Madara, who was engulfed by the flames, realized this situation or he was seriously injured. His Susanoo disappeared directly, and a large fireball of tens of meters suddenly bloomed in the air. At this time, Mel had already come to a cliff not far away. Looking at the bright fireball, he rotated the fiery red chakra gun in his hand twice and then blew away a little smoke from the muzzle. Then he inserted it into the holster that was generated at his waist at some point, and the whole set of movements was smooth. Then he thought with interest. Will Madara suddenly jump out and say I would like to call you the strongest fire escape? In fact, the difficulty of Mel's fire escape is very high. It requires very high control of chakra, which is not something that everyone can do. Not to mention the changes in the nature of the entire chakra gun and the large amount of chakra required. It is very difficult to maintain the stability of the bullet in the gun and prevent it from exploding. As the gun is fired, it is even more difficult to keep the bullet stable after it leaves the barrel. If someone really uses this ninjutsu, it will be a ninjutsu that explodes as soon as it leaves the barrel. So this ninjutsu is still very limited. Da-da-da. As the fire gradually spread, Mare walked towards a ruin, where Madara was holding a large fan with a white inside and a black outside. The flame fan is a very convenient ability that can quickly condense a reliable rebound artifact. Although Madara's hair was a little burnt at this time. Looking at him like this, Mel teased. Poor Madara. Don't dance anymore, otherwise your hair will be burned. Stop talking nonsense, Mel. The real battle has just begun. His voice was still calm and domineering. Facing such a domineering response from Madara, Mel felt like laughing. Because there was a gap in Madara's hair, it looked a little funny when he said this. As you wish. Dance to your heart's content. Madara, I will keep your dancing posture. Hearing Mel's words, Madara's face turned red and black. This guy really thought he was a dancer. Bastard. Madara clenched the big fan in his hand and waved it towards Mel. The chakra that he had absorbed from the amazing ninjutsu before instantly swept out a blanket of flames as the flame fan was waved. By the way, Ruskana Island. Mel looked at Uchiha Madara who walked into the teleportation array with a dark face. Before leaving, the man said that he would come back and asked him to wait. Mel said that he didn't need to come back, there were many people outside who could beat him up. If he wanted to come back for comfort, he could. After hearing this, Madara left with a dark face. He should be very touched. Looking at his disappearing back, Moer thought with a teasing look on his face. Then, he left without looking back. Soon, when the dusk began to fade completely, between the peaks, the scenery is charming and lush. In the valley, the flower fields dance, petals flutter, and the fragrance is charming. By the green lake, next to the tender grass, under the pink flower tree, a little elf emitting golden light arrived on time. She looked at Mel, who was alone under the flower tree, her eyes lit up, and she shouted energetically. Master, Master, is it okay today? Many days have passed this month, and I have lost a lot. At this time, Jin pounced on Mel's neck, hugged his neck with both hands, and rubbed her little face between his neck. Then she looked pitifully into Mel's eyes. For that opportunity, she made a deal with Yin on purpose. It took a lot of sacrifice to get the silver for this period of time away, but who knew that there was no movement day by day? Looking at the little guy's eyes emitting waves, Mel's fingers moved her golden hair and said with a smile. Now? Really? Good. Forbidden good. Mel smiled and stretched out his finger to her forehead. This little guy has already used this word as a catchphrase, often using the wording of good yet. It made him want to laugh. I know, hurry up. Master, I can't wait. Xiaojin repeated his promise, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Okay, right away. While Mel said this, the gentle gilded golden light quietly flowed from Mel's fingertips. It was like golden mercury wrapped around Xiaojin. She only felt herself getting drowsy, and then fell into a peaceful sleep. Time passed slowly. The valley also fell into silence. Only the wind was still blowing, driving the leaves and petals to play a different melody. I don't know how long it took. A sleeping consciousness began to gradually revive. She felt her heart filled with vitality and warmth. Feeling the haziness of trance. Feeling the endless golden light, not knowing the sky or the earth, only the golden light lasts forever. The holy chanting voice always accompanies her. Who am I? She thought so. When she thought so, a figure appeared in her mind. Master, I am Jin, Master's little Jin. Crack crack. With the sound of breaking, Xiaojin's vision suddenly became clear. The golden cocoon covering her broke, and what came into her eyes was a smiling face, a familiar face. She felt a trance, and her slender hand slowly stretched out, and her fingers stroked his face. Feeling the real touch and temperature in her hand, she showed a beautiful smile on her face. Master, I have grown up. Moer looked at the beautiful person in front of him. Long golden hair, long ears like an elf. Her face became more mature and attractive than when she was an elf. A proud figure, convex and curved. And the huge wings of light like cicada wings. The pair of wings were still trembling slightly, emitting a gentle light, illuminating her like a holy goddess. A breeze with the fragrance of valley flowers blew. It blew up Xiaojin's soft long hair slightly. He reached out and fiddled with her long hair, smiling. It seems so. Bang! There was a figure in Moer's arms, and the soft feeling was transmitted. I have long wanted to experience this feeling of hugging, Master. Feeling Xiaojin's tight embrace, his hand touched the wings behind her. The wings had a good texture, smoother than silk, and with a faint temperature. At this time, Xiaojin raised her face, and her cheeks were a little rosy. Master, don't just look at the wings, look at me. Her golden pupils were charming and looked at his lips. What does it feel like to kiss? Master, teach me. Of course. He lowered his head. The gradually deepening night was swirling with the dancing of the wind. On the lake surface with moonlight. In the swaying lake surface, two figures hugging each other were reflected. She didn't know how long she had been passionately experiencing it, and finally stopped. The raised eyes were slightly seductive, and her hands were wrapped around his neck. The dazzling wings behind opened and closed slightly, making people want to touch them. Master, and those feelings, I want them all. Xiaojin, I'm really not used to your style. Looking at Xiaojin's charming look, he joked. Hearing his words, Xiaojin was broken for a moment, and then said unhappily. Don't interrupt. Master, now come on. Her face was very close, and the seductive body fragrance surrounded his nose lightly. You belong to me. The lake surface once again reflected the figures exchanging words, and then the two figures disappeared under the flower tree. Chapter 439, The Gluttonous Blood Leech That Sucks the Elephant Master, The Power of the New Tiger's Fantasy Beast. The next day. The Grand Line, the New World. The sea is clear and the sky is bright. The waves that continue to sweep over the blue sea form crystal bubbles, which then break into tiny water particles. In this world with bad weather compared to the New World on a relatively calm sea. Next to an unimaginable giant on the sea. It's there, that monster is there, on the right leg behind the Elephant Master. At this time, a hairy upright ape man wearing clothes on a ship was shouting wildly at the Den Mushi in his hand. Hearing his shout, the Den Mushi also replied with a received message and hung up directly. Soon, several more ships came over. There were various fur creatures on it, and they were the fur tribe, a very rare race in the whole world. This race is mainly concentrated in the furry principality of Zhou. Zhou is located on the back of the legendary giant creature, the Elephant Master. Now, the reason why several ships carrying the fur tribe with full of evil spirits can be seen on the sea is that the Elephant Master, the foundation of their residence, is in big trouble. Forcing them to come down to solve this trouble. There, you can see it. Many fur tribes on the ship set their eyes on the distance. A pillar that looked like the skin of an elephant almost filled their eyes. This was because they were too close to the 913. If they pulled their eyes away, they would find that the pillar in front of them was a hind leg of a supergiant elephant. This was the foundation of the fur tribe's life, the legendary creature, the Elephant Master. It had one more joint in its feet than an ordinary elephant, and it was an elephant with 2 pairs of super long legs. When walking on the sea, only 1/3 of its feet were above water. The distance from the sea surface to the Elephant Master's back was more than 10,000 meters. Its overall height reached 35,000 meters, making it a real behemoth in this world. It was hard to imagine that there was a creature bigger than it in this world. Of course, the fur tribe, who had been living with the Elephant Master day and night for many years, had long been accustomed to the existence of the Elephant Master. Now their eyes were fixed on a foreign object on the elephant's leg. A leech-like creature was attached to the Elephant Master's thigh. It was about 20 meters long. There are 3 vertical blood-colored lines running through the entire body, and the rest of the body is pitch black. At this moment, it is feasting under the angry eyes of the fur tribe. The target of its feast is undoubtedly the Elephant Master. Swish, swish. A strange and creepy sound spreads in the surrounding area. It is the sound of some kind of liquid flowing continuously. All the fur tribes looked at the monster attached to the Elephant Master's hind legs. The eyes were full of anger, but in addition to anger, there was also a trace of fear. Because the monster in front of them, which is more than 20 meters long, is not an easy target to get rid of. It has a huge reputation in the whole world, even the fur tribe who usually don't communicate with the outside world know it. Blood leech, gluttonous pure demon species, one of the 5 major disasters of gluttony in the world. Like to devour the blood of creatures, usually entrenched in the sea. It is rumored that wherever it passes, all kinds of large sea beasts and even sea kings are miserable. Its danger level is defined as S-level 2 stars by the Hunter Association. If such a monster were outside, the fur tribe would definitely run away without saying a word. But this is not outside. The monster in front of them is sucking the foundation of their survival, the Elephant Master. It is impossible for them to retreat. It is a pity. Their strength does not change much with their will. At present, although the overall strength of the fur tribe has become stronger with the great era of traditional martial arts, but there is no strong man who can deal with such a monster at the top. Their strongest men are Inuarashi and Cat Viper, who returned from overseas 2 years ago. They were imprisoned in Wano country for mining. Later, due to repeated chaos, they finally fled Wano country and returned to Zhou Island. And with their hard work, they have been recognized by most fur tribes in the past 2 years. They have become one of the strongest warriors in the fur tribe. Even when the current king of the furry principality, Duke Goatsuhan, expressed his desire to abdicate, the voices of Inuarashi and Cat Viper becoming king grew louder. However, even so, with their current strength, they were helpless against the monster in front of them, or their strength was vulnerable in comparison. This was not the first time they came to besiege this monster. These days, the Elephant Lord was wailing every day. After quickly finding the culprit, they attacked the blood leech. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, the other party seemed to be indifferent to them. The most important thing was that the damage they barely caused was also quickly recovered. The price was that the elephant lord cried even more miserably. This made many fur tribes helpless. Every time they could only watch it suck until almost dusk, and then automatically break away. However, at a fixed time the next day, the elephant lord would wail again. This legendary disaster seemed to have considerable wisdom. Each time the blood was sucked, no big wounds were caused, and the places where blood was sucked were scattered in various parts of the elephant owner. It can be clearly seen that this is to raise the elephant owner like a pig. Facts, this is indeed the case. While wandering in various seas, the leech accidentally discovered the giant elephant master. This giant with a length of 35,000 meters is a beautiful huge granary in the eyes of this monster. It has to eat separately and cannot kill the elephant all at once. Only fresh blood suits its taste. Although it is a gluttonous species, the leech, as a pure demon with high intelligence, naturally has its own hobbies. Just like now. Every day, it gets up to eat and enjoy the sun. It clings to the elephant master's legs in the sea, digests blood, and sleeps quietly. It lives a happy life. As for the ants that attack it, it doesn't take them seriously at all. There are only a few pounds of blood, so it is too lazy to fight back. Anyway, those attacks are just tickling to it. As a gluttonous species, it is still a monster with the ability to devour blood. The leech has a terrifying vitality and terrible recovery ability, which gives it the capital to do whatever it wants. Quickly notify Shintora. Tell him where this is. Looking at the monster lurking in the air in front of him. On the leading ship among the fur tribe ships. Inuarashi looked at the monster that didn't take them seriously, and sighed angrily and helplessly. Then he said so. Okay, Lord Inuarashi, I will notify Lord Shintora to come over immediately. At this time, a fur tribe member next to Inuarashi was holding a den mushi. Great, this time we can finally solve this monster. I heard that Lord Shintora invited powerful foreign aid. The surrounding fur tribe members whispered. Shintora is a tiger fur tribe member who is wandering outside. When his tribe members thought he was dead because he didn't come back for many years, he suddenly came back a few months ago. Not only that, he also has very powerful power. Even Inuarashi and Nikojiro, who were the strongest warriors of the fur tribe at that time, were defeated quickly. This was not the most surprising thing for the tribe members. What surprised them the most was that he could transform into the moon lion form on his own without the full moon. It is said that it was because of the new power he gained, and that power was called the power of the Phantom Beast. Chapter 440 The Phantom Beast called the Moon Lion, the structure of the Holy Hunting Organization. It was because of the powerful power displayed by Shintora. The fur tribe admired him very much. But for some reason. After he and the Duke had a little-known conversation, they had a big fight. Then Shintora left again, taking some of the fur tribe who were willing to follow him. And the discussion about him was forbidden by the Duke. Only the high-level officials of the fur tribe had complicated feelings about him. Because they knew a little about the situation. In the outside world, Shintora became a high-level official of the Yaki Church. After returning, he wanted to take some of the fur tribe to the Yaki Great God to receive the grace of God. Divine grace is a nice term, after all, the process can kill people. This is unacceptable to Duke Shinsahun of the Goat. In his eyes, the members of the fur tribe are all children, and there is no need to gamble their lives for strength. Of course, this is just one of the contradictions. There is a more serious contradiction. The contradiction about the Moon Lion. Now, their faith was created by the Yaki Great God. The fantasy beast called the Moon Lion. And this contribution is the contribution of the fur tribe led by Shintora, well, the contribution of research. When this news came more than a month ago, the Duke was almost angry. But these are not important for the time being. Now that the Lord is facing such a thing, when the strongest warriors such as Inuarashi are powerless, the first thing they think of is Shintora in the Yaki Church. Even the Duke, who is most repulsive to Shintora, acquiesced to their request for help from Shintora. I hope he can solve this big problem. Inuarashi sighed. If Shintora can't solve it, then he may have to send a commission to the Hunter Association. However, he doesn't know if he can afford the treasure required. Moreover, whether the Elephant Master can hold on until then is another unknown. After all, the monster in front of him looks only more than 20 meters. However, the amount of blood sucked each time is unusually large. The Elephant Master is now exhausted and feels a little shaky when walking. This feeling is like anemia. It is hard to imagine that it has only been a few days. A huge monster like the elephant master will be sucked out by blood-sucking and have such symptoms. While many fur tribes are waiting anxiously. On the other side, dozens of kilometers away from the elephant master, two ships are heading towards the direction of the elephant master. One looks more natural and simple, with the golden glowing, sacred and majestic 8-beast snake pattern hanging on a wall. This flag is the exclusive flag of the Yaqui Church. Obviously, this ship is under the Yaqui Church. The other ship looks more luxurious and has two flags. One is a crown with a golden circular pattern. This is the King of Korti in the Land of Miracles, the flag of the country. It adopts the appearance of the two most eye-catching holy objects when the miracle King Altria was crowned as the King of the Kingdom of Korti. It is believed by the people of the Land of Miracles to symbolize the conclusion of divine power and royal power. It has symbolic meanings such as peace, rebirth, and prosperity. The other flag is the well-known Hunter Association flag, which is composed of swords, flames, and blood beads. There is no doubt that this ship is a force of the Hunter Association belonging to the faction of the Land of Miracles. At this time, from the position where the view is unobstructed on the two ships here, you can see the huge body of the elephant master very clearly. After all, the height of 10,000 meters on the sea is not a lie. Especially now that it is still clear, they can see it very clearly. What a big body! With such a big body, I don't know how long it can last. Hina is very curious. On one of the more luxurious ships belonging to the Kingdom of Korti, a pink-haired girl said so. Due to the rise of the sea beast and sea king hunting industry, the girl thought that all that was meat, which was equivalent to money, at first glance. Hina, don't say this in front of those fur tribes, or you might cause trouble again. Next to Hina, there was a black-haired girl with a side braid tied with red silk thread. She heard Hina speak without thinking again, and said helplessly. Hee, Hina can say whatever she wants. If something goes wrong, Nanako will help Hina. Hina will be very happy. Hearing her say this, Nanako felt that black lines appeared on her white forehead. She felt like Hina's nanny and mother, taking care of this naughty guy. You are also one of the paladins of the kingdom. You should be more calm at ordinary times, and don't always act like a child. Hina is very young, so there is no need to be calm. You. Seeing Hina's unrepentant look, Nanako was also a little speechless. However, she didn't discipline Hina for the time being, as she said, she was still very young. She will mature in the future. The most urgent thing now is the blood leech over there. Nanako looked at the terrifying behemoth in the distance. The elephant master, a legendary giant creature, has such a huge body that is really exaggerated. Nanako thought so. The reason why Nanako and Hina came here this time was for the elephant master. To be precise, it was for the blood leech, one of the 5 disasters of gluttony that kept sucking the blood of the elephant master. 0 Ask for flowers. Now, the grand event of the New World, the Fantasy Beast Conference, is about to begin. The island group suspended by the 4 Emperors' golden lions stopped near Wilbur Island in the New World. Wilbur Island, the place where several kendo conferences have been held, is also very familiar to people all over the world. Originally, Nanako had arrived at Wilbur Island. However, the new tiger of the Yaqui cult came to the Hunter Association station in a hurry. I hope Shenji can help solve the troubles entrenched in the Elephant Master. Hina was very interested in this, so she accepted the commission. As for Nanako, she followed Hina because she was worried about her. After all, that was a vicious gluttonous pure demon. Hina's strength was good enough to protect herself. Plus her personality, Nanako was worried about her. If Hina was half as mature as Betty, it would be great. They were almost the same age. Nanako looked at Hina's weird look and complained in her heart. On the other side, on another ship, a fur tribe member wearing a loose white coat, like an upright tiger, was looking at the elephant master in the distance. On the steady tiger face, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He was Shintora, one of the most powerful senior officials of the Yaqui Church besides the Yaqui head. This time, after receiving the request for help from the furry principality, he immediately looked for support, because the crisis of the elephant master was the blood leech, one of the 5 legendary disasters of gluttony. He himself had no confidence at all. Or rather, in the Yaqui Church. Even the Yaqui leaders who were stronger than him, I am afraid that few of them could swear to defeat the blood leech. In addition, now is the time when the Fantasy Beast Conference is about to begin. The result is that Xinhu cannot get the support of the Yaqi leaders. They did not say they would refuse, but just said they would set off after the Fantasy Beast Conference. So, Xinhu finally set his sights on the official Holy Hunting Organization of the Hunter Association. The official Holy Hunting Organization of the Hunter Association is the most powerful violent organization of the Hunter Association. It is a super-large composite hunter group. It is jointly led by the large hunter groups created by the major forces that founded the Hunter Association. The large hunter groups within it include the Holy Wings of the Land of Miracles, the Iron Sun of the World Government, the Crown of the Chaos Realm, the Dark Tide of the Dark Curtain Organization, the Big News of the Underground Organization headed by Morgans, and the Spear of Elbaf, the country of the giants in the New World. In these multiple factions, Shintora chose to ask for help from the more friendly and powerful Saint Wing. Chapter 441, The Barrier Envoy Hina, Wabi Prison. Sir Shintora, are you worried? Although the blood leech registered by the Hunter Association is very powerful, that Sir is also a terrifying gem-level double-star hunter, and the legendary big man is also following next to Xinhu, a bear-like fur tribe said comfortingly. Haha, don't worry, Bal. Xinhu looked at his companions who were worried about him and laughed. I'm not worried about anything. How could the Elephant Master fall down so easily? And you are right. His tiger eyes looked at the luxurious ship not far away. There is a crown-level hunter with demigod-level combat power. Nanozi, who has the nicknames of Huaqian Liu and Queen of Flowers. On the surface, there are two demigod-level combat powers shown by the entire Korti Kingdom. One of them is Huaqian Liu Nanozi, and the other is the Saint of the Holy Light Church, Darlina. So, for Xinhu, with the help of a demigod like Nanozi, under such a terrifying and powerful strength, even the gluttonous pure demon blood leech can only bow down. Now, Xinhu is only worried about whether he can kill the blood leech. If not, will the Elephant Master be threatened again when the Holy Hunters leave? It's just that he can't rush such a thing. He can only say that he will act according to circumstances, but the ability of the Holy Knight Hina is very difficult to deal with. After all, he is called the Barrier Master. Maybe the result is not as bad as he thought. Looking at the huge Elephant Master in the distance, Xinhu fell into deep thought. His thoughts drifted away involuntarily and fell into memories. This is his hometown, but unfortunately, that person is gone. Time passed slowly. As time passed, the two ships were getting closer and closer to the Elephant Master. Finally, their ship drove to the location told by the fur tribe, on the side of the right hind leg of the Elephant Master. Great, it's Master Xinhu who has arrived. At this moment in this sea area, looking at the two approaching ships, many fur tribes were excited. Especially some of the higher-level fur tribes. They have recognized the two flags on one of the ships, the flags of the Kingdom of Korti and the Hunter Association. These made them excited. They have also heard of the famous hunter group Saint Wing of the Hunter Association, living on the Elephant Master. Although their intelligence channels are very limited. Because the Elephant Master has no fixed place to stay, it will not stay in one place all the time. Plus it is really high, even the newsbird is too lazy to go up to this height. If you want to go up, you have to use the Elephant Master to gain strength and stop to rest. This kind of thing depends on whether the newsbird is willing to go up, all by luck. Although there are other means, it is really inconvenient. However, after Xinhu came back, this situation improved. Because he left some faxable den mushy. So, some news will be faxed by the fur tribe members who followed Xinhu. This way, they can easily obtain information from the outside world. It is because of this that the fur tribe can learn more in this era of drastic changes, and not be confused. Is that the blood leech, one of the 5 disasters of gluttony in the world? What an uncomfortable smell! On the ship of the Yaqi cult, Shintora took a deep breath and looked solemnly at the monster entrenched on the Elephant Master. He did not greet his fellow tribesmen, nor did he go up to fight the monster on the spot. He still knew his own weight. This was the confidence accumulated after being beaten by the fantasy beasts on the island called Fantasy Beast Island. He was really a wimp, but he was confident in this point. So, facing this world-famous monster, he did not plan to go up and make a fool of himself. It is the right choice to leave this matter to the monsters of the Hunter Association. He came to the guardrail of the ship and looked at the leading woman in his field of vision. I'll leave this commission to you, Master Huaqian Liu. Nanako on the opposite ship nodded and smiled gently. You're welcome. Hina next to him looked dissatisfied. Hey, you tiger, it was obviously me who accepted the commission. Okay, stop talking. You can make your move now. I'll be watching from the side, be careful. Hina's head was hit by Nanako. Then Hina shifted her attention, she covered her head, and then stepped forward, still muttering. Nanako, don't hit my head, or I won't grow taller in the future. Also, this bug is so fat and big, it's a bit disgusting. At this time, Hina looked at the leech that was more than 20 meters long and felt a little disgusted. Although the surface of the leech was not sticky, this fat worm-like appearance still made Hina feel a little uncomfortable. For a girl, she can't accept this kind of creature, and it's normal to say that she hates it. While Hina was complaining, the leech perched on the elephant's leg had stopped sucking blood because it felt the arrival of a strong breath. The red-lined area on its body was slightly twitching. The area that looks like red lines is actually its sensory organ, similar to human eyes. It only looks like a leech after all, not a real leech, but a terrifying monster of pure demon gluttony. The blood leech is now ready to move. The ship below the blood fluctuations of the two humans on the boat felt very strong, and it liked to suck such nutritious blood. There was another animal, and it felt good. However, although the leech was full of gluttony, it was still rational. It was also a little cautious about those humans. It had not been on the shore before. As a result, it was almost beaten to death by a woman with beige hair who came over before. It might not understand what the woman said, but it didn't prevent it from knowing that creatures of this appearance were not easy to mess with. Try it, if there are too many thorns, withdraw first, the leech thought at this time. After all, it is not without food, and the granary below it is so big that it can eat for a long time. Look at how powerful Hina is. While the leech was calculating, Hina on the boat below had already taken action. She shook her pink hair and raised her slender hand. A round white light directly enveloped the whole body of the leech. It changed its state from being attached to the elephant master and was directly peeled off. Done. Looking at the spherical light shield suspended in the air and the leech in the light shield that was confused and unresponsive, Hina smiled brightly. This is her ability, which was named Hina's barrier by Hina. It can create a barrier that can be used to bind the enemy and protect itself. It is precisely because of this ability that Hina's duty among the 12 holy knights is to guard. He is in charge of the prison of the famous Wame prison and serves as the warden. Although this warden is very unreliable, likes to run outside, often disconnects and is not guarding the prison. Don't be careless, Hina. 4.2. Looking at Hina who looked like she was going to finish her work, Nanako behind Hina warned her. Although Hina's barrier is very strong, under the combat power of the demigod, it is difficult to break through her barrier without a powerful means of attack. Facing Hina, the only strategy is to use consumption. The high-frequency attack barrier forces Hina to constantly replenish the barrier energy. Then it turns into a war of attrition. If we talk about consumption, when gaining abilities, the physical and mental attributes of the paladins rise rapidly as the abilities are acquired and grown. The mental gain has the biggest leap, followed by physical. And the consumption of the ability of the paladins basically depends on the mental attribute. So the consumption is not worse than those monsters. However, the blood leech in front of him is different. It is a pure demon species. The pure demon species belongs to the demon clan. The power of the demon clan and the power they hold restrain each other. This has been confirmed in past operations and research. Chapter 442 $1 Million Holy Light Potion, a scene like 1,000 meteors. When Nanako alerted Hina, the blood leech imprisoned by the barrier also reacted. It felt the translucent white dome around it and felt a kind of discomfort. It itself rejected and hated such power. So, the blood leech began to explode. Boom! Endless blood with a strong blood light erupted from its body like an explosion. The endless blood covered it, making it invisible to people outside. All you can see is the red light spreading throughout the barrier ball. The ominous red light brought a gluttonous desire. The surrounding fur tribes and the humans on the Holy Wing ship were instinctively afraid of this powerful breath, and at the same time a sense of hunger rose in their hearts. So scary. This, a monster. AEAEAE Superscript 3. Accompanied by a sound like sulfuric acid corrosion. The entire barrier began to shake and become unstable. How is it possible? This scene made Rina's eyes bulge out. Her barrier was always successful in the past, how could it reach its limit so quickly? Realizing that the blood leech was about to break through the barrier, Rina didn't care about being shocked and immediately began to replenish the barrier with energy. Buzz 24. As Hina began to exert force, the barrier ball stabilized from the creaking state and did not break directly. However, the blood inside was still erupting, carrying some kind of magical power. It was eroding the light ball barrier, which was the gluttonous magic of the blood leech. As a gluttonous species, its gluttonous magic was full of devouring characteristics, and this characteristic was good for blood. Apart from blood, the blood leech was not unable to devour other things. It was just that its own power made it most inclined to devour blood. The barrier in front of it was filled with the disgusting breath of the blood leech, so it did not devour it directly with its mouth, otherwise it would be uncomfortable if it burned its mouth. So it used gluttonous magic to erode the barrier. At this time, one person and one demon began to stalemate. Hina felt the exaggerated consumption speed when using her ability in the consumption duel, and sweat broke out on her forehead. Originally, she planned to imprison this gluttonous species and take it to Wilbur Island. Go there and sell this gluttonous species directly to the Yaki cult. As a Demon King level gluttonous species of the Demon Clan, the value of the blood leech is also very high, as long as you have the ability to catch it. If you sell it to the Magic Pattern Association, the price will be even more outrageous. Of course, you can also take it back to the King Research Institute of the country, but Hina still wants private money. It's a pity. Now Hina's plan has failed. At this consumption rate, Hina said she can't make it to Wilbur Island at all. Unless she takes drugs. The Holy Light Potion, which is worth 1,000,000 Baileys per bottle, is hard to find in the open market, and can be sold for 3 or 4 million per bottle in the underground black market. It is estimated that she will have to take hundreds of bottles along the way to be enough for her consumption. And there is no guarantee that this glutton has a stronger burst. This is really tiring. Nanako, that's not right. Sister, help Hina, okay? When Hina makes money, I'll give you some. Seeing Hina turn around and act like a spoiled child at this time, and even start to call her sister, Nanako felt speechless. Just like this? She ran here excitedly, but she asked for help as soon as she made a move. Feeling the strange looks from the surroundings, Nanako was a little shocked by Hina's current shamelessness. As the face of the land of miracles, it's not okay to behave so badly outside. Did she spoil her too much? Nanako was a little lost in thought. Otherwise, let Hina go mining when she returns, to exercise her mental will. It's not good to be so lazy all the time. It's better to shed tears now than bleed later. Nanako nodded and felt that this was a good idea. In Hina's eyes, Nanako agreed, and she happily put the barrier ball far away to open it. Little did she know that a little bitter history was waiting for her when she returned. Eaaaaaa. A huge and strange roar pierced through the sky, and a terrifying magical aura burst out. The fur tribe and humans on the nearby ships looked at the monster with blood veins on its back and a strange red light. It felt that the sky was filled with dark red light, and it dimmed directly, and their bodies fell into an ice cave. The feeling of fear made them want to flee. How terrible! This feeling is really horrible. On the ship of the Hunter Association, an accompanying staff member could not help but utter. As a staff member or hunter of the Hunter Association, the demons had seen it before, but it was the first time they had seen it at this strength. Blood leeches, one of the 5 disasters of gluttony, are really scary. And there is also this hunger impulse. The different magic properties of the demons have different feelings about life. In addition to the instinctive fear of life caused by the abnormal strength, there are also different characteristics according to their own magic properties. For example, the gluttonous blood leeches in front of them have the characteristic of inducing gluttony for life. The most superficial manifestation of gluttony is the terrible feeling of hunger. In the ship of the fur tribe, the cat viper covered with yellow hair couldn't help but reach out and touch his whiskers, looking at the blood leeches floating in the air. His tongue couldn't help but stick out, and his saliva seemed to flow out. Is this the glutton? Just being surrounded by its aura gives me this terrifying feeling. He lowered his eyes and looked at the tribesmen around him with a different look in their eyes. Then he exchanged a glance with Inuarashi not far away, and both of them felt relieved. If it had fought back when they attacked the monster before, the loss would have been so serious. But can the new tiger really deal with this monster now? When they thought so, on the ship of the Holy Wing, Nanako made a move. A shocking scene as soon as she made a move. Countless lights began to fall on the surrounding sea. Above the sea, huge, bright, 2-meter-high flowers began to bloom. They revealed wisps of golden light, and the flowers of various colors swayed. For a moment, 163A garden suddenly appeared on the sea. The people on the ships in this sea area and the fur tribe only felt that they had come to a huge garden. The fragrance wafted out, dispelling the ominous and oppressive atmosphere around, making people feel relaxed and happy. What a beautiful view! As the fur tribe looked at the surrounding scenery, their tense moods relaxed. Only the accompanying personnel of Shenji knew how much murderous intent these beautiful flowers contained. The blood leech floating in the air also felt this. Its body trembled slightly, and then it quickly controlled the blood around it to form a bloody cocoon around it. Gluttonous blood cocoon. After it formed layers of blood cocoons, the murderous intent from the sea below also began to come. Flower light 1,000 crossings. Instantly, thousands of cannons fired at the same time. Boom! Endless golden light washed the sky. The whole world seemed to have turned into a golden world. The hot and dazzling light cannons erupted from the hearts of the flowers towards the blood cocoon in the air. The scene was like 1,000 meteors sweeping backwards from the sea to the sky. The horrible scene made the people around and the fur tribe stare with wide eyes in shock. Even the elephant master not far away, with his green eyes buried deep in his eye sockets, was shocked. It could feel the hot and powerful force behind it. There is such a terrifying power. Even the life-spanning thousands of years was shocked at this moment. All of them trembled in their hearts. Chapter 443 The Criteria for Judging a Demigod, Xiaojin confronting Jiada Void. While everyone was shocked, the blood cocoon wrapped in leeches in the air suffered a devastating blow. Its gluttony blood cocoon is its proud skill. It can swallow the attack and then use it to maintain and strengthen the blood cocoon. This skill is its strongest life-saving defense skill, and it has only been used for the second time. However, this skill seems to be useless when encountering Nanozi's attack. The entire huge blood cocoon was directly pierced by golden light beams. Hiss! The leeches inside felt the light beams bombarding their bodies, and they felt unbearable pain and couldn't help but scream. While screaming, they did not forget to adjust their bodies and began to move to avoid. At the same time, they burst out stronger magic power to defend themselves beyond their limits. The rich blood light was covered by endless golden light. In the sky, countless light beams flew across the sky. The fur tribes of the furry principality above the elephant lord. They each stopped what they were doing and looked at the golden sky and the pillars of light that reached the sky. They looked incredible. What is that? The sky has turned golden. Next to a building in the whale forest, the Duke of Goatsuhan, who was standing here, stroked his beard and looked at the amazing scene in the sky. He looked solemn. Is this the legendary crown hunter Hwakyun Liu? Looking at the earth-shaking scene, Duke of Goatsuhan sighed. This world is really getting more and more incomprehensible. Maybe he is old, or maybe Zinhu is right. On the other side, it is only about 10 kilometers away from the blood leech battle. A ship with fog sailed on the sea, at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary ships, as if flying on the sea. Two figures stood on the deck of the ship, and they were looking at the golden light in the sky at this time. Then he looked at the giant not far away. Has the human Hwakyun Liu taken action? Let's go faster. The gluttonous demon king who was born with great difficulty can't be killed by humans like this. One of the figures with a volcano head, one eye and brown skin suddenly spoke. Yes, Master Apostle. A voice immediately answered after the two figures. Zhu Rong, you still love your people so much. If you ask me, death is death, it's just the law of the jungle. One of the two figures was wearing a yellow pirate captain costume. The demon who looked like a devil touched the gem ring on his finger. He said with a teasing face. Huang Yi, the demons should unite, otherwise humans will take advantage of the situation. Now there are so many rising stars in the human race, so we need more. Okay, I know everything. Stop talking. You are so long-winded. Seeing Zhu Rong about to start a long-winded sermon, Huang Yi ended the topic with some helplessness. He looked at Zhu Rong's volcano head curiously. It is obviously a volcano head, so it should be irritable and brainless. This is really strange. Sometimes, Huang Yi has the urge to pour out the magma in this volcano head to see what kind of structure is inside. But if this idea is implemented, Zhu Rong may not cooperate. Whoosh! The strong wind caused by the excessive speed blew violently. The foggy boat also rushed to the battlefield ahead. In the sea where the blood leech is, the petals of the flowers in the sea around Nanozi began to fall. The golden light gradually dimmed, and only colorful petals fluttered in the sky, carrying the fragrance of flowers. So beautiful, and so powerful. Is this the power of a demigod? It's so scary. The fur tribesmen who followed Xinhu all looked in the direction of Nanako, their eyes full of admiration and awe. Because they were not at a high level, they could not move around freely on the fantasy beast island of Yaki Great God. It was also difficult to observe those powerful fantasy beasts at close range. There, the one they knew best was probably the moon lion. However, although the moon lion was powerful now, it didn't feel like it had reached this level. At this time, some of the fur tribesmen had some doubts about the moon lion's powerful power. Perhaps, it was because the moon lion's power was not fully exerted in front of them. Some of the fur tribesmen comforted themselves in their hearts. The moon lion was their belief, and they naturally hoped that the moon lion would be the strongest. Nanako, be gentle. How can you sell it if you smash it into slag? Hina looked at the tattered figure in the air with distress and complained. Hearing what Hina said, Nanako's beautiful eyes rolled her eyes. Nanako was speechless about Hina's appearance as a money grubber. Don't worry, the recovery ability of the glutton is very terrible, and I have reduced the power a little. The move just now is Nanako's ultimate move. It's just that this ultimate move can be adjusted. The attack just now was of medium power. If it was of high power, it would really become slag. On the sea. The definition of demigod-level combat power is a monster that is different from the ordinary peak combat power. This is a relatively vague judgment. What degree is different from the peak combat power? This is between the major forces. There is a minimum standard. That is, to have the combat power to not lose to the 3 peak combat powers. Yes, this standard is based on the execution of the Celestial Dragons and the war on the Death Island. The record of Asdeath, who was still a vice-admiral at the time, against the 3 legendary pirates is used as the judgment standard. Now, in fact, as long as you can compete with the 3 gem-level hunters, it will be fine. There is such a test in the Hunter Association. Of course, this is only the minimum standard for the demigod level. In fact, the reality is more complicated. The gap between demigods may also be very large. The reason is that the upper limit of demigods is to reach the lower limit of gods. This is a very huge gap. After all, the gods now regarded by the sea are terrifying strong men who are recognized as being able to cause apocalyptic disasters to the world. Of course, in the cognition of many people, the destructive power of some gods may not be as strong as some demigods. For example, the extremely evil god Hisoka. Compared to other gods, his external performance is relatively plain and unpretentious, and he has not specifically demonstrated any terrible disaster power. But he can directly confront Yaki no Omi head-on. That is why the world has confirmed that his combat power has indeed reached this level. Let's get back to the point. The gap between demigods may be very large, and among the existing demigods, Nanako's strength is quite good. Because Nanako's power is the result of Jin, who holds the 12 holy knights, giving her a cheat. In the kingdom of Korti, she sometimes guest-starred as the god of holy light. She was used to being worshipped in front of this god, so she had some small thoughts. At that time, she already knew that Giada was training the 3 princesses. So, Xiaojin wanted to compete with her. This kind of void confrontation was completely Xiaojin's own imagination. However, it also led to the emergence of 3 demigods among the holy knights. And Nanako is one of them. And her light cannon is biased towards the light and heat system. This is exactly what Xiaojin is good at, so Nanako's fighting power was strengthened to an outrageous degree by Xiaojin. At this time, the blood leech in the sky only felt that its body was very weak and bad. In fact, it can be seen from its tattered body. In this situation, subconsciously, it went up. It used all its strength to soar towards the elephant master who was close at hand. Swoosh! Now it has only one thought, the wind is tight and it is pulling. Well, something like this. Chapter 444 Invincible Hina took action, sister save me. In the sea below the blood leech. The fur tribe saw the figure of the blood leech turned into a blood light and rushed towards the elephant master, and they were also shocked. The gluttonous species that is extremely vicious and desperate. It is clear that the object master is a huge danger. At this time, the new tiger roared hurriedly, and he didn't even have time to transform, and hurriedly jumped up to stop it. However, his speed was obviously not as fast as the leech. The blood light was under the horrified gaze of many fur tribes. It quickly swept to the thigh of the elephant master. This time, the leech did not intend to stay on the surface of the elephant master, but was ready to settle directly in the body of the elephant master. It can freely shuttle in the body of a living creature in the form of blood, and the elephant master itself is so big. If the leech really enters the body of the elephant master, unless Nanoz dominates the elephant master, there is nothing he can do about the leech. It was about to sink into the body of the elephant master. At this time, a white translucent sphere instantly wrapped the leech. Bang! The blood light of the leech directly hit the light wall, making him a little dizzy. Why are you so nervous? It's time for the invincible Hina to take action. At the critical moment, I have to turn the tide. Sure enough, Hina is very powerful. At this time, the girl's voice spread out 493. The staff not far from the girl hurriedly said yes and began to flatter her. What Hina-sama is invincible in the world, 1 punch to kill the strongest creature, 2 punches to kill the big devil and so on. The smoothness of it was so great that even some maids couldn't stand it. But Hina was very happy to hear it. For her, everyone in Chenji spoke nicely, and all kinds of official business could be entrusted to them. The maids took care of people attentively and comfortably, and she liked it here very much. Looking at Hina, who was a little forgetful at this time, Nanako shook her head. Forget it, let her be happy for a few more days, and wait until she goes back. When Nanako thought so, she began to look in a certain direction, which was blocked by the elephant's legs. However, Nanako could sense that a powerful and obscure aura was approaching quickly. Such a frightening and unsettling aura. The Fear Demon Clan? Apostle. There is no mistake. This is trouble. Nanako felt that Hina was too happy. I didn't expect that the apostle of the Fear Demon Clan would intervene in this matter. Is it a coincidence or is it specifically for this commission? She frowned and began to think about how to deal with this matter. On several other ships not far away, the fur tribe looked at the gluttonous species imprisoned in the white sphere in the air. Looking at it lying inside weakly, his body was torn and tattered, with many holes on his body, and his aura was no longer as scary as before. Such a scene. They started cheering directly. Great! It's so strong, the attack just now was so powerful. It's simply a miracle. Such a terrible monster turned into such a miserable state in just an instant. I heard that it is one of the 5 disasters of gluttony, and ordinary gem-level hunters may not be able to beat it. The human who attacked just now was the legendary demigod of the sea? Otherwise, it would not be so powerful. I know that person, the demigod Hwakyun Liu, is the crown-level hunter of the Hunter Association. Lord Zinhu was able to invite such a legendary person to come? It's amazing. At this time, the rough tribe cheered and discussed excitedly. In their opinion, the crisis of the Elephant Master has been completely resolved. At this time, they have the mind to consider other things. For example, greeting the people who came to rescue, preparing a banquet, and going out to sea. That's right. Seeing such a powerful monster that made the entire fur tribe completely helpless and even the Elephant Master suffer was solved so easily. The infinite light that pierced the sky and shone the world dispelled their fear, inspired their fighting spirit, and made many fur tribesmen's hearts excited. Perhaps they can also follow Lord Shintora to the sea to see. Go and see the miracles contained in this vast sea. Looking at the faces of many tribesmen next to them with longing for the sea, Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked at each other directly, and couldn't help but think of the past. In the past, they were also called bad boys. Let's go. Go and welcome Brother Shintora and the others. At this time, Inuarashi said so. Their ship also began to approach Shintora's ship. But before they got completely close. What is that? Someone looked at the edge of the elephant's leg pillar in surprise, where a ship with mist spread over. Hearing the exclamation of a fellow tribesman, the other fur tribesmen also looked in the direction of his eyes. Hiss! That flag! Inuarashi looked at the ship that was coming, his eyes fixed on the faintly visible flag on the ship. He recognized that flag. Skeleton, black lines, and a dark back. There was no mistake, that was the flag of the Demon Clan, or the flag of the Fear Demon Clan, the most powerful pure demon clan among the Demon Clan. Fear Demon Clan, how could they come here? At this time, Inuarashi was both terrified and worried. He couldn't help it. Fear Demon Clan, that is a terrible race. Possessing the fighting power of 7 demigods, and the number of demon kings who appeared in front of the public exceeded double 10. It was simply terrifying. Such a force actually came here, and Inuarashi was naturally worried. He had just personally experienced the horror of the gluttonous demon king and the terrifying power of the demigods. Just one gluttonous demon king put the elephant master and the entire fur tribe in danger of capsizing. On the other side, Xinhu also discovered the arrival of the uninvited guest. His pupils shrank slightly. He was naturally familiar with the ship that came with a little mist. Because this misty ship itself arrived at the Golden Lion's territory a few days ago. They even stayed in the station as a guest. They actually came here at this time. Those guys from the Feng Mo cult. As a high-level member of the Yaqi cult, Xinhu guessed the reason at once. As Wilbur Island is a human territory, the demons do not like to stay in such a large-scale human place. Especially when all the major forces are coming now. So, they went straight to the island belonging to the Yaqi cult in the Golden Lion territory docked on the sea. Xinhu felt that although his commission to the Hunter Association was not so secret, it should not be noticed by these demons. Unless the demons are paying special attention to me, it is very likely that the omnipresent bastards of the demon cult have informed me. Those guys are going crazy trying to connect with the Fear Demon Clan. They are always jealous of the development of the Yaqi cult and want to emulate it. Looking at the mist boat getting closer and closer, Shintora sighed. The mist, one of the 9 demon kings of the Fear Demon Clan. I wonder if the apostles of the demon clan will follow. When Shintora looked at the mist boat getting closer and closer, Hina also found out the situation. That seems to be the Fear Demon Clan. Just one glance at Hina made her realize that the idea was very tricky. She looked at the gluttonous demon king in the air, and then immediately looked at Nanako pitifully, looking for help. After all the effort, how could the duck in hand fly away? Sister. Hearing Hina's long and sweet call, Nanako felt that she was about to get goosebumps. Finally, she nodded. I'm not afraid of beating her, but I'll let her be trained when I get back. She can't just act cute. Chapter 445 The Value of the Demonic Mine, the Realm of God. So. Under the solemn and even fearful gazes of many people, the mist boat of the Fear Demon Clan flew over, and the last 2 figures also came from the boat to the wide bow. Everyone who looked over could see their figures clearly. Apostles, the apostles of the Demon Clan are coming, and there are 2 of them. The hearts of the Fur tribe members who witnessed this scene, such as Inuarashi, were turbulent, and Xinhu was also not calm. This time, there were only 2 apostles from the Demon Clan who came to participate in the Fantasy Beast Conference, Apostle Zhu Rong and Apostle Huang Yi. I didn't expect that they would all come at this time. Xinhu looked helplessly at the blood leech imprisoned in the air. This time, this terrible gluttonous demon king is afraid that he will be included in the Fear Demon Clan. There is a precedent for such things. The island swallowing whale, one of the 5 disasters of gluttony, was saved because it joined the apostle whale. This incident was not long ago, just over 3 months ago. Speaking of it, one of the 3 gem-level hunters who surrounded the island swallowing whale at that time was the Queen of Flowers, Nanako. It was because the Queen of Flowers suddenly showed her terrifying strength at that time. That was why the people of the Hunter Association escaped unscathed from the demon apostle whale and a large group of sea monsters that supported it. Afterwards, the Queen of Flowers, Nanako, was also given the title of Hwakyun Liu, which means the flower seen like 1,000 shooting stars. However, now she is facing 2 apostles. The situation is likely to repeat the same mistake. Xinhu looked at the contemplative figure on the holy hunting ship not far away. Now is the time when the Fantasy Beast Conference is about to begin. Both parties will not easily start trouble. Are you Hwakyun Liu? You look really young. You have such strength at such a young age. I'm really envious. Ha ha ha. At this time, Huang Yi looked at the young figure on the ship not far away. Then he laughed heartily. Looking at Huang Yi laughing not far away, Nanako did not react. Others dared not breathe heavily, because a heavy and terrible aura was covering the sea area. Everyone felt like falling into an ice cave. They looked at the demon-like demon in horror. Unlike more than 2 years ago, the aura of Huang Yi has become more terrifying. At the beginning of their birth, the apostles already had SN spiritual attributes. As a life form that tends to be spiritual, its 4-dimensional attributes are basically extended according to this core attribute. So the spiritual attribute is their top priority. In the past 2 years, monsters and pure demons from all over the world have been developing. The fear demons who have the first mover advantage and are most favored by the demon god live in the island of fear. Their racial strength has naturally developed by leaps and bounds. The apostles themselves were created by the demon god himself, and they have almost the strongest qualifications among the demons. Their strength has also increased significantly in the past 2 years. The spiritual attributes of all its apostles have reached their respective end limits. Their magic power has skyrocketed several times, and at the same time they have a deeper understanding of their own abilities. The rest is just a matter of time. As long as they are given time, the apostles are confident that they can enter that fascinating realm, the realm of God. Apostle Huang Yi, I remember that you are not as old as me. Following Nanako's voice, they shuttled through the empty sea. Huang Yi's laughter stopped abruptly. Because he couldn't refute this. Nowadays, people in the world can basically be sure that the demons are the creation of the demon god. After all, a battle between two gods has caused the whole world to change, and it is not surprising that the fear demons are created by the demon god. Okay, Huang Yi, business is important. Zhu Rong, who was standing next to him, saw that Huang Yi's old habit of talking nonsense was about to happen again, and he stopped him directly. Human, please hand over this gluttonous demon king to us. Zhu Rong went straight to the point with Nanako. He looked at the imprisoned figure in the air, and then looked at the girl next to Nanako who looked reluctant. The girl Zhu Rong knew that the power of the 12 holy knights in the land of miracles could restrain their magic power. This made the demons very afraid, or rather afraid of the mysterious god of holy light behind them. In addition to the god of holy light, there is also the king of miracles who is known as the god of radiance. These two gods made the apostles very afraid of the kingdom of Korti. Swoosh! Zhu Rong mobilized his magic power to pull out a box from the fog boat. Under the surprised eyes of the crowd, the box flew onto the deck of the Holy Wing ship. Click! As the box opened automatically, a black and purple spherical crystal stone with a diameter of 1 meter like a crystal with a slightly dazzling black halo. What is this? Full demon ore? No, that's not right, this color, this feeling, full demon ore essence. Looking at the somewhat dazzling halo, Hina exclaimed directly. Her exclamation also made the eyes of other people on the ship burn. Human, this ore is compensation. It should be very valuable in your human world. As the box was opened, Zhu Rong's low voice slowly floated. These ores are waste for all beings that use magic power. The complex magic power accumulation makes it impossible for pure magic to use them. But that's exactly the case, for those who are not magic pattern users. The weapons made of this ore are the nemesis of the demons, so they are very valuable, and they have other uses. At this time, Rina's eyes were shining, and her saliva was almost flowing out. Since the war of the two gods, people gradually realized the changes in the world, and in order to cope with this drastic change, there are also studies on those mutated demons. One of the results is to process the new magic ores that appear in nature. Weapons to deal with demons and monsters have been made. Therefore, the existence of magic ore is very important to the public, especially magic pattern users. The full magic ore essence in front of you belongs to the essence of the full magic ore. In the whole world, full magic ore is very rare, let alone full magic ore essence. Only places like the Island of Fear, which are shrouded in primitive magic, have a large amount of full magic ore, which gives birth to full magic ore essence. The full magic ore essence in front of you is worth more than 10 billion Baileys, and it is still in short supply. This is just the price of materials. If it is made into various finished products, the profit will be several times higher. Even if only materials are counted, the value of 10 billion Baileys is equivalent to the 5 holy wing ships under Nanako and his men. Well, if it is converted in this way, it doesn't seem to be much. But this value is enough to make Rina excited. To be honest, after seeing the two demon apostles appear, Rina gave up the idea of saving the blood leech. If there is only the demon king or even only one apostle, Rina is not worried. Because she is very confident in Nanako. But if there are two apostles, she is not sure, and she will not really let Nanako risk her life. After all, this money is just a non-essential item for her to buy various items, and it belongs to her body. It's okay to take it by the way. And Nanako is like a sister or even a mother to her, how could she really not know the importance of it? Now it's great to have money and avoid disputes. What a greedy little fellow. At this time, Nanako looked at Hina next to her and glared wildly, and it seemed that her eyes were twitching. This made her feel funny. Okay, but you need to restrain the leech from peeping at the owner. After all, we have also accepted the commission. Nanako still has a good sense of contract. Zinhu's commission is to drive away the gluttonous Demon King, and if possible, destroy it. 2 rewards were given according to the 2 results. No problem. Zhu Rong looked up at the giant elephant that seemed to have no top and nodded. This giant elephant has no value to the demons. Its body is too huge. If the demonized soul cannot withstand the terrible magic tide, it will die. Therefore, the elephant owner is just a novelty to the demons, and it is not worth taking a second look. Only the gluttonous species will be greedy for the owner. Nanako nodded to Zhu Rong's reply. When Hina saw her nod, she also threw the ball that imprisoned the leech onto the mist boat and threw the leech out. Bang, bang, bang. The leech rolled a few times on the wide deck of the mist boat. Hiss. After it came out, it did not stay still. It was so hungry that the lines on its back were glowing red, and it was about to turn into bloodlight and fly towards the elephant master. The disadvantages of being a gluttonous species were revealed at this moment. Its sanity was a little broken due to the shortage of gluttonous magic. Boom! The terrible magic power like the abyss suppressed the leech. Its body was stiff, and the leech, which was a little broken, quickly woke up. Looking at a guy in yellow clothes with a devil face slowly walking in front of it. So scary. This guy. Now the leech has only this one thought. 6. Chapter 446 The battle between Nyanyazi and the Apostle, golden light spanning hundreds of kilometers. Look at how hungry the child is, his eyes are red, how pitiful. Huang Yi looked at the motionless leech, and pinched the leech with his rough hands. It's really elastic. This little guy should be delicious if used to soak in wine. He thought so, and then a box flew over from the cabin and opened automatically. There were spherical crystals of different sizes inside. The largest diameter was half a meter, and the smallest was the size of a football. Their colors were different, and their colors represented their respective attribute tendencies. These were all gluttonous mineral essences. Be good, let the uncle feed you. Huang Yi took out a blood-colored magic stone from it, and the leech drooled. It knew this thing. It ate it once after it was born, in the gluttonous mineral vein very close to it. It only remembered that it tasted so good. While Huang Yi and the leech were interacting warmly. On the other side, Hina also collected all the demon ore essence. Then, Nanako looked at the mist boat that was slowly moving away backwards and remained silent. The relationship between the demons and humans is not good. However, the timing is not right now. Hina and others are still here, and there are also the fur tribe. She can't guarantee that she can protect these people. That's right. At this time, Yuren reappeared in the field of vision. His voice was loud, and accompanied by the resonance of magic, so that everyone in the sea area could hear it clearly. Huaqian Liu, you humans, it's better to separate those monsters from the demon clan. We demon clan only recognize the existence of pure demon species, so those monsters should not be included in the demon clan. After all, some cold laughter reached the ears of the terrified people. If it's always like this, we can't guarantee what we will do. Looking at the misty boat that was getting farther and farther away, Nanako's voice was also transmitted. I understand, but this request is actually nothing. It's not worth it to cause chaos among the apostles of the demon clan for such a small matter. But she couldn't agree directly. After all, the face of the Holy Hunt or the Kingdom of Korti needs to be maintained. Let's settle the damage caused by your apostle whale attacking our hunter association last time. You take this blow. Giant flowers began to bloom around, with wisps of golden light wrapped around them. It looked like a dream. Light particles began to condense in the buds, and the attack to cleanse the sky was ready to go. Tisk tisk tisk, it's really scary and unreasonable. Obviously, you killed a lot of whale sea monsters. Huang Yi knew that the incident that Nanozi was talking about was actually the time when Whale took the sea monsters to rescue the Swallowing Island whale. At that time, Whale only thought that they were 3-gem level hunters. So he directly let the sea monsters rush up. It directly caused considerable losses to the fleet of the Hunter Association at that time. Don't be careless, this human's attack should not be underestimated. At this time, Zhu Rong, who had been staying at the bow, reminded Huang Yi, who was a little unreliable. The attack in front of him was no joke. If one is not careful, the fellows on their ship are afraid that they will go directly to the west. I know. Huang Yi said lazily, and then raised his hands. Abyss mouth. A huge gap with sharp teeth appeared directly in front of the mist boat. It was dozens of meters high, and the gap was pitch black. You couldn't see anything at all, which was a bit chilling. This is Huang Yi's variant use of the field greedy abyss as the core, which directly increased the efficiency of plundering to the extreme. Compared to the comprehensive field, this move is very biased. The advantage is that the defense effect is very strong, even better than opening the field. The disadvantage is also obvious. This thing moves very slowly, so it can only be used in specific occasions. Unless the enemy jumps in automatically or Huang Yi throws the enemy in. Otherwise, it is difficult to kill the strong. Flower Light Thousand Crossing. And when Huang Yi prepared his moves, Nanozi's attack also gathered. A huge beam of light thicker than a water tank was fired towards the mist boat under the shocked eyes of the surrounding people and the fur tribe. Thousands of flowers bloomed and thousands of cannons roared. Endless golden light bloomed and then bombarded the torn giant mouth. This time, Nanozi used a more powerful force. He directly used this move to the state of high power. As long as he went one step further, it would be the strongest limit power. Therefore, the attack was also surprisingly powerful. Boom! Endless streams of light leaped, like golden lines across the scroll. Huang Yi only felt that the surging terrible attack made the abyss in front of him have an illusion of being pierced. What a terrible attack, this time it's troublesome. At this time, Huang Yi's face was solemn. The attack that was about to pierce the world was not so easy to deal with. Do you need my help? Zhu Rong, who was standing next to Huang Yi, spoke directly. No, I have another way. Facing the uninterrupted terrible attack, Huang Yi had already figured out a solution. If he continued, his defense would be gone, but he could make a detour instead of facing head-on. Tick! Huang Yi, who was extremely focused and very strenuous, couldn't help but drip a drop of sweat from his chin. With his efforts, a huge abyss opened in the air behind the mist boat. Boom! Endless beams of light suddenly poured out from this opening like a reservoir opening a floodgate. Golden lights streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. These golden lights will span hundreds of kilometers, and the sky will seem to be streaked with dense meteors, attracting the attention and shock of countless people on the islands below. On the other side, Nanako also noticed the abnormality over there. After finding that such an attack could not do anything to the apostle, she stopped the explosion. Sure enough, the apostle is not so easy to deal with. Nanako looked at the undamaged mist boat, and felt a little regretful. The petals of various colors danced, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light particles. Against this scene, everyone looked at the girl standing proudly in it with admiration. The posture that seemed like a Valkyrie made everyone in awe. That is the power of demigod. Even if you see it again, it is still so dazzling and shocking, which makes people feel that World 1.0 is full of miracles. It's so scary. Now human women are so strong that it's amazing. Feeling the attack stop in front of him, Huang Yi couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. Tisk tisk tisk, this one is also, and that one is also, which puts us under a lot of pressure. You said so, right? Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong looked at Huang Yi's teasing face and felt helpless. He touched a part of his body where there used to be a huge knife wound. The knife wound left by the girl called Sword Saint. If Huang Yi hadn't saved him in time, he would have gone to the underworld. Mist, let's go. Now that the Fantasy Beast Conference is imminent, don't conflict with this human for the time being. Feeling that the mist boat stayed in place and did not move forward, Zhu Rong also knew that the mist was making decisions for them. Yes, Master Apostle. Chapter 447, Madara's Interest, Fantasy Beast Conference. After the demons retreated, the fur tribe was in the mood to greet the new tiger. After greeting the new tiger, they soon stepped onto the ship belonging to the Holy Wing. Then on the wide deck, the fur tribe offered the fur tribe's greetings to the humans. Karukyu. I saw a bear girl running towards Nanako, opening her arms and leaping over to touch her face. Bang! I saw a white light shield appear directly, knocking the bear girl dizzy. Get out of the way. Only I can hold Nanako. Not far away, Hina held up a light shield to stop the fur tribe who wanted to get close to her. Rush forward with a fierce momentum, and suddenly came to Nanako. Obviously, she was the one who stopped the bear girl. Karukyu. After coming in front of Nanako, Hina spread the shield. The whole person hung on Nanako, and her face kept rubbing against Nanako's fair cheek. Seeing that Hina was also shouting Kurukyu like the fur tribe, Nanako couldn't help but stretch out her fingers and directly grabbed Hina's tender cheek hard. It hurts. Nanako is too much, Hina is very angry. At this time, Hina was so hurt that tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. She puffed up her cheeks slightly and looked angry. Who told you to be like a child? You are so grown up. Nanako was already immune to Hina's pitiful behavior, she said unhappily. Then she stretched out her fingers to rub Hina's cheeks. This action made Hina smile again. Let's go. Tell Mr. Shintora. Nanako looked at the approaching Shinyu and took the initiative to walk up. The commission this time was not completed satisfactorily. It can only be considered barely completed. At least the gluttonous blood leech should not come to spy on the elephant master again. Nanako can't guarantee too much. Now, the most important thing is the Fantasy Beast Conference opened by the great god Yaki. It is not wise to fight with the demons for a commission. Soon. Nanako and Hina on the side of Shenji communicated briefly with the fur tribe. They began to leave under their regretful eyes. After the Holy Hunter's ship left. On the ship of Yaki cult. Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked at each other, then looked at Shinyu and said with determination. Brother Shinyu, we want to participate in the Fantasy Beast Conference. While Shintora and Inuarashi were communicating. Thousands of meters above the sky not far from the Elephant Master. A figure was floating in the sky with a huge black-rimmed white fan. It was Madara. He was able to appear in the sky thanks to the flame fan under his feet. This ability is very flexible and can allow him to fly in the air with continuous wind escape. The reason why Madara is here now. It was also because the scene of countless light pillars reaching the sky attracted him. After coming here, I saw the confrontation between the world-famous demigod Hwakyun Liu and the demon apostle. I witnessed with my own eyes that the woman used a terrifying light pillar that crossed the sky and reached the distance. This surprised Madara. To be honest, with Madara's current strength, he is really not enough to fight these demigods. Now he has just been out for a day and is still developing. With the incomplete Susanoo, it is difficult to beat the gluttonous Demon King Blood Leech. After all, he was able to become the first Demon King of the first pure demon gluttony species, and also got the title of the world's 5 major disasters of gluttony. The ability and strength of the Blood Leech are not to be underestimated. Although its spiritual attribute is still S. But Whitebeard and Garp in the old times, such strong men with double S and attributes, probably cannot suppress it, and can only fight it on equal terms. The threat level S-level double stars are not a lie. The life form and ability strength of the Blood Leech are destined to have an advantage over humans of the same level who simply use domineering. Only those hunters who have reached the 3-star gem level in the sea can hunt them alone. And these hunters are few and far between, basically concentrated in the 3 emerging transcendent forces. Even the 3-star gem hunters who are not registered by the world government in the Hunter Association can be imagined. However, the greater the difficulty of this world. For Madara personally, it is a challenge. It seems that there are many strong people in this world. Fantasy Beast Conference. Let me go to meet those strong people. He looked at the Elephant Master who seemed so close and Yuanhang who seemed so small. The black spotted ship. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated. 2 days later. New World, Wilbur Island. Neatly planned streets, various buildings in a staggered manner, and a sea of people. Compared to the first time the Kendo tournament was held. The changes on Wilbur Island are huge. Originally, there were only tens of thousands of permanent residents on the island, but now the permanent population on the island has reached hundreds of thousands. The number of people coming and going has reached millions. This is entirely due to the Kendo tournament. Since the Kendo tournament, on the same day every year, Wilbur Island will also hold a new Kendo tournament for swordsmanship exchanges. This has become a routine now. Today, the Kendo tournament has been held for the 3rd time. In the subsequent 2 Kendo tournaments, the economy of Wilbur Island has skyrocketed and the Kendo culture has spread throughout the world. Many people have focused their attention here. This time, the Golden Lions Island is located nearby, which can be said to be due to such factors. The Fantasy Beast Conference is about to start. Let's go to the square to watch the live broadcast. Why go? There are so many people there. It's better to spend some money to buy a video phone and watch it at home. What's the point of squeezing in there? Ha ha ha, you don't understand this. There are so many people there, so it's easy to discuss. There's no discussion at home. Is that so? How about we go together? As several big men in the crowd discussed excitedly, they hurried to one of their homes. Such scenes are everywhere on Wilbur Island. Because the Fantasy Beast Conference is about to start. 023 MANY people are very curious about this first Fantasy Beast Conference. After all, this is a conference opened by Yaki Great God. This gimmick alone has aroused the curiosity of countless people. Many people want to try their luck at the Fantasy Beast Island where the Fantasy Beast Conference is held. That is a conference opened by Yaki Great God. Maybe you can reach the sky in one step if you participate. However, most people are still more self-aware. There are so many participants, and there are all kinds of strong people. If this ordinary person goes to join in the fun, perhaps the step to heaven will become a real step to heaven. Directly reach the West Heaven. Of course, that being said, before they really encounter difficulties, there are still many ordinary people who want to try. Even if they don't try, it's good to visit Wilbur Island, the holy land of swordsmanship. So, Wilbur Island is particularly lively these days. The flow of people directly reaches millions, which is several times more than the usual flow of people. Time passes slowly. In the sea area 20 kilometers away from Wilbur Island. In this sea area, you can see many ships, all kinds of ships. Ships of major forces, pirate ships, navy warships, underground forces, kingdom ships, and even merchant ships. The reason why they gather here. It is also because the Fantasy Beast Island where the Fantasy Beast Conference is held is just in front. It is suspended in the air, hundreds of meters below the sea surface. It's just that because the island is too huge, it seems to be connected to the sea surface from a distance. Chapter 448 Morgans, the host of the Fantasy Beast Conference, the headwind layer of the island landing competition. The Fantasy Beast Conference is finally about to begin. Finally, we can prepare to go, meow. At this time, a pirate ship with a skull and pointed island pirate flag was on board. Island Transport Pizarro looked at the huge island in front of him, which seemed to be close at hand, with a trace of desire in his eyes. It is rumored that Yamato no Kami has always been generous. This Fantasy Beast Conference is not easy to hear. If he can get there and get the rewards above, maybe. Pizarro looked at another pirate flag inserted diagonally on his ship, the flag of the Beast Pirates. Maybe, he can replace Kaido as the boss. A few months ago, Pizarro, who felt that he had developed well, heard that Kaido was out. So he went directly with his allies to Wano country to test the water. Wanted to see the gold content there. Then he died after trying it, and was knocked down by Jin on the spot, and he didn't even have time to run away. So the shameless Pizarro surrendered on the spot. To save his life. Not shameful. In this wonderful era, Pizarro was reluctant to die so soon. As for his ally, the Rain Shiryu pirates, they ran away directly, and ran away as soon as they found something wrong. It made Pizarro's nose crooked. Now Pizarro looked at the flag of the Beast's pirates. Recalling that incident again. Shiryu, you bastard, I still get angry when I think of that incident, meow. Pizarro looked at another pirate group less than 2 or 3 meters away from his ship. Looking at the guy smoking leisurely on it, he was even more angry. Why would you do such a thing without the spirit of a swordsman? You actually abandoned your ally at the first moment, your ally is too unreliable. Hearing Pizarro complaining on the edge of the ship's guardrail, Shiryu held his mouth and took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled circles of smoke, then glanced at Pizarro. Down. You know, never pay attention to that spirit. Swordsman spirit is a word that has become popular in the world during the process of spreading the sword culture of Wilbur Island. It means brave, fearless, and unyielding. And what Zilliu did before has nothing to do with unyielding in Pizarro's opinion. I'm so angry, meow, seeing you like this. Seeing that Pizarro was about to get angry again, Madoc, who was next to Zilliu, came out to smooth things over. Mr. Pizarro, in fact, our captain planned to retreat first and save you later, but you. Madoc didn't continue to speak, but everyone understood the meaning behind it. Ha ha ha, Madoc, you don't have to say it so nicely. Not far away, the dark blood swordsman Rosado, who was once a supernova of the evil generation, heard Madoc's euphemism and sneered directly. Then he said to Pizarro. The boss knew that you would surrender immediately, so he ran without hesitation. Look at you, you are still alive and well. At this time, he mercilessly exposed Pizarro's scars. You are really bullying, meow. Looking at their singing the same tune, Pizarro felt very wronged. It was as if it was true. Was it his fault to surrender? That bastard Birdman hit him with a fireball, and he was also desperate. Sorry, Mr. Pizarro, Rossetto is a bit rude, he speaks more directly. While Ziliu and others were chatting with Pizarro, a voice that went straight to the entire sea area sounded. Ahem, hee, can you hear me? Can you hear me? The huge sound made all the ships on the sea quiet down. Everyone was familiar with this voice. It was a voice that was always active in the previous Kendo conferences. It seems that everyone should have heard it. Guhahaha, ladies and gentlemen, I am your old friend Morgans. I believe everyone is familiar with me, so I won't introduce myself. Here, I am very grateful to the great god Yaki for giving me this opportunity to host this Fantasy Beast conference. May the glory of Yaki last forever. Morgan's somewhat exaggerated voice began to praise the great god Yaki endlessly. Everyone is used to his flattery. Not only here. There are many islands around the world where Morgan's voice can be heard at this moment. Thanks to the expectation of the next Fantasy Beast conference, the audience is still patient with Morgan's polite words. Time passed slowly, and after a few minutes, Morgan's sleepy voice was about to get to the point. Guhahaha, I believe that all the audience are immersed in the glory of the great god Yaki. No, we didn't, don't talk nonsense. At this time, many people complained in their hearts. In that case, let's get to the point now. Hearing Morgan's words, whether it was the people sitting in front of the screen, the crowded square, or the people who were about to attend the Fantasy Beast conference in the on-site sea area, all of them perked up. First of all, the audience in front of the screen can see that under the Fantasy Beast Island where I am, there are densely packed ships of various types. Accompanied by Morgan's words, there were countless newsbirds flying around the edges of the Fantasy Beast Island. These newsbirds had den mushi tied around their necks. They could broadcast the grand scene in real time to the sea area below. If they want to formally participate in the Fantasy Beast conference, the first task they need to complete is to land on the Fantasy Beast Island. That is to say, the preliminaries of the Fantasy Beast conference will be called the landing competition. Only when they land on the Fantasy Beast Island can the Fantasy Beast conference be officially started. And now they need to face the first difficulty when they land on the Fantasy Beast Island. That is, with Morgan's high pitch, the live broadcast screens around the world began to appear zoomed in, until a slightly undulating sea surface. It doesn't look special here. Only some players who know in advance know that there is an invisible airflow that ordinary people can hardly cross. That is the headwind layer of the outermost circle of the sea area around the Fantasy Beast Island. I believe that some players who have done their homework in advance have already understood it, but please allow me to introduce it to the audience around the world. On the Fantasy Beast Island, Morgan stood on a white stone platform. A pair of wings pulled the tie on his neck slightly like a hand. Then he took out the microphone buried deep in his wings and continued. Ahem, this seemingly normal sea surface in front of us has undercurrents and strong winds. There is no doubt that these winds are heading away from the direction of the Fantasy Beast Island. The contestants need to move forward against these strong winds until they break through this headwind layer and enter the next area. Morgans turned the camera to the densely packed ships in the sea below. As far as the current situation is concerned, I personally think that this level alone can eliminate more than 90% of the personnel. Hearing Morgan say this, some people who did not know the intelligence in advance at the sea scene were dissatisfied. Isn't it just headwind? What's there to be afraid of? Many of them are power boats. Just retract the sails, and the headwind can't stop them from moving forward. It seems that he heard the voices of these people, Morgans added directly. Warm reminder. The headwind layer is 10 kilometers wide, and the wind speed increases as you go deeper. If the ship is too small, you can even experience the ship being blown away. And in the end, there will even be some wind blades that can cut through steel from time to time. So, for the sake of life, I hope everyone can do what they can. Hearing Morgan's words, a lot of people had question marks on their faces. They drove their boats overexcitedly, but they felt that their dreams were aborted before they even started. What the hell is this wind that can blow the ship away and the wind blade that can cut through steel? Can this thing pass? Those who are unlucky will probably have to eat a feast on the spot. Can we get something that ordinary people can play with? Chapter 449 The Golden Lion's Heartache, the world's hotly discussed Eisen. While the players on the scene were wailing in their hearts, the other viewers watching the live broadcast were amazed at the so-called headwind layer. It was obvious that the headwind layer was not formed naturally. After all, there was no such strange scene around Wilbur Island. It was just that when I thought that it was a conference set up by Yamata no Okamai, there was nothing strange. As a god, nothing is strange, and this is probably the case for the world. Well, the preliminary explanation of the headwind layer ends here, and I will provide additional explanations for the following areas based on the progress of the players on the scene. The headwind layer of the first stage of the island landing competition is called the Wind-In. Now I officially announce that the island landing competition of the Fantasy Beast Conference, the Wind-In, has officially begun. All players who want to participate in the Fantasy Beast Conference can set off. As Morgans announced this excitedly. All the ships that stayed outside the headwind layer were silent for a moment, and then cheered. Each ship began to be on the verge of departure. Ha ha ha, let's go, I want to be the first to land on that island and become famous all over the world. Hurry up, let these scum eat dust behind our ship. Horororo, all the weak ones, stand aside. Little ones, drive the ship for me. The enthusiasm of many pirate groups is the highest. This kind of exploration and treasure hunting is their favorite. In addition, this is the New World, which is the most prosperous area for pirates. At the same time, the North Sea, which is adjacent to a doldrum, is also the sea area with the best pirate development trend among the four seas. Therefore, among the countless ships that came here, the number of pirate ships is the largest. Soon, countless ships began to sail towards the headwind layer. Many ships rushed to the front, fearing that they would fall behind. But a closer look. Many major forces did not rush forward. After all, it has never been said that the fastest person can get a reward. And as a major force, they also communicated with the Yaki cult and got some inside information. This Fantasy Beast Conference is not that easy. Ha ha ha, with this kind of light wind, it seems that this level is not that difficult. At this time, a pirate entered the headwind layer, feeling the breeze coming towards him, and couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and asked his men to fold the sails. Then he turned the power to the maximum. He wanted to break through this so-called wind-in in one breath and take the lead. You know, he saw the ships of major forces. If he could show up before them, he would definitely gain great fame in this kind of world live broadcast. It will be much easier to recruit people in the future, and it will be even more wonderful to have strong people join his sea group. With such a wonderful idea, he asked his men to increase their efforts immediately. You are really looking for death? The guy in front, meow. At this time, behind this pirate ship, it was Pizarro and Shiryu's ship. Pizarro saw the pirate ship in front of him flying out like wings, and he also rolled his eyes. The front is unknown, and they are rushing to reincarnate so quickly. Ha ha ha, it's hard to say. The pirate group in front is quite famous in the North Sea. It is a member of the Great Alliance of the Sea. The Xianba Pirates, its captain Xianba Doranir offers a bounty of 150 million Baileys. With the strength of this pirate group, maybe he really got the benefits. Modik smiled gently. What Great Alliance of the Sea, all of them are scum, I offered a bounty of more than 800 million without saying anything, meow. Pizarro listened to Modik's introduction. Directly slandered and attacked the entire Great Alliance of the Sea. He looked at the ships of the big forces sailing slowly in the distance, and decided to take it slow. Last time, he suffered a loss because of carelessness. I feel that the Andre Pirates and the Power Sword Pirates were two pirate groups. They almost wiped out the nest of the Beast Pirates while Kaido was away. Then, after he grows up, he can fight with the more powerful Shiryu and others. But I never expected that Jin would be so powerful. Although there are rumors that his strength is close to Kaido, the king of beasts. But I feel that it is not so strong after experiencing it myself. A terrible power. Really all bitter tears. He can't be reckless anymore in the future. This is the lesson Pizarro has learned. Let's go. There are benefits this time, Ziliu, you have to let me go. I was abandoned by you last time, you have to compensate me. Meow. Ziliu just looked at him indifferently when Pizarro said this. He uttered a word briefly. Get lost. On the other side. Another island far away from the Fantasy Beast Island is suspended in the air. In this scene of birds singing and flowers blooming, there is a gorgeous building. A figure is sitting on the innermost gorgeous chair and admiring the image on a water mirror. He is Orochimaru, who is praised as the eight-headed god. 2 years later, Orochimaru is still wearing a white coat like a researcher. Nothing has changed. Ha 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 ha, it looks really lively. Fantasy Beast Conference. At this time, the Golden Lion is sitting on another chair not far from Orochimaru, watching the scene in the water mirror together. Whitebeard is here too. It feels like a long time has passed. Golden Lion stared at one of the many images in the water mirror, which was a white whale-like pirate group. The whole person was a little emotional. Is Whitebeard unable to sit still now? Times have left that old guy behind. Not to mention this, Golden Lion still felt distressed whenever he thought of the Fantasy Beast Conference. So many amazing achievements were actually used as rewards. If these achievements were given to him, he would dominate the world. Well, it's a bit difficult to dominate the world, but at least it would allow his power to grow explosively. Orochimaru is really a spendthrift. This is the only thought of Golden Lion, but it's a pity that those achievements are basically the credit of Orochimaru. He only worked hard, and this hard work has been transformed into his strength. So he can only watch Orochimaru's spending with heartache. But he won't just watch. When necessary, he is ready to go down in person. As the host, he still has an advantage. Those guys are usually fed a lot, so they should be well fed anyway. Golden Lion thought so. Then he looked at the empty palace, where there were almost no people. It goes without saying that those guys under his command also went to the scene to participate in this Fantasy Beast Conference. They are all a group of guys who only care about benefits, and Golden Lion has long understood this. Just look at Orochimaru's Yaki cult, there are still a lot of people doing their jobs. Looking at his side, Golden Lion still feels a little uncomfortable. Orochimaru, do you think anyone can win the Fantasy Beast Conference this time? Golden Lion asked Orochimaru next to him directly because he had nothing to do. Although Orochimaru is now called Yaki Great God, but he still looks kind and friendly to people as before. This makes Golden Lion look more casual. Hehe, Mr. Shiki, it's more interesting to judge this kind of thing yourself, isn't it? Orochimaru laughed casually. Although he said so, the water mirror still showed several separate pictures. Golden Lion was familiar with most of the people in this picture. Especially one of the characters has caused a huge heated discussion among the world recently. His name is Aizen Inakari. Chapter 450 Aizen's Legendary Experience, The Great Alliance of Domination of the Sea. Golden Lion has been impressed by this man Aizen Inakari recently. His deeds are also legendary now. Not long ago, he appeared and defeated the Gluttony Tree, one of the 5 major disasters of gluttony in the world. He was awarded the armband of the Double Star Gem Hunter by the Hunter Association. After that, he took the initiative to apply for the assessment of the Crown Hunter. It is rumored that he easily defeated 3 gem hunters in the assessment of the Hunter Association. It is natural to become a Crown Hunter. So a huge wave of heated discussion was set off in the whole world. In today's world, the popularity of every Crown-level hunter in this world is unparalleled. As for the latter, Aizen began to be competent as the new leader of the hunter group Steel Sun, and this matter was widely publicized by the world government. It is hard for Golden Lion not to know. Of course. What makes Golden Lion most concerned about Aizen is that this man has defeated the demon apostles. Just based on this point, it is worth Golden Lion to pay 12 points of attention to this man. In addition to this man, Golden Lion feels that there are 2 more unfamiliar ones here. One is full of knight armor, even with a helmet on his head, and his appearance can only be said to be feminine. This kind of dress is not much in Golden Lion's impression. From the perspective of this knight standing on the Holy Wing ship, this should be the trump card of the Kingdom of Korti. Golden Lion will not doubt that the Kingdom of Korti has a new demigod combat power. Because this country is backed by not only the King of Miracles, but also a god of holy light. The other man whom Golden Lion knew a little bit was Uchiha Madara. A new guy who had just appeared in the past few days. He defeated some pirate groups in the New World, and Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, also the fight was evenly fought. Even Big Mom was defeated. The reason was simple, she was accidentally thrown into the sea. To be honest, this defeat was too shameful. Even Golden Lion felt that Linlin's 4 emperor title was not as good as her son Katakuri. Maybe her son did better than her. She was one of the 4 emperors with Linlin. Golden Lion always felt that he was lowering his status. Let's not talk about this. At this moment, Orochimaru showed the picture of this man alone, which showed that he was still slightly optimistic about Uchiha Madara. However, does this man really have the combat power of a demigod? While Golden Lion was thinking, the scene of the island landing competition. Various ships and warships were densely moving towards the headwind layer. Some ships near the edge saw so many ships in front. Directly sail around the headwind layer for a while and then enter the headwind layer. In this way, the competition will not be too fierce, preventing others from suddenly firing dark cannons and really being hit by the blown ships. The entire reverse wind layer is a concentric circle with the Fantasy Beast Island as the center. Now most of the ships come from Wilbur Island, resulting in many ships not far away. This situation is fine now. But there will be problems after entering the reverse wind layer. If the ship in the front cannot sail, it is likely to cause problems if it is blocked layer by layer. At that time, for the passage ahead, it is absolutely possible that the pirate group behind will bombard the ship in front with cannons. Even there will be cases where they just fire cannons because they are unhappy. This conference has never stipulated that people cannot be injured or killed. There are no rules at all. It is precisely because of this situation. As long as they are smart, they will keep their eyes open and move towards other sparse directions in the reverse wind layer. There are quite a few such people. The result is that from both sides of this area with countless ships, they begin to gradually disperse around the reverse wind layer. From the perspective of the newsbird circling and flying at the edge of the Fantasy Beast Island, you can see the whole process of their dispersion. It's just that the audience watching the live broadcast is not paying attention here for the time being, but focusing on one of the split screens on the screen. That is the first batch of ships that broke through from the front. Very good, dear audience, we can now see that there are many ships bravely advancing in the wind-in. Now, the top ranking is the Xianba pirates from the North Sea, and its captain Xianba has a bounty of 150 million baileys. It is a very famous pirate in the North Sea. It seems that the power system of this pirate's ship is very good, and it actually maintains a far leading position. At this time, Xianba stood on the deck of the pirate ship at the windward level, listening to Morgan's voice spreading his name in his ears. The corners of his mouth opened directly, and he grinned a rough and huge smile. This experience of becoming famous on the world stage, in one word, is fucking cool. It's no wonder that he has foresight. You know, the power machine installed on his ship is produced by the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce. This rumor belongs to a large chamber of commerce under the superpower of Dark Curtain, and the quality of the engine produced must be top-notch. Not only that, ordinary power ships only install one engine on the ship. But he installed 8 engines for the convenience of running away. There are only 8 pairs of wheels in total, and he installed 8 corresponding engines. What can those scum with only one engine use to compete with him? Little ones, turn the horsepower to the maximum for me, I want to be the first to rush out of this headwind layer. Yes, Captain. The younger brothers also responded in unison. Being mentioned by Morgans to the whole world, these younger brothers are also proud to be a member of the Xianba pirates. The sense of belonging is rising. Also, the Bear Shield team is in the front, be careful of the possible wind blade. As Xianba shouted again, 20 or 30 big men holding heavy steel shields came over, and several of them stood in a row in an orderly manner in front of Xiangba. Seeing that these guys were silent and didn't seem to have much complaints on their faces, Xiangba also nodded with satisfaction. Morale is good, and it's worth it for him to give them more resources. It's not easy to be a pirate now. In the past, only the Navy chased them. Nowadays, in addition to the Navy, there are also some bounty hunters from the Hunter Association. Although there were bounty hunters before, the difference between that time and this time is like heaven and earth. The establishment of the Hunter Association has led to the booming development of hunters, especially under the foundation of the Chuanwu era. This development is more obvious. Under such a trend, before the Chuanwu era, Xiangba, who had a bounty of tens of millions in the North Sea, learned from his mistakes and decided to hide. After the Pirates and the Sea Alliance, which came into being in the North Sea to resist the development of hunters, appeared, Xiangba was also the first to join. The word hide stands out. After surviving till now, Xiangba also felt that it was time to show off. He was not greedy, just wanted to gain a reputation in the first level and then survive. Although Xiangba looked rough, he was not stupid. How could he always charge ahead and explore the way? 100 million.